What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is the mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God!
Hey everybody, how we doing? It's me, Legal Vices. Welcome to day 8 and day 9 of the YNW Melly murder trial. That's right, we're going to be doing day 8 afternoon and day 9 morning. I hope you're all ready for some more text messaging because it looks like that's what's going to be happening. I haven't had time to watch this yet. I just very lightly scanned through it because I was super busy at the office today. So we're going to be experiencing this together for the first time. But of course, before we do, we've got a lot of stuff to get through the housekeeping chores. Today, I decided we're going to start doing something a little bit different for cocktails. There's a great book called The Gentleman's Companion. Volume 1 is Exotic Cookery Book, and Volume 2 is the Exotic Drinking Book by Charles H. Baker. Charles H. Baker was a rich fellow in the 1920s, 1930s, and he basically just traveled the world looking for and exploring new foods and drinking great drinks. He was a hedonist. He was definitely into the experience of exploring and satisfying his eating and drinking desires. And so he put it all in a book. He put all of the recipes he got during the years he traveled, and he put them in a book. So we're just going to go through some of these cocktails, I think, because they're pretty darn good. And the fun thing about these is each of the cocktails comes with like a little story of how he came across it. And today's cocktail, this is the background for this cocktail. This is a creation we almost became wrecked upon, all sorts, at the La Cucaracha bar in Mexico City in 1937. Now and again, we found ourselves just a little fed up with rather casual Mexican mixes, and under the guidance of two young Mexican caballeros whose parents mattered in official circles in that city of Mexico, we were herded into a fancy, rather dull place, served 2 warm drinks, and finally, on one occasion, we broke off by ourselves, sought out this bar where an aristocratic native ought to be seen, ordered things in our own way. This drink is based on tequila. So it's a tequila drink. So this is called, today's cocktail is the Mexican Firing Squad. You want to take a glass of ice, crushed or shaved ice in a cool glass. Pour in the juice of 1 fresh squeezed lime. To that, you're going to add 2 ounces of tequila. Good tequila. Add in your tequila straight into the glass. Add that in. Then what you're going to do is you're going to add 2 dashes of Angostura bitters. 1, 2, and then about 1 or 2 teaspoons of grenadine syrup. Give it a nice little color. Boom. Add that in. Drop that in. You're good. And then take your cocktail. Mix it up a bit. And garnish it off with a lemon wheel, a lime wheel, and a Luxardo cherry. And there you have the cocktail of the day. The Mexican Firing Squad. That'll sneak up on you. It's very fruity, very limey, and very alcoholic. So be prepared. It'll sneak up on you. All right, well, that's the cocktail for today, the Mexican Firing Squad. Let me clear off my desk so we can get straight down to business. And by business, I mean the Melly trial. Gotta clear your workspace. I would actually add a little less grenadine. Or maybe more tequila. In fact, let's do that now. Let's just throw in some more tequila. Why not? Because there's room in the glass, right? There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. That's the bonus. And I didn't have any crushed ice, and I didn't have time to crush any, so I just used some shaved ice in my ice shaver. It melts too quickly. Use crushed ice. All right. With that cocktail out of the way, we need to get into the Melly trial. We are in day 8 afternoon. We spent the last day reading text messages from a phone purported to be the phone of the defendant, Melly, to a bunch of bloods who were kind of skeptical about whether or not he was actually a blood. And speaking of someone who may or may not be a blood, very incognito, it's Aussie Overlord. How you doing?
The closest I've ever been to being in a gang was in the theatre club. Not theatre as in actors, theatre tech, like running lights and sound and stuff.
Oh, me too. I was on the tech crew. High five. Give tech crew high five. There you go. Yeah. But that was only because I got an F in drama, because I told the drama teacher to go intercourse herself over the staging that she had for the play Our Town. She gave me an F and kicked me out. Anyway.
It's amazing how often that happens. I mean, I sort of bummed out of the drama sort of class club, whatever you want to call it, because we were doing the Crucible, and yeah, that didn't end well.
Well, I said it's only high school. I'm only 18. I've only been acting since I was 8, but I know that you're not supposed to block a stage with the speaker's back to the audience. She said that's how she wanted to do it. I said, go F yourself. And she said, no, F yourself, and gave me an F and kicked me out. So there we go.
That works. Fair enough.
Yeah, so we are here doing afternoon of day 8 and the morning of day 9. And we've had a couple of days here with the super secret undercover ninja cop who finally had to remove his mask like he lost a WWE match. So the argument there, in case you missed, he's had his mask on since he got there because he has a $50,000 bounty on his head and he's scared to testify, not for himself but for the safety of his family. Well, that lasted about a day and a half until the defense walked in with a cell phone and went, this Cash App, that's your wife's Cash App? That's got like the picture of your whole family as her profile picture? Yeah. All right. Mask off. And the judge went, yeah, mask off. So yeah, that lasted as long until his wife, who's terrified and who he's terrified for, just has the whole family smiling happily on her Cash App profile. So mask off. And they've just been reading texts. How much did you watch of this yesterday?
What time did I finally zonk out? So would have been 1, 2 o'clock your time, I think, when I finally.
All right, so right about lunchtime, but yeah, it was just that whole thing all day long. These gang texts allegedly, and they had to have the white guy translate them for us. I do like how they just kept saying translate the texts.
That was
because
so
it's
painful.
Well, that's apparently what we've got lined up for the rest of today too. So yay! That's why I sent you the text and said no.
Huh?
That's literally why I sent you the text saying if you're bored and masochistic, you feel free to pop in. So yeah, he's going to be back on the stand, sans mask, and deciphering some more text messages for us. So here's where we are so far in this trial. And I think the prosecution is dropping the ball very, 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 very poorly because, well, very, very well. Whatever doing something poorly effectively is. They're really sucking. That's what I meant to say. She's dropping the ball
magnificently.
Yeah, that's a good way. But she's dropping the ball magnificently in this. Because they started out with a very good piece of evidence, with 2 very good pieces of evidence, which I think the jury may be forgetting at this point because they're getting bogged down with nonsense. They start out with a video from this recording studio where they were just before the shooting, showing the defendant getting in the back rear passenger side of the vehicle. Then they have the ballistics guy triangulating the path of the bullets that seem to come from somewhere around the the rear driver's side seat. Sorry, he got in the rear driver's side seat, which is sort of seems to be where the bullets may have been coming from, and the alleged drive-by bullets on the side. Nobody was buying those, and then we just get bogged down on all this other stuff for the last 6 days, and we've been arguing over whether or not this is his cell phone for days now. And that's mostly what all of this was supposed to do yesterday, was to show that this is his phone because he's sending all of these messages from this phone. The defense, of course, is arguing this is not just his phone, it's the production company's phone and everybody uses it. And the prosecution saying, well, I don't think so, because here's all the messages. He's sending his driver's license pictures, his credit card pictures. He's talking to his mom. He's talking to everybody else. He's sending all these messages. He's talking about all the gang stuff. So I think they have effectively proven if it's not exclusively his phone, it is nearly exclusively his phone. So what they're going to be, and they're doing this by showing text messages from way before the murders, near the murders, and way after the murders. So to sort of establish the timeline that this has gone on for a lengthy period of time, him using this phone. Mm-hmm. We've established that the phone is his, but I assume the prosecution is going to continue to argue that he's in a gang. I guess that's the two things Undercover guy was doing, showing that the messages were coming from his phone, and also the undercover cop gang guy is showing that he is part of the blood gang because the Bloods are scary, you know. And so
I missed part of it, but did your theory that they set him up for this hold any more weight after the afternoon session?
Well, we're going to watch the afternoon session now. That's what we're doing here.
Oh, sorry, I meant after the half that I missed. So
nope, we ended right at lunch, not too long after you apparently went to sleep. So
there you
go. We're going to flesh that out some more today. But reading Law and Crime chat for this, I read a few minutes of that, and unfortunately I think I need this witness to help decipher things for me, because 95% of the Law and Crime chat is utterly unintelligible, for the same reason that those text messages were unintelligible. But it seems like even the people in the Law and Crime chat aren't believing that he was a real Blood. So, and I think that's they were testing him, that he was failing. He was using it for his own clout, and gangs tend to want to use your position for their clout, not vice versa. So that's where we are, and Chandler may or may not be here if she ever wakes up, and if she is willing to join. She has the thing. What is that thing? Link. All right. Everybody stop on over to Aussie Overlord. Make sure you're subscribed to him. Where are we sitting on subscriptions these days?
Still hovering more or less at the 27,000 mark. Haven't really gone above 2718 to 2722-ish. Goes back.
Cool. But well, let's get those subscriptions in. And for me, where are we sitting? We are sitting at 37,864. So, what is that? What does that mean? We need 46 more to get me to 37,900. So that's my goal for today, to get up to 37,900. So like the video, subscribe to everything that everybody's done, and make sure that you like all of this, because we like you. And then come back and take this like and subscribe poll today, which says smash the like and subscribe buttons and let me know if you're ready for more text messages. Yes, I have a cocktail. Ready to chill and smoke legally. Sure, through the power of booze. And yeah, I'm already dead inside, which is the front runner at this point in time. And to start it off, we have 2 super chats, and then we're going to go straight into this. Adara the Wholesome, time for my cocktail. Well, let's bring it up. Why not? Time for my cocktail of the day. I call it Sleep Aid. Pour in a cool glass, some ice, and some whiskey. Don't drink it. Take a Benadryl and go to bed. Nah. Drink the whiskey and put the drugs aside. An American Dreamer. Good to see you here. What's up, American Dreamer? Hoping these donations will get me to heaven. If not, they'll just get you a little closer to hell. Don't know why I said that, but if heaven's the place you want to be, hell's going to be more fun, and I'm going to be there.
I'll save your seat.
All right. Well, my mom's waiting already, so You know, just tell her that I let you sit there. All right. Before the tequila takes effect, I think we're ready to go. That's it. Are you ready, Hayden? Are you ready for some more gang text messages?
Let me get my really big packet of Jack Links. Not that I'm sponsored or anything. I'm hoping eventually that.
That's why you blurted out, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, if I don't put it in front of my face, it will.
Yeah,
like the.
I know. I hate that.
But anyway.
No,
Big
see,
bag of jerky.
I need to make some beef jerky. Dang it! All right. Well, here we go. Let's bring it up and see what happens. We're going to be watching this at 1.25 speed, and I'm sure no one will be too hurt by that. The prosecutor talks a little bit fast at the beginning, but everything slows back down when the undercover officer attempts to read the text messages. All righty, here's Judge Crypt Keeper. All right.
Counsel, ready to proceed?
Yeah, okay, Detective, we had talked about and shown you what's been previously marked as state's XXX for identification.
Triple X. We're 30. We're like 15 seconds into it, and it's already triple X. This is gonna be a spicy one. Oh, and people told me to shut up last night because I was just talking. I was too animated last night, apparently. No, I'm not gonna be quieter.
We're only 20 minutes in. I cannot start swearing already.
Yeah, I know.
20
20 minutes. Well, I guess we are. Yeah.
Between the 9807 phone number and individual identified as Ben.
Yes.
Here at this time, state requesting of state XXX in and publish.
Objection? Objection is on grounds for your
Good Lord! We're 30 seconds in and we have a sidebar already. I love this trial. This is the best.
71.
God, that didn't take very long, did it? Holy crap.
Now permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you.
Does that mean she's a published lawyer?
Well, she certainly knows Steve Gosney.
Detective Polo, starting on page 1 out of 57 on this is this first text. If you could read that out loud, please.
This bang hit me up real quick. HM hit me up.
Okay, and so this conversation is between an individual that's labeled as Bang and the 9807.
Sebastian
phone number
Muller,
again?
thank you so much for doing the conversion for me from the Danish krona. Each time I hear the state prosecutor talking, all I hear, hello, darkness, my old friend. Not that silly remake, the original Simon and Garfunkel. That's the only thing I ever hear. Disturbed me. All right. But thank you so much for the super chat. The new Vice Racks of the day.
I want to go forward on this.
Yes.
Well, apparently got
So
hacked.
in terms of starting at through here, in terms of the message here on September 6, 2018.
Yes.
What is that message say? Page 4.
Okay, this is like 6 weeks before the murder.
And the response from the Bang message is what?
Shit, yeah. Hey, you beefing with that in green dude?
And what is the response?
I don't even consider it beef and word cat.
And in terms of the word cap, is that used in any specific context in these messages?
Yeah, capping just means like he's not taking it serious. It's just, you know, they're talking trash to each other.
Do you think he's making any of this up?
In terms of the word slime, again, do you see that
Sadly,
in messages on
no.
page 5?
Yes.
Slime, yeah.
That's how he refers to the subject.
Okay, and I believe again back on, So going forward to
Wasn't Oscar the Grouch's pet worm named Slimy?
Mm-hmm.
September 19th, 2018.
Okay. 5 weeks before the murder?
What does the person identified as Bang ending in 5054 say?
Okay.
7. Yes.
At the studio, what's the knowledge blood?
Okay. Going forward to the bottom of page 8. The last word in this message on September 20th, 2018, 6:28 p.m. What does that tell you about the person composing that message?
The person is continuing to use blood-related language by taking out the C's and using either B's or other letters. In this case, A.
Get it? Crib is brib. Clever little people.
On September 23rd, 2018, there's a page or a screenshot of a Instagram or social media page that is sent. What is the message that's asked?
It's you, blood.
And what's the response?
Hell no. Fan page. Send a pic to me though.
Oh,
And
send
in
date
terms
pic.
of the picture that is sent in return on page 10. That is, for the record, States Publishing has been previously admitted as State 62. In
I
terms
would
of
be
the
hoping
middle
that's a
of the
deep fake,
year,
otherwise he should be
back
very,
in
very
the-
embarrassed by that photo.
Is there, you mentioned regional differences in the way individuals and gangs work. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about the Louisiana
I'm with a
New
fat boy
Orleans-
now. Hey, what a
Fat
coincidence.
boy.
So am I. And I only have a mirror.
So, East Coast Bloods operate under the UBN. It's for some
Well, that's
reason,
getting clipped.
and it's not really something we've been able to tell is Louisiana Bloods don't fall under kind of like the same structure as the other gangs within the UBN. For some reason, Louisiana Bloods will claim their hoods, their neighborhoods. So instead of repping G-Shine, GKB, something like that, or Nitrate, they'll just rep a hood that they're from. So if they're from 40th Avenue and Baton Rouge or Holly Grove in Louisiana, then they'll rep those hoods. And they might be Bloods from those hoods, that's what they rep. Instead of falling under the major UBN alliances or sets.
Okay, so going on to page 12, the individual that's been identified as Bang in the messages, what does he say?
I just made it back to Baton Rouge.
And then the next one?
Excuse me. Just checking on you, blood. Be safe.
Okay, that's about 4 weeks before the shooting. See, they're just using it to show he's part of the Bloods because he says blood every time you turn around. People call him blood, etc.,
Page
etc.
13, from the individual labeled as Bang, what does he say?
Says, laughing out loud. You on the move, blood? I like that. You be motivating me.
More blood
And that
talk.
was in response to a question from the 9807.
Right. He says, damn, I'm gonna be in LA.
So I want to go through the 9807 number on page 19. I'm sorry, 16.
Must
for
have been
defense
correct. I have
counsel.
no desire to die from alcohol poisoning.
10/13, 2018, 11:16 p.m. Has that same SLAT, S-L-A-T-T. Is that something that you've seen all through these messages?
Yeah, it's commonly used blood call out, black, slat, brat.
Okay.
Just things that they
Jane,
say.
you
Doesn't
ignorant
represent
slat.
a blood or you're talking to a blood. You're supposed to use the lingo as we've previously discussed, as it's stated in the Bibles.
Okay, going into, again, still page 16, moving down to the message of October 13, 2018 at 11:17 p.m.
The 9807 number states in North Carolina, getting ready for this show. Obviously, he's taking out the C in North Carolina, replacing it with a big B. Bloods.
And then the response from the 5054 Bang number.
We have Chandler signed, so she'll be here in a bit.
I'm about to head to Gotti's concert at SQL. I was just checking in on you, blood.
Okay.
SNL when it was
Page
new and
17,
funny.
October
When SNL
14th,
was funny in
2018.
1975.
Can you read that one and then explain what it's meaning?
9807 number asks, you know someone selling a glizzy?
What?
Glizzy is a slang term for a Glock.
Of course it is. A glizzy?
Then continuing
Got a
on
glizzy my nizzy.
to the next page on page 18. What is the 9807 asking at, again, October 14th, 2018?
He again asks, without putting a question mark, but any gun, basically saying I'll take any gun.
Okay.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Time out. Time out. That has a not so good timestamp. Oh, we got to go back. I forget we're on 1.25 speed here. This is on the, I think this is on the morning of the murder. Eee. Let's go back a little bit here.
14 October 2018.
Oh, okay. So it's like a week. Still, he's asking for a gun a week before the murder. That ain't good. Yeah, you know somebody selling a Glock? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Gotta say, that does not look very good, does it?
Look, optics, no. Still, it's pretty circumstantial.
Yes. But the circumstantial evidence is beginning to pile up a little bit. Right, that's yeah. Well, shoot. All right. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
just want to check for the vegans in the audience that me chewing on the flesh is not too loud.
Okay, these guys were this is so dumb. Doesn't look good. See, this is like the details of this murder are getting bogged down in the prosecution. They're forgetting to mention that the murders occurred around 3:20 a.m. on October 26th. So it's almost 2 weeks, I guess. Almost 2 weeks before the murders. He's asking for a gun. The shootings happened around 3:20 a.m. and it was an hour and 15 minutes before they went to the hospital. So what could have been done there? They got to fill in some blanks. But anyway, so that's the date to keep in mind when we're talking about how close to the murder date these texts happened. So he's asking for a gun 12 days before, a Glock before the murders.
Then continuing on to the next page on page 18. What is the 9807 asking at, again, October 14th, 2018?
He again asks, without putting a question mark, but any gun, basically saying I'll take any gun.
Okay. Going on to October 26, 2018 at 4:45 a.m.
All right. So this text is about what 4:42 a.m. 7 minutes after the vehicle got to the hospital. So about an hour and 20 minutes after the shooting. That's when he drops the pin and says, "Pick me up."
And I'll make it a little bit bigger. Page 20.
3220 Southwest 192nd Avenue, Miramar, Florida, 33029. I'm on my way right now, buddy.
That doesn't look good.
I'm going down to the 9807 messages on October 26, 2018, 44611 and 44619. What does the 9807 number say about Wayne?
On this one?
Yes.
All right, bro. Ain't nobody picking up.
And then the next one?
Shit crazy. AF as fuck. Right now. Blood. What the fuck?
Okay. And in response to that, what does the number identified as Bang 5054 say?
Bang responds, I'm on my way. Blood, I got you.
Okay. And in terms of the locations or anything like that, you did not analyze any of that data?
No.
Okay. Going on to October 27th of 2018, 3:22 a.m. What does that say?
You good, bud?
And that's coming from which
It's a
individual?
day after the shooting, so now they're just
Okay.
checking up on him, I guess.
Again, the 9807 phone number at this point says on October 27, 2018, 3:25 a.m. A response?
Hell yeah. Appreciate everything, bud. I love you.
Continuing on to page 22. Again, the 5054 bang, Frito Bang number says what?
I love you too, blood. I told you I'm just a phone call away.
Going to the 9807 again, it's 1027, 3:37 a.m. What terminology and how is it used by the 9807 phone?
First time is blood again.
Okay.
Yeah, blood, blood, blood. We know blood. Yeah.
And the last
blood.
message on 1031, 2018 on page 22 with the use of the word slime again.
It says I already bought it, slime.
And the response on
No.
October,
Go ahead. Sorry. No, it states love you, blood.
that's at the top of page 23. Going on to page 24, what does the 9807 phone number say out?
The album Riding Blood, no cap.
Continuing on October 31st, is there another blood reference by the 5054 bang?
Yeah, there might
Yes.
be right there where it says blood.
Blood.
Again, at the bottom of page 25, does the 9807 use slang or in terms of endearment associated with the blood gang members?
Yes, same use of the word blood.
Based on your review of these messages, would you categorize Frito Bang as a member of G-Shine?
Mm, not based off these messages.
Okay. Continuing on to page 27, November 1st, 2018. What does the number associated with Frito Bang state
Oh, good
to the
God.
9807 number?
Just calls him blood.
Repeatedly.
And in response to that, what does the 9807 state back?
What it is, blood.
This is like the Monty Python Australian skit. All right, Bruce. Hello,
Going
Bruce.
down to
Bruce.
page
Good on, Bruce.
29.
How you doing, Bruce?
Little 11/2/2018, 4:30 p.m.
Blood? Blood? Or doctor?
What does this
Doctor?
text message say
Doctor?
from the 9807 phone number?
Doctor.
States
Good mashup
Dolly
is in there.
and Dora, blood. That's a brother.
Dora, Dora, Dora the Blooda.
And again, the 9807 phone number on page 30 on November 2nd, 2018.
Says, damn, do your thing, show your ass, blood.
This is where punctuation is important. This punctuation means things. There's a big difference between damn, period, do your thing, period, show your ass, comma, blood, and dang, do your thing, show your ass blood. There's a punctuation is really important, guys, even in text messages. Do your thing, show your ass blood. Oh, punctuation.
And then on November 2nd, 2018, 5:46 p.m. on page 31.
Yeah, I'm a sprinter, blood.
On page 33, on November 2nd, 2018, 9:16.
Skit, that was real, Bruce.
Bang, calls out him again, states blood.
And the response from the 9807 number?
Slap.
Slat.
And then again here on page 34, the first message up
Dear
here.
God, now I'm worried that someone will ever get a hold of my text messages and think I'm in a gang.
The
the,
bank number.
The typographic, the typos are really getting to me now.
Okay.
Wait, I
And
gotta
then
reposition
on
here.
response from the 9807.
I think you meant the right where you at, but it's a WYO. So WYO, but I'm gonna hate the studio.
Okay.
I have no idea what that means. Not a clue.
And
Translation
then
not
continuing
provided.
on 9807, does it use another slang term for associated with blood?
Same continued use of the term blood.
Okay.
Blada.
Again, on November 13th, the top of page 35, another
Yes.
use of that terminology.
Yes.
Going now to November 13th, 2018. On this specific message from the 9807 phone number, what does it say?
Condo.
And what is significant about the way it is spelled?
There's no C in it. You put a K, same thing.
Why didn't they say
Replacing the C with a
Bondo?
different letter.
Okay. And again, on
This
November
week on
14th,
Bondo
page
Beach.
37, on the word location. What is done about that?
Location? Oh,
Same, does the
Christ.
same exact thing. Send location. He's going out of his way to take out the C's and put.
I'm done with my drink. Send
The
libations.
response from the individual identified as the 5054 Frito Bang number.
He sends his contact location.
And then I'm sorry, down here at the bottom, 11/15/2018.
I refuse to believe that a bunch of gangbangers are using the lifestyle choices of Marie Kondo to assist them in their lives.
Again, on now page 38 from the 5054 Frito Bang number.
He says, send that bitch blood.
On this episode of Bondo Beach, Hayden goes surfing.
Again, on page 39 from the 5054 number.
Blood again.
And the
Assuming they go
response.
surfing on Bondi Beach. Okay. It's never seen 5 seconds of the show. I just know it exists.
You know, you wouldn't think that they could have like 10 seasons worth of drama from that, but yeah.
11/22/2018 message. from
Well, we're on
9807.
season 847 of Real Housewives of New Jersey. So
Happy Thanksgiving, my blood.
I can't even think of what we're on Neighbours.
Continuing on to
Oh, no,
November
Neighbours,
23rd,
Neighbours got cancelled. Home and Away
Game
story.
his blood.
okay.
they're just reading 500 text messages. They blood.
Now
What
the
up, blood?
5054
Hey,
at
blood.
the
Get blood. Hey,
41
blood. Blood.
says
Blood.
what?
Blood. Yeah. Okay.
What up, blood?
We know.
And the response from on page 41 from
Bondi
the
Rescue.
phone number.
Says,
With
you good,
Hayden.
blood? Just checking up on you.
Oh.
Or checking on you, sorry. Takes out the C for checking. Puts a B.
Okay, again,
Bondi Rescue.
on
Hayden gets
page
stung by jellyfish.
43, the 5054 Bang, Frito Bang number, what does it say?
Just reach out to him, calling him blood.
Blood.
And the response?
Gang.
Gang.
Well, yeah, gang. Rescue. Oh, it's one of those things from Star Wars.
It's a fairy penguin.
Again, on page 45,
It's
November
okay.
28, 2018. How does the 5054
What
number
does the mean Jeff
Reach
reach out
again?
to the 9807 phone number?
Same way by calling him blood again.
Good God. I'm so glad I didn't decide
And
to.
9807
take a
number
shot
on
every time they
November
say
28,
blood.
2018, the top of page 46, makes a statement that says what?
I'm bumming from Miami. So I'm coming from Miami.
They don't really talk like this. They're just making this shit up.
And then again on page 47,
He reaches out to him, calls him.
Oh, this is
And the
all
response
just to
from the
pump
9807
themselves up
phone
and
number?
make them feel like
Phone was
more
in the other room,
machismo
but-
than they actually are.
Sebastian, if we skip this, we're literally going to the end.
going on
This
to
is
page
it. This
50.
is all they do.
On December 11th, again, a call out by the 5054
Hunting
number.
sensations. I would give
Frito
anything
Bang
to leave a
saying
ring
what?
whistle right about now.
And the response from the 9807 number.
What's good, blood?
Surprise, the text said blood. I should have gone with the absinthe-based cocktail.
Continuing on to page 52, the 9807 number says what?
As someone that has recently hallucinated from absinthe, probably don't need to
And
do
in
that on screen.
response, The 5054 Frito Bang number says,
Probably.
I don't remember what LLYT stands for. Blood, I'm about to call you.
okay.
Lit blood.
And the response from the
Surely they
9807.
call them the clots.
Bet, blood.
December
I hope so.
29th, 2018.
You good, blood?
So what do you
And
think?
response
Does this
from the 9807 phone number?
Hell yeah, blood. Love.
The December 29th, 2018.
Just checking on
At
you,
this
buddy.
point, if I'm on this jury,
And
I'm
the response?
going to
I'm
find
already
in
knowing
favor
that.
of the defendant just because she's pissed me off with this.
Right. And again, they're doing all of this
Okay,
to show
so
that he was in
effective,
the
I think,
blood.
Final on this,
She just said final.
Oh.
I think she just said final. I hope she didn't say final on this page.
which just covers through February of 2019. The last
Focus, woman,
on page
focus.
56.
Well, so we can see blood
50,
again.
54 on January 26, 2019 says what?
Blood. Just blood.
And before that on January 25th.
Love you, blood.
Okay. And the response from the 9807 number.
What's up, blood?
Don't let
God,
the
people
alcohol
was a
bottle
joke.
you
Let it
up.
go.
So, Detective, did you also have the opportunity to look through photos?
Yes.
I'm showing.
Okay, that was
previously
interesting.
shown to count-
Hang on. Gotta go
I
back
don't
in
think-
time.
No, I don't think you're using that word
On
appropriately.
page
You said interesting.
56.
Which word?
Interesting.
But no, listen to this. Listen to this. I may have been mistaken, but I think she said. I think he said something very interesting.
5054 on January 26, 2019 says what?
Blood. Just blood.
And before that on January 25th?
Love you, blood.
Okay. And the response from the 9807 number?
What's up, blood?
So, Detective, did you also have the opportunity to look through photos?
No, I was absolutely incorrect. Nothing of any interest whatsoever was said. Apologies. I stand corrected. Literally nothing of any value was just said there. But again, all of these texts that have been introduced are to show that the defendant, whose phone we believe this to be, is in a gang. Which gang?
Yeah.
I don't know. What gang do you think he might be in, Ozzy? He asked rhetorically.
I'm assuming the Bloods, but see,
That would be
the
good
trouble
guess.
that I have with that is that if anybody has at any point done any sort of search on the internet as to what blood actually means, it's also just an affectionate term between members of a certain race. It's the same as saying brother, just in a different manner. So, I mean, if there's anyone even remotely that is knowledgeable in that on the jury, all this is just completely irrelevant.
Yeah. Yeah. But again, so what the two arguments here are: this is his phone. See, we showed it's his phone because there's all these text messages addressed to him and he's responding to them. Nobody else. It's all his phone. And he's also in a big scary gang because he says blood like every third word. And the defense's argument is everybody uses that phone. You can't pin that phone on my dude.
It's a communal phone.
That's what they're arguing. It belongs to the production company. The name on the phone, I don't know who it's registered to. I think it might be registered to his mother or something. But the name on the phone is Sack Chaser. One of the deceased, and so the defense is saying it is the production company phone and everybody uses it. And the prosecution is saying, well, and by everybody he means the defendant. So we'll have to see where this goes. Apparently now we get some pictures to break up the monotony.
Yes.
I'm showing what's been previously shown to counsel marked as for identification purposes as state triple Y. An opportunity to look through these images.
Always as well.
Yes, but start with just the images. Have you reviewed those images before coming into court?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict images of the defendant?
Yes.
To go now through the reports. Might be some of the images from those same chats and reports that we've seen, as well as others from this particular phone.
Yes.
In terms of the videos that are on this, have you had the opportunity to watch these videos before coming into court?
Yes.
We get videos too. Sweet.
The videos that were on the 9807 phone.
Yes.
Here at this time, the state requesting that states triple Y in and published to the jury.
Is there any objection? Same objection as previously.
States triple Y would be marked state 72.
Submitted.
That is one USC. So I'm going to start with the videos.
The fuck was that?
Just put that one in the closet.
Wow.
The individuals
I'm pretty sure I've seen this chick on the right on The Walking Dead somewhere.
Yes, actually.
that are identified
And I don't mean Michonne
This
or one of the
particular-
others. I mean like one of the zombies. Anyway, sorry.
Live photo / video from the iPhone. Do you recognize those individuals?
Yes, I'm like,
Okay, so I'm going to start with the person on the far left in the black shirt.
that's Portland.
Okay, the next individual in the blue
Portland,
shirt,
Dick.
with green stripe and RS on the front of it.
Mr. Demons.
Okay, going on across to the person
He's a
on the
little
far
boy,
right,
isn't he?
the photo with the long dreads, the
The defendant is the tiniest dude here. These three chicks are like, okay, I'm assuming the one in the white in the middle is a chick. But, no, well, wait a minute. I'm confused. Are any of these women? I don't know. There's no tits on the one in the red pants. Don't know about the two on either side of him.
The one in the red pants has a killer mustache, so I'm going to go with it's a dude.
Is that a mustache?
That's what it looks like to me.
Could be. Whatever. I'm just confused by this whole picture. All right, yeah. We're embiggening it, and I don't know what the fuck that zombie thing on the right is. But, okay, I'm thinking it's dude, zombie chick. That's my guess, and I'm sticking to it. If anyone in chat disagrees, give me your lineup of the front row. Dude, zombie chick. Not Michonne. Definitely not Michonne. Michonne's hot. This is just a fucking zombie. So, if anybody disagrees with my lineup of dude, zombie chick, let me know. All right.
I think it might be four dudes.
Think it might be four dudes?
It's the teeth. I mean, generally, ladies still have more respect for themselves than to go the full gold grill, don't they?
I don't fucking know. I'm a 53-year-old white guy living in Korea. What the fuck do I know about any of this?
That's a good point.
I don't have a clue anymore. I give up.
I believe that's track.
Are there gang
All
signs
dudes.
or symbols that are being shown in this particular image?
Well, the colors, some of them are wearing color red, and then you have Mr. Demons drawing out GKB with one hand, and the other hand just east side. Those are two signs.
Okay. The Chicago Bulls hat in the background, is that something that's associated with a blood gang?
Yeah.
We're the
Bloodhound
Bloodhound gang.
Typically wear.
Whenever there's trouble, we're here on the double.
Mont Pyru.
We're
gang
the
members typically wear that a
Bloodhound
little more
gang.
because it's similar to one of their symbols, which the subject in the white shirt is throwing out. So the Mont Pyru makes an M.
What you thinking? Wishbone.
And then the subject's obviously wearing all red. This is one of the subjects in the picture is wearing almost all red. Mr. Demons is wearing plenty of red shoes, red highlights on the shirt with some green.
Okay. So I'm going to go forward and publish, and that was, for the record, image_0162.mov. So I'm going to go and publish image_0300.
Yeah, you see that shit, you know what I'm saying? Come up on that shit. She aware of how political is. See the YNW? See the you took a rip. See that shit, man. You niggas, one of the niggas, them go like full national.
So the individual that's in that, recognize that person?
Mr. Demons.
And last but not least, image 278.mov.
What the fuck was
No
that?
bitch for the shit I did. That also means for the niggas out.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh, 30 a.m. Never say when.
So Detective Malone asks, are you a Kevin Gates fan?
Yeah, I'm a Kevin Gates fan.
Are you familiar with the Kevin Gates song 4:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Is some of that last video that we just watched consistent with that lyrics?
Yeah. Variation of the song.
Okay. Does the Kevin Gates song 4:30 a.m. include the lyrics never say when?
I believe so.
Does it say both of them?
Don't think so.
So continuing on to go through some of the other photos that are now as part of this exhibit. And this is image _1038. Can you identify the individual as Mr.
Dude
Dennis
skipped
in
leg
this
day.
photo?
Yes, the subject wearing green with the name Melvin written on his tracksuit.
And is he showing
Ah!
What?
Hang on. That's where the dogs are eating the trash. I'll be back.
Just east side.
going into image 160. What are we looking at here?
They really commonly use blood hand signs, so a lot of blood, B-L-O-O-D, using both hands.
Like, is that supposed to be a weapon?
And in terms of this image, who are we looking at in this image?
So Mr. Devon's using both hands to throw up the big B's for blood.
And is this the same jacket from the previous photo?
Yes. At least it appears to be. There's a lot more zoomed in.
Moving on to
Coke nail. Okay.
the next image here.
Let that all be a lesson to you, people. You got to get the doggo cam released early because you just missed Yoda walking in the room with like a giant container of yogurt stuck on his face. That's when I was alerted to the fact there may be a problem. Oh, Lord, what is this? Is this Melly?
Yeah, they've been showing him making all sorts of symbols with his hands and trying to... What the hell is with those glasses?
I would say why, but why is he wearing Dame Edna glasses? It's Melly Everidge, his long-lost nephew. It's what the? All right, let's go. Oh, all right. As long as we're stopped here for my nonsense. Mavia, glizzy is slang for a hot dog. What the heck? I will admit I've never referred to a hot dog as a glizzy in my life, but now I'm gonna be like, hey babe, want a glizzy?
I knew someone that referred to a glizzy as a glazed donut, but they were fat. They were a fat ass, so it sort of made sense.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like, hey, no time to this, babe. It's glizzy time.
Oh, jeez.
Jack Bauer with a €10 super chat. Whenever I read such mega intelligent conversation between early 20-year-olds, I think to myself, yep, our pensions are safe. And greetings from Glizzy Manufacturer Company. Hey, babe, want a glizzy tonight? Glizzy right here. Unhung hero. Jeff just out there misgendering blacks. Lol. Tell me he does not look like an uptight librarian chick here.
I see that. I can see that.
Or like
that book is 2 days overdue. Yeah. I can actually hear it in my head.
Or like Shanae from In Living Color, one of the two. Eric Hawk with a $10 super chat. Feed the doggos so they don't need to eat trash. Well, the dogs are well fed. In fact, as we speak, Yoda is hyperventilating and licking the wall. It's just how bulldogs are built. So yeah, we had to feed the doggo thing. And Unhung Hero is Melly gay. He's setting off my gaydar. No, he just likes Dame Edna Everidge glasses and Shanae haircut and a fete. Is that a vest? Something? Whatevs. All right. Now that's a chick, Jeff says Porcelain Thunder. All right, let's get back into this. Oh, Lord. You guys crack me up.
What is shown in this photo?
Mr. Devon's putting a big B up to his forehead.
With a token white guy in the back.
Does he count as white? He could be Puerto Rican.
Jeff, wrong show. Oh, Shanae, that was from Martin, wasn't it? Yeah, you're right. It was from Martin. I believe, yeah. What was he in Living Color? The one the character that Jim Carrey did. Yeah, Shanae was from Martin.
One we're looking at here, image_0194.png. What is that?
They're not seriously going to pinch and zoom that, are they?
Photograph located on the phone.
Nope.
The document forwarded to him.
And in terms of going through the phone, did you see numerous screen captures like this?
Yeah, there's a lot, like more than the count at this point. I went through thousands of images, and a lot of screenshots, and FaceTimes with Mr. Devon's on the small camera with the camera function to switch the camera, showing that he's the one holding that phone that is screenshotting the picture.
Not a homie.
So going to this photo here, image 1.jpg. Are there common handshakes and gestures that are done?
Jamie
between
Foxx,
different members of
Wanda.
the Bloods or acknowledge one another?
Yes.
Going on to this image, is Mr. Demmons doing any hand signs in this one?
It's kind of blurry. You can't really tell what he's doing in his hand.
Okay.
I'm more worried about what his other hand is doing. Why is he grabbing his
So
crotch
I'm
like
gonna
that?
go through now These images.
Kinda wishes he had one.
They're going to full of these images found in open
This is
source
the
hardware
poster for
documentation.
National Cerebral Palsy Awareness Month.
Yes, I found those on, I believe this was YouTube.
Okay, and you identify the defendant in this photograph?
Yes.
Which one is he?
The subject in the center wearing black with the 5-point star he made with his hands.
And can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury why the 5-point star is important to know?
The 5-point
Get
star
out of the
is
way
a
so I can see this chick behind him.
application. They use
Unless
the
that's a
5-point
dude,
star,
I don't know.
As opposed to
I think we're fairly safe.
people of Folk Nation, Crips, GDs, they use the 6-point star. So the 5-point star is indicative of anyone that falls under People Nation, and then the UBN and or Bloods.
Okay. So I'll go to the next photo here. Is this from another one of his publicly available videos?
Yes, another video that's posted online.
And what gang signs and symbols are shown in this particular?
I don't have the finger
No,
dexterity to be a gang member, I guess.
Is there any difference between the big B and the little b?
Just a different way to throw it up, just different hand signs.
Okay.
Just put them together sometimes and throw up a stack.
Okay.
I can do that.
Stack says what?
Depending on what you're trying to say, sometimes a subject can see an enemy on the street, they know this person's from a different gang.
Isn't that like a white supremacist hand sign?
I'm so-and-so, I'm with this gang.
I don't know.
This is where I'm from.
I don't pay.
That's what I was
Or
told. The
just
OK
use
sign is a
symbols.
white supremacist
Identify
sign.
yourself to another blood, letting you know your blood too.
Okay. And the image that we're looking at here, what is these gang signs or symbols is he throwing up in this one?
Same thing, it's cut off, but it's the bees.
And going on to this next one.
Same hand signs, the big bees.
I'm fairly certain that I've made similar hand signs to that when I'm trying to make shadow puppets for Scarlet. You
And
know?
again, on this one,
This is
That's
a
a
dog.
GKB hand sign, it's that right there. It's different.
How do you make a
And on this one?
platypus?
Big bees, same ones like from the previous pictures.
You start with a beaver,
is then on this
take
one
it
here.
dark,
Big bee hand sign, same one from the other ones.
put him in a room with some Marvin Gaye and a little red wine.
That's another form of throwing up the 5-point crown. It's a variation of the missing finger there.
You mentioned Ola and GKB.
Yeah.
What does this image demonstrate?
This is a well-known GKB gang member. He goes by Big Ola, GKB, that's his handle. This is his
Big Ola?
screenshot of social media. As I stated before, Ola is a term used by the Bloods. It means blood. And typically, members of the Blood gang will use some of this language in their handles. And he's doing the same hand sign, the same GKB hand sign, that hand sign right there.
And the
All right, so he's in the fucking gang.
shirt.
You shine, I shine, we all shine. It's a very
Yes, I did know the male
shine,
platypi are
shine, shine, shine.
venomous.
Okay. Another image from one of the publicly available videos. What does it show?
It's Mr. Demmons, his hair is painted red, and he's going up the bees for the enemy.
And in this particular image, what does it show?
That's the rapper Trippy Red, who happens to be a Blood, and he's putting a red bandana styled jacket
going,
on Mr. Demmons.
On you, Sebastian. I'll make sure he points it out when he gets to the next round of Super Chats.
I'm getting there. Don't worry, Sebastian. Your generosity will be duly noted. Chill the fuck out. Don't interrupt the busy shit. Come on, people. All right, we have to interrupt this exciting, riveting testimony to mention that Sebastian Muller has just gifted 20 Legal Vices memberships, and by just, I mean 15 minutes ago. So if you're one of the lucky 20, give him a big shout out and say thank you.
Okay, Detective, we've gone through a number of items. In terms of, can you summarize for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about the number of times the defendant admits to criminal gang membership?
every single one of these videos and photographs that are posted where he's referencing G-Shine, throwing up G-Shine, writing it as basically as the title of his album, and representing G-Shine, those are all admissions. Be the same thing as, someone walking around wearing a police uniform. They're telling you who they belong to, who they belong, who they run with.
That segues into the number of times where he adopts the style or dress of a criminal gang.
Right.
Can you point out the specific examples?
We're fairly close to the cut cage.
That were indicative of
To unlocking the achievement.
Plenty of photographs that I went through on the cell phone extraction where Mr. Dennis is wearing primarily red. He also uses the color green, and with that, uses emojis significant to Bloods, East Coast Bloods, like the blood draw, the big B emoji, and the little snake for slime.
Okay. In terms of the hand signs, so there's some images that we just went over on that. Also,
the bag came off yesterday morning.
With one or more known criminal gang members, can you describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury the number of associates you were able to document and show in the videos and pictures we just went through?
When I was originally going through all the documents and the phone, started identifying people off of the photographs, he associated with many, many different Bloods, and I have at least, if you want to just count the ones that he was communicating with directly, was the subject Goon, Isaiah Hebrewer, who was trying to recruit him into one G-Shine set.
Goon, Isaiah Hebrewer, okay.
Did recruit him into that G-Shine set. His godfather, Stretch, Keith Evan.
And Rita Castillo has been a member for 4 months of the Clean and Sober crew.
High-ranking Blood.
And as long as we're interrupting this riveting testimony, let's interrupt it for Chandler Remington.
Good morning. Morning, Hayden. Lovely to see you.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. Oh, the voice is coming through lovely and clear. I take it you got the... Did you upgrade the PC or did you fix the audio port?
Is it actually sounding better, really?
It is amazingly better, yeah.
Oh, God, I'm so glad. I was on with StreamYard tech support for like hours last night, talking to 2 very incompetent people until I finally figured out that I needed to be using Firefox instead of Chrome. So that's what I'm doing, and apparently I sound better.
I use Edge.
There you go.
So,
Edgy.
Yeah. Well, Chrome is notorious for just bogging the system down and making things worse. But you sound marvelous. Just don't touch anything.
I'm so glad to hear that. I have my little stand on a towel, and I'm going to be getting a boom, so we'll work it out. Thanks, guys. I'm glad to hear it's better.
It sounds like a lovely Shure microphone.
It is not. It is just the Blue Yeti.
Well, then plug your Shure in. It'd sound even better.
I will try that eventually, but not right now.
Okay. Wow. All righty. Well, we've missed an hour of text messages. Do we need to go back and start over again for your edification?
Was it very exciting?
Out of the last hour, probably 56 minutes was him reading the word blood.
I did see him in the Dame Edna glasses at the librarian look. I liked that very much. I thought it was very, very compelling. I liked it. Yeah. Anyway, nothing. There's nothing that interesting that I missed, is there?
Nope.
Okay.
Bandler, you're here. The handler, you're here. Yes.
Yes, that is my blood name apparently.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's just been them hammering the home that they believe it's his phone, and they believe he's a member of the notorious Bloods. So that's it.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Cool.
Let's continue. We've still got 2.5 hours to get through, plus today starting soon, if that hasn't already.
Named in multiple blood indictments. There's Jaquan Burton, Q-Shine, and then there's his other associates within the organization that are repping blood. I don't want to really get into the rappers because he's a musician.
Okay, so in terms of, has he been observed in the company of one or more known criminal gang members 4 or more times?
Yes.
The primary activities of G-Shine, what have those been identified as based on your review of the records?
Historically, for the entire organization?
Yes.
Objection to relevancy.
You may specify.
So, gangster killer Bloods have been known to commit crimes of violence such as robberies, home invasions, homicides, assaults, shootings. They've also been involved in narcotics trafficking, street-level narcotic sales, involved in firearms trafficking, firearm sales, fraud, almost every crime you can think of under the racketeering statute. That's why there's been many racketeering indictments on the gangster killer bloods.
Are they going to go for
Okay,
RICO?
so I want to go through
Nah.
on states 68, which has been previously admitted into evidence. Is there a portion in this where it talks about what is G9's main goal or activity, or what their role is in the UBN?
Yeah, pretty much on the first paragraph, if I remember correctly, first paragraph of the Bible, specifically the Bible that was sent to Mr. Demons, it explains why GKB was created and for what their purpose is within the gang. I know I touched on it early on, but they're a set within the blood organization that's known to be the enforcement type, and that's what set tripping is, where they go and enforce against other bloods that are set tripping, not acting accordingly, not following rules, or just not meeting the standards that they deem to be blood-like, and they detail it in their Bible. So here, the first lines explain how UBN was created, who created GKB, and then I'll start from here. You had those who proclaimed to be the true and living, and those who perpetrated a fraud. So there's true bloods, and then there was people that were pretending to be bloods. So when the notorious set, speaking about GKB, they're the notorious set, arrived to bring forth unity, structure, and leadership to the nation being the United Blood Nation, right? Within the belly of the beast being where the organization was created in prison, Rikers Island. Now the set has migrated to the streets. So they're no longer in the belly of the beast. Now they've migrated onto the streets, so out to the outside world, and it's one of the biggest.
I just realized every one of these idiots is using a Gmail account.
Yeah.
So, Detective Polo, can one gang member kill another gang member in the same set?
Yes.
Can one gang member kill another gang member in a different set or lineup?
Yes.
In terms of the being able to kill someone who's a family member or a friend.
Is this where Catman Struthers?
Everything we've read up to this point, and everything just.
Catman Struthers comes out and starts talking about The Shining and everything. I guess
hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents and interviews. It doesn't matter. The main thing, the most important thing to each blood set, or each blood clique, lineup, whatever you want to call it, is that blood set. So
bit of a lightning storm going on out
within
there.
a smaller collective, right?
Would one of the items that we talked about, just adopting the criminal gang signs or just the style of dress, would that be enough to say someone is a gang member?
No.
Would lyrics to songs be enough to say someone's a gang member?
No.
Would music they listen to be enough to tell you what affiliation someone was?
I'd be in trouble.
Why?
Because I listen to a lot of different music from a lot of different artists who have a lot of gang affiliations that would make you a gang member.
Okay. In terms of, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what benefit does gang membership offer to an individual?
Specifically to the individual, what it offers is support, power, finances, so financial support as well, not just physical support.
This is yesterday afternoon. We'll catch up live in a couple of hours.
If someone already has all those things, then you would want the gang more specifically to be helping you for the power, the purposes of power, the notoriety, the name and the fear that the Blood Nation carries.
Okay. Does homicide or murder specifically help with the standing in a gang?
Yeah, especially. I won't say especially. Most of these gangs.
Are they hinting that he killed two of his best friends just to look cool in the gang?
Shed blood.
Well, he didn't say looking cool was a benefit, so
major
I don't know.
motivators within a gang.
In terms of denying it to law enforcement and that, why would somebody do that if it helps them gain status?
Well, first of all, they're told not to talk to law enforcement. So, although we do have a lot of gang members who allow us to interview them, they're not really supposed to. And it would affiliate them with an organization which is very familiar with racketeering, very familiar with organized criminal cases, because there's been, I can't even put a number on it, how many blood indictments and blood racketeering cases and just blood drug trafficking organizations have been taken down just based off the fact that it started off as a bloods investigation.
Would you say that YNW is a gang?
No.
What is YNW?
Initially, most people probably that maybe initially upon looking at it, that's all you know about them. There's a group of guys that are committing crimes and their name is YNW. This is an example. I'm not saying. Then you might say, okay, maybe the name of their gang is YNW because, as I stated before, there's many neighborhood street gangs, right? They come up with letters, initials, and whatever. ABC gang, 123 gang, whatever. But after doing research on this investigation, I determined that although members within YNW were members of specific gangs, not every member was a member of a gang, and they weren't all members of the same gangs. So they were just a music collective.
That's the sound of the man
gang members
working on the
With
same
regards to the victims in
gang.
this case, did you look and see if determined if they were members of any criminal street gangs?
I did look into it. I saw very minor evidence of their gang association. Obviously, there's videos of them together, the YNW collective together, hanging out, and that's why I don't take the hand signs on their own as a thing, because a lot of times you're associating with some guys and they happen to be bloods, and you guys take a group selfie together, and everyone's throwing up at me. You might just do it in association with your friends. So like that alone, I couldn't say they were members of any gang.
Or YNW just could be the name of the production company. One of the two.
Sources that called me.
Well, without getting into any of those, how far back in terms of timeline,
The LSD
did you
was
go back
taken?
for this defendant?
I went to the beginning of his SoundCloud account. I forgot the year on that. Maybe it was 2015. And then there was a YouTube video of Mr. Demons with his associates back before Mr. Demons was recruited into the Mexico Bloods.
Okay, and in terms of the time frame on that, was that before that 2015 SoundCloud account?
I believe so.
The photos and things that you've seen with the defendant throwing up some of those gang signs that are on the phone, were those later published to the public Instagram accounts?
Some of them, yeah.
Is there a difference in terms of taking pictures with other famous individuals who are known to be blood associated versus non-famous individuals?
I would say so. I mean, it appears that a lot of blood musicians want to associate with other blood musicians, but it's not, they're all part of different sets.
Okay. In terms of the phone and the information that you looked through, we've gone through about 200 some odd pages of it so far in court.
Right.
Is that all that you went through?
No.
And for the discussions between the defendant and the two victims in this case,
Right.
did you notice any signs or language in their conversations that would be specific to G-Shine or GKB?
None.
What does that tell you as a gang investigator?
That if they were associating with a gang, they weren't the same gang as Mr. Demons. They weren't speaking with each other in that manner as if they were under the same umbrella.
How would you compare and contrast that with, like, for example, Jalen Green that you talked about?
Jalen Green was part of a different GKB set. So was Fredo Bang, and so was Goon, but they spoke with each other using blood language.
Okay. In terms of your work in the gang world, do you only work for prosecutors?
No.
What other types of consultations do you do?
I recently testified I recently testified.
Sweet baby Jesus. It sounds like she's winding down her direct testimony here. She's going through you're just a gun for hire here, aren't you, section? Holy
Fingers
sweet
crossed.
Jesus.
I hope
we
so.
may be done.
So I say that someone was a gang member. It was a couple months ago. That was on the XXX case, saying that Drake wasn't a gang member. I testified on behalf of the defense on a ZMF gang case. I've been asked by Mr. Demons' counsel if I would consult on one of their cases in Orlando.
Wait a minute, what? That was a little inappropriate. Did y'all just hear that? He said the defense counsel asked him to consult on another case.
Oh, really? That's fascinating.
Oh no.
That's
I'm assuming we're
incredibly inappropriate.
Must be a
I'm assuming
coincidence.
we're about to hear a major objection.
Oh boy. That's something.
So now with the jury knowing that the defense, oh my Lord, that was inappropriate.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Because now the jury's going to know that the defense considers this guy enough of an expert. They want to work him on other cases. And so when they have to dismantle him as an expert, they're going to go, fucker. Wow. That was not good.
Yeah, they're still trying to bring Drake down to Florida.
I testified on the African defense, he says.
The MFK case. I've been asked by Mr. Penman's counsel if I would consult on one of their cases in Orlando.
Excuse me, I have an objection.
Excuse me, I have an objection to this. I bet you do. Sidebar.
Yeah. Of all the ways that I thought they were going to object to that, that was not what I was expecting.
No, that was very mild.
All right, we'll take a short recess. Thank you.
The trouble is, what's he going to do here? Oh, jury, you have to disregard the fact that he just mentioned that he's worked with the defense previously?
That's exactly what he's going to do, I bet.
Yeah, but Streisand affected.
I bet it's exactly what he's going to do.
Wait, Streisand?
Oh,
effect?
wow.
As in drawing it, but by trying to ignore something, you draw people's attention to it, and it becomes a bigger thing.
Yeah, the don't stick beans up your nose thing.
I do know what the Streisand effect is. It just took me a second to. Thank you for connecting that for me, Hayden. It's early. I'm still having coffee. Yeah, that. Oh, that's going to be hard for the jury to ignore. Like really.
Yeah, at this point, it's literally they would have to try and have him thrown out entirely and have his entire testimony stricken, which is not going to happen. So,
nope, ain't gonna happen.
Personally, I would not be fighting this one too hard because you don't want to be drawing attention to it.
It's going to be a challenge, I think, for the defense a little bit.
Well, let's find out, shall we?
I guess.
Let's see how they walk the tightrope.
Yeah, the OK sign was a hoax from 4chan. CNN just fell for it, says Adara the Wholesome. And Corn Pope, free the doggos. Doggo achievement is unlocked in $3, actually. So cool. Good enough. Spree Fleck says, still muggy outside, Jeff. It's going to rain for the next month. It's monsoon season. Monsoon season started yesterday. We're in for a good month of fog, rain, and miserableness. And Corn Pope, thank you so much for the Canada for the Bana dollars, the Banadian dollars. Thank you so much. Because I got to say Banadian.
Oh, Banada.
Thank you so much. And Gigi Beauchamp says, is that why there has been no objections to his testimony? No, you don't object really to the testimony. You object to the questions. But the reason there's no objections is because not many objections. One, she's asking questions properly. And two, they're saying it's not his phone. It's somebody else that all these messages are about. So if they object to making these ties, then it's going to sound like they're saying, okay, that's our guy's phone, so we object to it. All right. This is good enough. Brian Alderman, give me them doggos. And Aussie bringing the heat with the $3 A.
Nice,
the Aussie dollars, the Aussie bucks. Oh, now you like $100 million $3. Vice's Aussie Chandler. What's your street names?
Oh, I need to change
Legal
that.
Vibes. I'm Legal Vibes.
He's Legal Vibes.
Little Dundee.
That's pretty good. I mean, I'm Behandler Remington, which I need to change back again. So pardon me while I do that.
But I mean, Remington's good enough, That's its own little ring to it.
It is.
Wait, what did you go with? Why would you go with anything other than Bone Steel?
Because they have the whole Bloods and Crips thing where they replace C's with B's. So
I was talking about him.
Oh, him. Well, I mean, he has a C in his name. So I mean, I came up with Legal Vibes.
Because legal vibe sounds more,
It's like the
very white.
It's like after
Very
dark
white.
talk radio kind of stuff
Okay.
where he does the sexy voice. It's very entertaining.
Yeah, it's that Barry White thing. Hey, baby. Well, kiss. Anyway, let's go. It's that time. While we're paused here, let's see. Oh, wow, we want to turn the camera
Mike,
180 degrees.
That's not a Glock. This is a Glock.
Okay, I love
glizzy.
Lil Dundee. I think Lil Dundee is pretty fantastic. I just processed that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I've got to definitely, luckily, turn the camera 180 degrees. Nobody wanted to see that, so there we go. All right.
Kanga kick is not bad either. I'll give you that.
So, all right, this is the doggo cam. I have to make adjustments. Let's see what the judge does not look amused. He just looks like he's had it.
That looks miserable.
Yeah,
Let's
but he
see.
looks like that on a daily basis. I can't see if this is just he's annoyed or if he's just
Avoid
a
the
burrito's
noise.
not sitting well.
This case isn't sitting well. Let's see what he says, completely ignoring the microphone immediately to his right. Excuse me whilst I arrange the doggo cam here.
Is it me or does Melly always look like he's wearing like pink lip gloss?
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant and the witness.
Oh, I thought it was a noise from the court. I thought Jeff was dragging something across the floor.
Yes, that last question. I haven't read back because I was writing the note.
There's that hairdryer sound from the sidebars.
Question, what type of consultations do you do? And I thought you asked the witness, somebody said, made reference to the defense team. That's
Excuse me, so why don't we do this? Just, Madam Clerk, if you would, Ms. LaQueen, just start from where you just read, just read from there on, all right?
Thank you. From the question I just read, read the answer.
Just read it again, the question you read, and just continue any other follow-up questions, any answers in between.
Okay, question, what type of consultation do you do? Answer, well, I recently testified to say that someone wasn't a gang member. It was a couple months ago. That was on the XXX case saying that Drake wasn't a gang member. I testified on behalf of the defense on the ZMF gang case. I've been asked by Mr. Bimley's counsel if I would consult on one of their cases in Orlando. Objection.
That's highly improper. It's not relevant.
Yeah.
And I would ask the court, I'm sorry, Judge, I shouldn't say it.
You're good.
And I'm getting tired. Ask the court to instruct, number one, the witness not to refer to the defense team. It was totally unrelated. And I would ask the court to instruct the jury that the last response.
He knew not to do that too.
Oh, yeah.
It's totally improper.
Thank you.
Interrogator, in terms of the defense going after the witness heavily as to his qualifications and his expertise in this area, it goes to the fact that he is qualified, that one of the defense counsels actually tried to retain.
Oh, shut up.
It's not going to go through. Just leave it.
The objection going to be sustained. I'm just going to tell the jury to disregard the last question and answer. And,
there you go.
Counsel, you rephrase your question and just advise the witness.
Well, let's face it, that bell's been rung.
I believe it's improper for you to say that the defense is hiring you, because it gives us some or credibility that that the jury should make that decision on their own. I don't have an issue that you said you were retained on other cases by other defense counsel, but I don't want you referring to this team, whether they retained you or not. I just think that's should be the objection should be sustained. I think it's too prejudicial.
All right.
Yeah.
There should be the approach sidebar on that specific.
Sure.
No, you're not going to win this in prosecutor. You're not going to win this one. I'll be glad you get to keep this guy's testimony in. Holy cow. All right. Well, while they're doing that, Flux says, so Mrs. Flux and I agree. All the YNW dudes have relationships with men and sex with men, but they're not gay. Sack chaser, not baser.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
All right. Well, I can skip forward to some of this. See how long this is. Well, I guess we're coming back. The judge scowls at his paper. Feedback.
Oh God, is that what I sounded like? Jesus.
Oh, I love his sidebar on there. Professionalism and civility. Anything less will not be tolerated.
Isn't that the best?
Yeah.
I want that when I'm a judge.
Do we get more side? Do we get a sidebar before we finish the previous sidebar? Is that what we're doing here?
Get a nice look at the eagle.
And for the people asking in chat why it was improper for him to refer to them, A, you don't talk about either teams, whether it's prosecution or defense, that are sitting there. You don't do that. You specifically, and because he's a police officer, he knew specifically not to do that. He will have testified in however many cases, which he's just testified that he is a reasonable expert because he's been asked to consult on other cases. Now, specifically mentioning that this defense team had asked him to consult basically removes any opportunity for the defense to undermine him as an expert, because it's basically saying to the jury, these guys themselves have tried to qualify me in other cases as an expert.
My name is Bob
So
Bianchi. I'll
I
be taking
have every legitimacy to be here and talk about what I'm saying. It's not fair, basically.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's just basically it. He can't testify. He can't just tear him apart now that the jury knows that they've hired him for another case. That's why I'm saying it's very prejudicial to their case. It's more prejudicial. It doesn't matter. It doesn't add anything to the truth to know that he was hired by the defense for another case. It doesn't add anything to do with the truth. It just prejudices the jury against them.
Wait, he was hired by the defense or the prosecution?
In another case.
The defense. Yeah, that's what this whole thing is about. The witness said, yeah, the defense team is consulting with me on another case.
I see.
And so that's prejudicial to this case, and it doesn't add anything to prove that, to prove or disprove anything in this case. It's more prejudicial than probative in this case.
It's still early, and my brain went, oh, the prosecution has hired him to consult. So I'm glad to have cleared that up for myself.
Yeah, they both have just different cases. Yeah.
Got it.
So here we go.
Jury room, our witnesses also present. All right, anything to discuss now? You said there's some issue about photographs?
Just for when the clinical examiner testifies, Your Honor, as the case law that sets forth the procedure as to how Your Honor, should look at the photos and determine which are useful and which are not useful, depending on that doctor's testimony to go forward.
Well, my understanding, a lot of that depends on what the doctor says.
Precisely, and that's what that case law stands for on that. So that I think that was something we would bring the doctor in outside the presence of the jury. She can explain why the various photographs are necessary. We've already narrowed it down from, I believe, 212 for the first individual down to less than 60. So
60. Less than 60. About a third of them. All right, so we'll hear from the doctors.
60 pictures.
All right, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will give a period of instruction.
Yes, thank you. Read the jury in, please.
David, you don't lose the exhibit that you have.
I just put it back in.
Thank you. And do you need a break? Because I have 2 more questions.
Okay, let's so that we don't have to change our mind. Maybe we could collect money. Put it down on battery. So you can get it across.
Yes, you're ready?
Very good. Thank you. Let the record reflect the presence of the jury as well as the defendants, counsel, the assistant state attorneys, which remains on stand. Ladies and gentlemen, just I got the message that we need a break. As objection proposed, I sustain the objection instructing you to disregard the last question and answer. All right, the answer generated information that was irrelevant, so I'm instructing you to disregard it. Thank you. You may proceed now.
Okay, so Detective, we talked about multiple phones that Godfather was using. So on page 23, the 140-page exhibit, the individual name is Gino, says what?
Yo, the GF, I'm gonna call you today, make sure you're on point.
Okay. And then getting on to the next page, on page 24, what does Gino say with regards to the Godfather and the phones?
He'll get around to it. He's working like 4 or 5 phones.
People don't say this shit on text messages, by the way.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Oh, hey!
Oh,
the prosecution
thank
is
fuck.
done.
Finally, wow. That took a
Yeehaw!
while.
That's good. Now we get to hopefully watch the expert get eviscerated by the guy who's hiring him to work on another case. This is going to be interesting. And while we've taken this little break here, Tank Rat, who's been a member for 9 months of the Legal Vices Fallen Angels tier. 9 months down supporting the law racks, and this debacle is still going on. Yes, it is. Dang, yeah, I know, I know, Ozzy. I just read it.
Just trying to help. Don't know why I bother.
Because you're.
In fact,
you're
I'm gonna go
helpful.
get some coffee. You're on your own.
You do that. We're on our own. All right. So while Hayden's getting coffee and while we're looking at this green screen here, make sure you like this stream. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. If you already have hit the subscribe button, just double check, please, to make sure you're there. We're on quest to get to 37,900. And currently we are sitting at 37,870. We are 30 away from 37,900. 30 subscribers is all we need.
Nice.
And currently 700 of you watching. So
Well, there's got to be some people in those 700 who haven't subscribed to you yet. If you haven't subscribed to Legal Vices, you absolutely should.
30. Yeah, clearly, at least 30 of them have. I refuse to believe all 700 people are watching. And while you're at it, go to Behandler Remington's channel, Remy_legal, and subscribe to her and like her videos, and Aussie Overlord as well. Aussie Overlord, subscribe to him. The doggos will appreciate it. I will appreciate it, and we'll have a festive time. And then make sure you've taken the like and subscribe poll. Let's do our 1.5 hour check on the poll here. It is smash the like and subscribe buttons and let me know if you're ready for more text messages. 12% of you said sure through the power of booze. 20% of you said yes, I have a cocktail. Also 20% of you said ready to chill and smoke legally. And 48% of you have said, yeah, I am already dead inside. So awesome. We'll check back in another hour and a half or so and see how the poll is developing. Until then, let's get back at it. And Flux, House of Flux, all one word, 2 X's, House of Flux, is 20 away from 1,400. So, hey, if you're feeling generous, pop on over to House of Flux and give her a subscribe as well.
Absolutely. She's our girl. We love her.
We love Flux. All right. Well, let's see what the defense has up their sleeves. Are you ready, Chandler?
Oh, hell yes.
Sorry, Handler. Let's go.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Out of focus. Hocus pocus, out of focus.
Hello.
And of course, just as we get going, sorry about that, everybody. Tank Rat has to drop the biggie here. Tank Rat, bringing the dir. Got the dir. We gotta have the AEU dirs. I'm sorry, UAE dirs. Megapint. I just watched the gang crime witness get told to remove his mask. That was cool. Watching the prosecution flail around like fish on ground. They are. And thank you so much. In fact, that makes me want to switch over to bourbon. I have bourbon. I'm lacking a glass. So as they get started, I'm going to go grab a glass. Thank you so much, Tank Rat, for the generosity. You are now today's Vice Racks for the time being.
How lovely.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Don't know where to begin.
Sure, it'll be a pleasure.
We're trying to. So, we talked earlier when you and I spoke during this trial a bit earlier. We spoke about your expertise.
Yes.
And I think, and I'm not sure if you agreed, but I had posited to you that your expertise, at least as far as the court has recognized it, is a relatively recent phenomenon.
Being declared An expert in court, being allowed to be testified as an expert in court, yes.
Okay. And that has, you've done it 6 times?
I believe so.
This would be the 7th or the 6th?
It is the 7th.
This is 7th, okay.
Tread lightly,
And
defense.
that all came about ever since February of last year, or maybe even later?
No, the first time I recall from during our depositions, I told you the first time I testified, I believe was in 2015.
Okay, I think you told us back in February 17, 2022, that you had not yet been recognized as an expert.
Not right, okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question, that was my fault. I testified in a gang sentencing hearing, it wasn't, there was no need to tender me as an expert.
Okay, so it wasn't in an officially recognized expert capacity?
Correct.
You were offering information in the course of the sentencing based upon your involvement in the investigation, right?
I was testifying to the facts that a person being sentenced was a gang member, and basically the same thing we've done today.
Okay. And your first gang investigation was in 2016?
I started my first gang investigation, I believe, in 2016, yes.
Okay. And you've
Wow.
been doing a lot of gang investigations in this area. When I'm saying area, I mean geographical area, South Florida.
I've done personally, South Florida, some out of New York, Chicago, and California. And Arizona.
Okay. South Florida.
South Florida as well.
Okay. And you told us just a little while ago you listen to rap music.
Yes, sir.
Because you're here, right?
I just grew up listening to it.
Okay.
I only recently started listening to other stuff.
And so you were familiar with the name YNW Melly as he became famous in the rap world.
How to answer that without being rude? I knew of YNW Melly. I don't follow a lot of when he started off SoundCloud rappers. So I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm just saying I didn't know him until he started becoming more famous.
Right. So as he became famous, you became familiar with the name YNW Melly.
Yes, sir.
In the context of a rapper.
Yes, sir.
And you, throughout all of your investigations, until you were asked to get involved in this case, you had not encountered the name YNW Melly or Jamel Demons in any of your gang investigations in South Florida.
I believe there was a gang investigation that was started, but I wasn't involved in it. And I know of it because it was run out of my building.
Okay, but when we deposed you on February 17th of 2022, you indicated that you had never encountered the name YNW Melly or Jamel Demons in the context of a gang investigation before you were asked to be involved in this.
Correct. I'm just saying, since then, now I've been made aware that there was a previous investigation that I was not aware of.
Okay, now you're saying that somebody told you something, but you weren't involved.
Correct.
Okay, so in that.
Excuse me, can we approach?
Maybe. You shouldn't.
All right. Well, they're approaching. I'll drop the cut cage. It's cut cage time. Dun, 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 dun. Cut cage.
There is a typo. It says side bear, and I don't know why.
So many jokes just went through my head. None of them I really want to say in respect to me.
Sorry, you have a paralegal on your panel. I'm going to notice the typos every single time. Well, practically every time. It's a fascinating superpower, I know.
Where does it say side bear? Oh, they were talking about my banner. Oh, never mind. Okay, well, I thought it was like in my banner. I don't have the word sidebar in there.
No, it's law and cock. That somebody
yeah,
needs to proofread their, it said sidebar previously. I don't know why.
Well, now I can make all the jokes that I thought were going to be about me.
Oh, please. Yeah. No,
First joke is, I know why he's got a side bear.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Just means he has a side bear. Anyway. So with that, let's fast forward here a little bit. As best we can, under the circumstances.
And I want you to listen to my question.
Sure.
You never investigated anyone by the name of Anthony Williams, aka YNW Sack Chaser, in any of your investigations prior to your involvement in this case?
No, sir.
And you also never investigated or came across the name Christopher Williams, aka YNW Judy, in any of your investigations from 2016 prior to your involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Correct? You didn't get involved in this investigation until January of 2022.
Approximately, yes.
And you were aware at that time that the incident underlying this matter occurred in October 2018?
Yes.
Okay. So were you told why it took so long to get you involved?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
Do you know it took you so long to get you involved?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
So
Did
the way
you
got
know
involved
why?
is that your sergeant came and told you that the state wanted you to be involved in this matter as a gangster, right?
Correct.
And I think when we spoke to you on February 17th, 2022, you said your response is, I would love it, right?
I like to be in court, sir.
Okay, so you are love it. So,
Yeah, this is one?
okay. And then you spoke to Ms. Bradley,
Yes. I'll speak up, sir.
and you asked her for all the documentation related to this case.
Yes.
And you said the reason you asked is because you cannot say somebody's a gang member without looking at the evidence.
Correct.
So presumably, when Ms. Bradley spoke to you, she said, I want you to say he's a gang member, and you said, I can't without looking at the evidence, right?
I don't think that's how the conversation went. I think she wanted me to determine whether he was a gang member.
Okay, that was the question. You said you think? Is this something you recall?
Yeah, I recall it being is this, can you determine whether this guy's a gang member? Can you testify to the fact that this guy's a gang member? Not, this guy's a gang member, make it so.
Okay, well,
Make
I'm
it
not
so.
talking about semantics. Talking about Ms. Bradley indicated to you that she believed he was a gang member, and she wanted you to confirm her.
Make it bourbon. Ooh,
Now, we have
bourbon with a mint tobacco is very nice.
gone through pages and pages of documents that you reviewed.
Good night, unhung hero.
And
Hit the sack.
did it
Beware of
occur
the
to you
side bears.
that the vast majority of the statements that you were reading were statements coming out of the mouths of people speaking to the person with the 9807 phone number, not the person with the 9807 phone? Did that occur to you?
I don't think I understand your question. Can you please rephrase it?
Okay, so purportedly on exhibits 71, 70, and 69, I believe, where we have the green on the right,
Yes.
the blue on the left,
The extractions.
the instructions, right? So on the right were the statements purportedly texted by whoever had that 9807 phone in their hand.
Correct.
And on the left were the statements with the person with whom that person was communicating.
Yes.
And do you agree with me that 80% at minimum of the statements you read off and interpreted for us in the last several hours were in blue and not in green? You agree with that?
I'd love to go through it and be able to agree with you or disagree with you.
We saw them. They were blue.
Come up with something I wasn't taking into account as I was reading it.
Okay, so it didn't agree. Okay. Before we get into the details, you know the date of the homicides in this case?
I believe it was October 26th
Of?
2018.
And did it occur to you that in exhibit 71, that, do you have that exhibit before you manage it?
Which one is that, sir?
See.
I only have a couple. I have an email chain in front of me. I have a photograph. I have some folders.
Okay, so let us begin with exhibit 70. I think that's the 140-page extraction that you started with.
Yes.
Spent the most time on it, right?
The longest one.
Okay. see page 7 of that?
Yes, sir.
On page 7, you see the message at the bottom of page 7?
The time?
Mr. Howard, it's just an icon on the screen. It's a touch screen.
I don't need him to see that.
This part here?
I need you to see that part. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Read that for me.
November 6, 2018 at 10:27 a.m.
So that would be after the incident?
Yes, sir.
Then you talked about messages on pages as they continued. We got to page 13. And what's the date there?
February 13th, 2019.
Okay, so anything that you would have discussed within those pages, those messages within those days are after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes long after?
Yep.
Okay. Well, let's go to page 33. It's another person who communicated with 9807. Page 33 there.
Yes, sir.
Look at the date of those messages.
Ooh, flash flood
Yeah.
warnings in my
November 18th,
neighborhood.
2018.
I live on the ocean.
Okay. Almost a month
How was that
after
a
the
flash
incident.
flood warning?
Okay, you were spending a lot of time talking about these pages. And from 33, this time up to page 58, before we start with a new phone number, the messages go from November to, again, February of 2019.
Yes, sir.
Long after the incident.
Sure.
Okay, you know this is about an incident that occurred in October, right?
Of course.
Okay, all right. Let's go to page 82. Page 82, same exhibit. November 1, 2018.
Correct.
From page 82 all the way to page 102 before we get to somebody new. All the way to February again. Sorry. Should have got a manicure before this session. Pardon the grunge if you should see.
I see it, sir.
Yeah.
Someone's got emphysema there.
Okay. So a lot of this testimony that you provide occurred about messages and communications between the 9807 number and others concerned dates long after the incident, right?
And there was many that were before the incident, like the email chain.
Okay. What I want you to do
Yes, sir.
is listen to what I asked you.
Yep.
And answer if you can.
I did.
A lot of these messages
Yes.
that you have gone through and that I just showed you
Yes.
concern months after the incident
Yes, sir.
Okay. And don't have anything to do, therefore, with the planning of such incident, correct?
Planning, no, sir.
Okay. You're saying it does, right? You're saying no, it doesn't? Doesn't have anything to do with planning?
You can't plan something that's already occurred.
Okay.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me, without me going through that exercise, that in Exhibit 71, which was 57 pages, all the way from page 23 to page 57, is all after the incident?
I have to see it.
Okay.
Damn, there's got to be a big rain that's going to be starting here soon. I'm getting like a message every 10 minutes. Don't go outside, avoid low-lying places, flash flood warnings, road closures, which means it's probably not going to rain at all.
Page 23?
Yes, sir.
It's probably
anything there?
the band that's supposed to make it across here in the next
After the
couple of
incident?
days.
Yes, sir.
There's like a
At the
3,000
end of the document?
kilometer swath that's supposed to get hit with huge amounts of rain.
Wow.
Page 57?
Yes.
Moving on up
We're back
to
in
the
February.
east side. Absolutely, Porcelain Thunder.
So as to
Deluxe
exhibit
apartment in
number
the sky.
71.
Right.
Same thing. You've been up here a long time,
Mhm.
having fun, but
You can get a
the
piece of that
messages that you're
pie.
talking about in a large part of these exhibits
Nope, not a typhoon, a monsoon.
occurred all after the
Internet's
incident,
still good.
right?
Some of them, yes. For most, a majority of them.
Majority.
Sure.
All right.
Yep. No typhoons, just a shit ton of rain. All right, so now it's time to start dismantling his testimony. Now we got the chit chat out of the way.
Page up here, I'm losing what I'm trying to do. That's in the folder. Now, you were mentioning that Melly, let's call him Melly. Melly was being recruited, you said.
It appears so.
Okay. And he was being recruited by several people.
Two. Yes.
And those people who were recruiting him, you'd agree with me that they seem to be the ones actively pursuing the matter?
I feel that they had the most to gain.
They had the most to gain.
Correct.
Okay. Because you're telling us this, being affiliated puts money in your pocket is one of the things it does.
It could.
Okay. And we actually saw one instance where somebody is asking him for 10 sats.
Right.
I'll get you back 15. Right?
Nice interest rate, yes.
Something, not a bad interest rate.
Great.
Okay. And you never saw any response to that?
No.
As a matter of fact, you'd agree with me that several of these messages have no reply, no response.
Yep.
So much so that in several instances, we had the person on the other end of the line, whoever it was, saying, hey, bro, you gonna talk to me or what?
Correct.
Okay. And you're a good looking guy. You ever had anybody trying to get your attention and you were not interested? That ever happened to you?
Probably.
Blowing up your phone,
so to speak.
Yeah.
Not
And
actually blowing it up.
you can't not reply forever, but you try and let some of those texts just sit there, right?
Sure.
Don't respond.
I get you.
As an indication of your diminished interest in what they're trying to achieve, which is gain your attention.
Sure.
Okay. Did you see that happening here?
Yes and no.
But there's definitely a yes part, right?
I think there was a lack of communication from the 9807 number, and there was also an interest in seeking out, gain knowledge from the 9807 number, asking for this. That's why he would send out his email, or the 9807 number would send out an email requesting these documents. When someone's reaching out to me trying to get my attention, I don't give them my email, give them a second form of harassment.
Okay. So you spoke about the concept of fake flagging.
Sure.
You agree with me that if we go to YouTube and type in gang signs,
right,
you will see multiple tutorials on how to throw up signs. You agree with that?
Yeah.
Pages,
Let's see.
people saying how to make the signs.
Gang sign.
There's some really good ones, and then there's a
You're
lot
typing
of really
it in.
trashy ones. Yeah, there's
I am.
plenty of people on YouTube, on social media doing this stuff.
Right. Well, you're an expert, so you know the difference between a trashy tutorial and a good tutorial.
So
right?
they're saying he's a
But there are
poser.
multiple tutorials.
Yeah.
Okay.
Defense
So
is
why
saying a
do you
poser, he's a poser, and
I think you mentioned about a gang education, learning how to do
the
signs.
witness seems to
People
sort
learn
of
how to
kind of
use-
be agreeing with
Well,
him.
can I clarify something? I wouldn't call them tutorials. I would call them videos of people drawing up gang signs. And you could use that to learn the gang signs, but I've only found like, and I know of one or two of someone actually showing and instructing, this is how you put your fingers.
Okay. So you can call them what you want. I'm calling them tutorials. And if you put in gang hand sign tutorial in YouTube,
Sure.
you will pull up
Gang
multiple
hand sign.
videos.
Literally, okay.
I'm not arguing with you.
All right.
And because you do your research.
Literally, I typed in gang hand, and the first thing that came up is gang hand sign tutorial. That was the first prompt that came up. Probably because everybody in the country did it yesterday. Yeah, there seems to be a few videos on how to throw down the signs.
Okay. And if you put up gang sign tutorial in Google in images, you're going to see multiple.
You will, but it's not great. Like I said, it's because sometimes, can I give you an example? Okay, so sometimes we see hand signs that we don't recognize. So the first thing we do obviously is go to Google. Google informants, people that we know are part of certain gangs. Hey, have you seen this hand sign? Or Google, show me, if you suspect this person to be a blood, show me blood hand signs, show me crip hand signs. So we can find something that matches up. But I would say most of the time we fail with Google because the ones you see on Google are the same images over and over and over again because it's really not a lot of really good hand signs put out there. You'll get videos of, like I said, Mr. Devins, right, throwing up his hand signs, or you'll get videos of a blood all messed up doing a crazy stack to music, or there's a video of certain rappers showing their hand signs. But it's not really something that is good enough for one of us to just sit there and learn because with the speed that they're throwing up these signs, you'd have to slow it down to like, I don't know, 120 frames per second or something. So you frame it out and then see the signs as they move because it just moves too quickly.
Or you could just pause it?
And ignore the hand signs.
Fair enough.
It's impossible.
Fair enough. But you're not suggesting to the jury that you can't go onto YouTube and see slow tutorials, step by step. You're not saying that, are you?
I'm saying there are some, but
Okay.
they're not great.
Okay.
And what you'll see is some real basic hand signs. A full. So here's an example. I've been trying to learn how to do the 5-point star for a while because I just can't get my fingers to do it. Maybe it could be the carpal tunnel. It could just be that I can't figure out how to do it. I can't find a video teaching that. And I've looked. And that's one of the most popular blood hand signs. So that's a personal example of me looking for something on YouTube, on Google, on all forms of social media, and I can't do it. I can see a picture of it, and I'm like, all right, I think I put my fingers that way, and then I can't. That's kind of what I'm trying to explain. The videos are not good enough. It's not like someone says, all right, put your left finger to your left index finger to your right pinky finger.
Put your left foot in, you put your left foot out.
I haven't seen it. If you have, please send it to me.
It's like finger twister.
Okay, we're gonna do it.
Yes.
All right. Fake flag. What did you say that is again?
Same thing, false flagging, fake flag.
False flag. What is that?
Saying you're part of something when you're not.
And I think you had mentioned that's a great way to get put on a plate.
Yeah, you could.
Okay. And when you're put on a plate, it means you were slated for death.
Could mean that, yeah.
You were food.
That's what it means, sir.
I think you said there's if you see food, eat food, or you are food. Right?
Yeah, I don't say that. The blood say that.
The blood say that. And,
Yes.
and that means, and that's one of the ways to get put on a plate and be marked for death is by faking, right?
Marked for death.
If
Starring
they keep
Steven
called out there and
Seagal.
keep faking, that's possibly going to happen, yeah.
Okay. And what about disrespect? In your direct testimony, you mentioned that being disrespectful is another way, quick way to get killed.
Yes.
If it's a great enough disrespect or if the wrong person gets disrespected, yeah.
Okay, so when you are seeing, is there any, you are in an organization, right? You're part of an organization?
Yes, sir.
We're out sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
There's a hierarchy there?
Yes, sir.
You got a supervisor?
Yep.
He's got a supervisor?
Yep.
He's got a boss's boss?
Everyone does.
They might not call him the Godfather, but he's the guy who calls the shots.
Yes.
And if your supervisor reaches out to you and you do not respond to him, you think he might think that disrespectful.
Sure.
And if he reaches out to you again and you don't, quick way to get fired, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if a person is reaching out to you repeatedly, you would, and you are non-responsive, you would classify that as being disrespectful, would you not?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least it's subordinate.
Okay. You said you had not seen any situation during your testimony on Thursday. You had not seen any situation where Melly got called out for false flagging.
Up until the point that I stopped doing research, I hadn't seen any videos of Melly false flagging. I Googled Melly false flagging and stuff like that, and I couldn't find any videos of someone calling him out. It's the complete opposite. It's pictures, videos, posts on Reddit of people supporting him and Bloods all over the state. Rolling 20s Bloods over here in South Florida. I have one of the highest ranking members in a video with Melly supporting him, saying free slime. So that gives me a good indication that the Blood organization as a whole, not just GKB, is behind Melly.
Okay. Earlier when we were speaking, you were mentioning that one of your ways of identifying a Blood is, for example, him crossing his hands right over left because Blood's favor right. And you said they might do that sometimes, right?
Yeah, that's something that could be done.
And when you said sometimes it could be done, you conceded that means that sometimes it's not done, right?
Yes.
And you said stuff about wearing a hat to the right, and you said sometimes that's done,
Correct.
right? And then, but sometimes they don't work to the right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you have these sometimey rules, are they rules or are they just indications that you think count as rules?
I want to say the rules. I mean, these are signs and symbols and things that they do. It's not a rule. There's nowhere to say you must wear your hat to the right every time you go out. It's just, we align to the right. Hey, I align to the right. So I'm going out with my blood today. I might wear all red, right? I might wear my red bandana on my right pocket. I might wear a blue bandana on my left pocket. Show some disrespect to the Crips. I might wear my hat to the right. If I know I'm going to a specific area where there's different types of games, so that way people know who you are. That is possible.
Okay.
It's not rule.
But when you might do something and sometimes you might not, it makes it a little bit more difficult. to use it as an indicator. If it happens sometimes, it's just like the rest of us. Sometimes I fold my arms right over left, right?
Correct. That's why I don't use one thing on its own.
Okay.
You got to see more than just one picture. There's plenty of times where I've had to try to identify what gang someone belongs to, and all I have is a screenshot of a private Instagram account, a picture of a guy wearing yellow, and someone saying this guy might be a Latin king. Now, all I'm stuck with is two things that could be, but I can't say they are because I don't have anything else. So no, I won't make a determination based off of limited facts and circumstances.
Okay, I want you to look with me at Government's Exhibit number 70, I believe. And we're going to go at page 55. Let's start there.
Yes.
Text messages.
Wait.
Ma'am?
You may. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Good. All right. Thank you. Page 55.
Yes.
See that?
Is it?
Okay. And let's see, message at the top of the page. Look at the focus. Focus.
Focusing on the far side.
Oh, yeah,
That
yeah.
one. Yep, like that one. Just one.
These things aren't made for dinosaurs.
You're no dinosaur.
Thank you. All right.
Walk away.
1/30,
Banter.
2019.
Yes.
There's a message.
Yes.
When is it read?
It's like 7 days later.
Okay. Is it responded to?
No.
Okay. One pan out. No response.
Right.
Kind of disrespectful, like if you did it to your sergeant, right?
Yep.
Okay. Those messages are from 1:30 to 1:30. Well, here's 2:05. Not sure if that's just in there. Then that's page 55. Let's go to page 56. I think you went over this one for us. And that one comes in on February 6, 2019 at 2:32:51.
This one here, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe that you're a man of your word. The Godfather behind the wall. You told us that means the head man who's in prison.
Yes, sir.
What's he trying to do to him, Melly?
Put him on plate.
What does that mean?
Mark him for death. Green light.
Because he's saying that you are using shine
Yes.
for your image.
Yes.
So as of now, and we're all the way into February of 2019, Godfather is trying to put Melly on a plate, what you said didn't happen.
What did I say didn't happen?
You said you never saw any indication of anybody trying to put him on a plate. For
Oh, zing!
false flagging. Isn't that exactly what this is going on here?
He's not saying he's false flagging. He's just not putting on for G-Shine the way G-Shine wants him to put on for him.
Oh, okay.
They explained that in the other messages as well.
Okay, so I told him that's a dub. I guess that's a lie.
Mhm.
I don't know what a dub means. You tell me. That's what a dub means?
Yeah, he's basically telling him, don't worry about it. Scratch it.
Okay, but you're just assuming because you don't know what dub means either any better than I do, right?
There's no context there.
Okay. You signed me in March. Hope for our sake, that's whoever is talking here, Gino, and whoever's on 9807,
Yes.
that you not flag it.
Correct.
Flag it.
Right.
Meaning false flag.
Blind. I think he's saying blind. Yeah, false flag. Blind.
Okay. At this point, it's critical.
Right.
And it's critical because Godfather behind the wall is trying to put people on the plate.
Seemed like it reached a boiling point.
It reached a boiling point. And that message was on February 6, 2019, and it was opened on February 6, 2019, about 11 minutes later.
Yes.
And no response.
Correct.
So he gets him again, February 26, 2019.
Is he going to drop
Text
the
him
N-word?
again.
Nope.
It's red.
Okay.
No response.
Nope. He's not going to read it.
I mean, he has a pass, but I don't think he will.
And February 6, 2019, again, and again, and again, and again, and again. We can't read it, so we can't use this machine. But
I agree with you. No responses.
no responses.
The Elmo is not cooperating.
Okay. Good. No, I'm not good, but you're back, so I'm back.
That's pretty damning, I would say.
Wow, you need to back your microphone on about 50%.
Oh, sorry.
That's working really well today.
For real? Right?
That's good.
Okay.
Whatever the problem was, you
this
fixed
gang
it.
is being told by his supervisor that the Godfather is putting him on a plate.
Yep.
He reads it, right?
Yep.
And he's all into the gang and he knows the consequences, right?
Yes, sir.
4 days later, he says, "For real?"
Okay.
Okay. So this is the guy that's in the gang that's trying to be recruited and trying to get in with this guy.
I didn't say he was a good gang member.
Okay.
Am I a little better now?
Maybe a little quiet. Boost your by
Is it too
about
quiet?
15%. Yeah.
So in
Boost
fact-
yourself up by about 15%.
He was threatened with being put on a plate because he was flagging.
Yeah.
Okay.
For not responding.
For not responding. Okay.
Not responding and not doing enough for the organization.
Okay. All right. Well, we're talking about this matter of respect. I want you to go now to page 70 with me of this same exhibit.
Okay, how am I now? Good?
Yep.
Sorry, page 77.
Oh, did I just throw up a gang sign? Sorry.
I think you did. You might have.
Trying not to do that.
False flag.
Need to
I'm
ask-
gonna put you on a plate, Chandler.
You know, I should ask Detective Polo what that means. I'm a little scared. He would know. He's the expert.
Okay. To be clear, I'm not trying to disrespect anybody here.
Whoops.
Just talking about what we see. I'm not trying to disrespect you or anybody mentioned here. Okay? Okay. But I'm going to ask you if this looks like disrespect to you.
Sure.
What time is that message?
11:18 p.m.
On?
10/3/18.
What time is it read?
20 days later.
It's sitting down there for 20 days.
Jeez.
No response.
Right.
So it says, DL, what'd you say DL meant?
Down low.
Down low, bro. I'm getting to it now and send it. No response. Then 3 minutes later, at 11:21, same day, bro, SL. What's SL?
Shine love.
No response.
Right.
Gives it a rest until the following day. 10/4/2018 at 4:40:31. You sent it her? See that?
Yes, sir.
Now let me stop about this her. Your name is Detective Pope.
My title is detective.
Title detective. Your name is?
Danny.
You're Danny Pope. So, but in your official capacity, you'd have to be referred to as detective.
I don't have a preference. You can call me Danny. But yeah, some detectives want to be called detective.
Some detectives want to be called detectives.
Yeah.
You are a little bit more lax.
Yeah, sure.
The people who are detectives, if they want to be called detective, do you just call them by their first name anyway?
Depends who they are.
If they want you to call them detective, do you call them by their first name anyway? Or do you give them the respect of calling them by the moniker that they want to be called by?
I've never encountered that, but I wouldn't have an issue calling someone detective if that's what they want to be called.
Okay. So when somebody says, call me her, and you call them her, does it make you a gang member because you refer to them by the name they want to be referred by?
So specific to this, if you are not blood and you're calling someone Herc, if you're not G-Shine, you're calling someone Herc, you're going to be told to stop saying that.
That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said. That's what I've learned from investigating these things. And like I said, we've had undercover officers that have been in these situations, and when they make that mistake, it's a dangerous concern for us.
Okay.
So I'm not just making this up.
Okay, but dangerous concern, like they get beat up, shot, killed?
No, it gets to that point, where to the point where everyone that's there on standby to possibly have to intervene will be on high alert.
And they never
I'd
had
be on
to
Herc
intervene.
alert.
Because there were baby gangsters, such as Mr. Evans.
Okay, so they never had to intervene, but you were on high alert because you thought it meant more than it actually turned out to me, right?
No, because that's what it means. It means the person that brought us in had to vouch for our undercovers and say, hey, sorry, he's on probation, he's just learning. So it was a thing where it could have turned into something really bad, but someone vouched.
In a room full of people, and the person that was the person vouching for them gave them cover, right?
At least tries, yeah, they tried to.
At least they tried. And so when you're having a one-on-one conversation with somebody who's trying to recruit you, that's kind of the relationship you're talking about. That person would be the person who would give you cover in a room full of people you didn't know, but they're a little bit more lax with you.
Yeah,
right?
They might be, yeah.
And they might say, call me Herc.
They don't say call me Herc.
They won't say that?
No, that's the lingo. You know that's the lingo, and then they would just use the lingo. The same way they say blood. I'm not saying call me blood.
Well, there was a name, look right here. That name was saved under the name Herc, right?
Sir, yes.
There was one saved under the name Gino, I believe. Mm-hmm. And there were others we saw saved under other names, right?
Correct.
That one was saved under the name Herc.
Yes.
That person wanted to be referred to as Herc, right?
Sustained.
Well, that's a name.
Wait a minute.
Herc.
You can't say sustained and then go, well. I like this. I like this lawyer. So he's painting the picture that something's wrong here.
That's associated with a phone name.
I can tell you that's not his name. That's not his preferred name.
Okay. So we're back to this list of this unrequited love here. So 10-4, you go to rest for 10-3, comes back 10-4, 440-31. You sent it, Herc? Response? None. 10-4 at 440-35, just as I. Response? None. 10-4, 6-1-54. Now it's getting more courteous. Please hit me back. Herc. Niggas set tripping.
Boom!
Shine sat.
He can say it. Yes, white detective guy can't.
I'm not gonna go N-word. I'm gonna read what's there. Okay? You can. I can't. That's fine. I agree. You don't. All right. But it says please hit me.
I want to hear that again. That was brilliant. Okay. I like that. That was good. You can't.
I love it. I love it. Wow.
Go N-word. I'm gonna read what's there. Okay? You can.
I can't.
That's fine. I agree. No.
I agree.
All right. Please hit me.
You can't. I can read it. You can't.
601,
that was
54.
so good. I love that.
See that?
Yes, sir.
I have the pass. Look me in the eyes.
And seriously, why wouldn't they get a black gang expert cop to testify about the black gangs to begin with?
I'd like to know that as well. I don't understand.
This is so weird. Squizgar 2322. He literally said the equivalent of I can't do it, so nobody else can. Pretty much. You're right. Thank you so much for that.
I mean,
and thank you, Valent. What was that?
That's what I was wondering. I'm like, how does this white cop end up infiltrating the Bloods? I like, how does he do that?
He dealt with like motorcycle gangs and things, but I think it's just like the black gangs. I think it's just like a side hustle, a court hustle for him because he likes being in court.
I just feel like he wouldn't really fit in. You know what I mean? That's it's been kind of permeating my brain. I'm not.
Yeah, he wasn't undercover with the black gangs. He's just an expert on them.
I think
he's undercover with white gangs.
You should get somebody who did infiltrate them, who looks like them, and could be a
and can read
observer.
the N-word and not just say the N-word. Mm-hmm. Valentino Doggy says if he claims to be gay, he can't join the gang. True.
No homo.
Tank Rat.
That's one big rule. Yeah.
Dropping the Hyundai AEDs, the dudes. So let me get this straight. The prosecution brought this guy in to translate and to say what he thinks, what the defendant is thinking. Exactly. Got it. You're good.
It's on par with like with the Travis Rudolph trial with the white, attorneys like reading the text messages into evidence that were like laden with African American vernacular English, like in a way that my mama crib did not make sense to any of them, and none of them knew what they were talking about.
Right. Oh, shoot. Well, let's see where we're going with all this. Please hit me back.
I love
So
it.
they're
I
saying
can read
whoever's
it. You can't read it.
yeah, whoever's sending these texts is trying to get respect from whoever is not responding.
Gives it a rest for 3 days. 10-7. Y001. What did you say that means?
001 means love.
Okay.
What?
You up and bopping? Now you said
I bop.
That's what it says,
He
right?
bops.
Yeah.
She bop.
No response.
We
You
bop.
were beating me to it. Okay.
They-
So
Bop it.
you agree with me? Just let's stop this for a second. That this replacement of the B where C's are
She bop.
is a thing that originated in blood lexicon, blood language.
Sure.
And it has now transitioned into regular, commonplace lexicon, right?
You're saying a bunch of regular people are texting like that?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
No.
Okay, did you see the show where the guy?
What are you laughing at?
Making a
You
joke
just said
about
it's moved into regular vernacular and that regular people text like that. And he goes, no, they don't.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right.
There is a reference to
An HBO show?
booling on the couch, eating chocolate bit cookies.
Right.
You've heard of that?
Yeah.
Cooling on the couch, eating chocolate chip cookies.
Correct.
And you haven't heard that from the Bloods. You've heard that in regular. This is a joke.
What?
It's
It's satirical.
I'm too white
Because
for this
this
testimony.
replacing
What's
the B
happening?
Has become something that is
I
now
distinctly heard
fairly
eat chocolate chip
commonplace.
cookies.
I think they're just making fun of Bloods.
Okay, which is kind of a risky thing to do,
It is.
unless it has just become fairly commonplace.
I don't know who you're texting, but no one I text does that.
Okay, DSP,
So,
chill.
I don't see that being commonplace. If you go through social media, it's not commonplace unless you're on a Bloods account and you start following their followers and then you see all their Bloods.
This is basically just saying, I'm
And if
too
you
white
accidentally
for this
click
shit.
on someone who's not a Blood and you click on a Crip because sometimes they're friends, you'll see the opposite. But people aren't just replacing and misspelling stuff. It's not commonplace. It's commonplace and gameplay. If you're into making satirical content, then yeah, you're gonna do it. It's like when Justin Timberlake Crip walked. That doesn't make him a Crip.
What? Just because Justin Timberlake crip walked doesn't mean he's a crip? What is happening?
Nuggets of wisdom. I just, wow. Wasn't expecting that.
So just,
Although, interesting argument there.
I'm guessing. So the argument is, even though he's pretending to be, he's not really.
Yeah.
And Justin Timberlake crip walking doesn't. See, this guy just lost all street cred. He's like, oh yeah, I'm the hip hop master, and he's like, defaults to Justin Timberlake.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear.
I mean, ultimately, he's just too white for this. So...
Let me think of the crippest person I know. Justin Timberlake. Yeah. Oh no.
I know you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So now, let's move on to page 78. If you remember at page 79, this whole attempt to get some kind of communication started on 10-3. We're now up to 10-9.
It's a walk that Crips do.
You up and bopping her?
Google it.
Any response?
No, sir.
I'm sure there's a
Next
YouTube
one.
tutorial.
10-9 goes back at it again. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4 hours later. Just doing my rounds, her. Checking up on everybody. You gotta communicate, bro. Right?
Right.
Getting his feelings hurt a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say that.
That's the number one rule of being a herc. You can get dubbed out for it. You told us that means you could get kicked out, right?
Correct.
And so, in response to this number one rule and this urgent
Is
warning, there
using
is
K
what
instead of
response?
C like a gang thing, or is that
No.
just The
It's a
education
Crip
system.
thing. C is Crip, so you can't use a C. You have to use B's or K's.
We're only looking at text thread.
Okay.
There could be responses.
Yeah,
out
there
there.
was a whole day
Handler
on this.
Remington. Yeah.
Okay. And then we
That's
get
why
now to 10:10
Cardi B calls herself Barty.
at
for example.
11:55.
Yes.
Godfather asks about you. You need to ball,
can't tell if you're
Dino.
being serious or taking a
9
piss.
shine south. Whatever that means.
You're very serious.
Sure.
Okay.
That's why the driver, the co-defendant in this case, his name is Cortland, but he is a member of the Blood, so that's his name, YNW Bortland. Because you're a Blood, you change all the C's to a B because you don't like the Crips. And if you have to, you change the C's to a K. That's a thing.
Genius. It's absolutely genius.
When I was in school, it was
is.
just wearing a red bandana identified you as a member of a gang.
Well, in Hiram, Utah, here in the top of the Rocky Mountains in northern Utah, wearing a red bandana either meant you were working on the farm after school or you like Guns N' Roses. One of the two. Or both.
No response.
Correct.
Yes, and
10,
Melly's
10,
mom was listed as
140.
Brazy Lady on the phone instead of
You're doing a
Crazy
head
Lady.
count.
Where'd it go? Yeah, what Flux said.
There's a head count being done.
Yes.
This ain't just checking on him anymore. Now we're counting numbers.
Yeah,
Let
Chad's been
us
having a
know
lot
if
of
you're
fun
still
with
in,
that.
bro. If not, speak up.
Right.
No response. Doesn't even open it till 10:23. See that?
Yep.
Waits another 3 days. You, bro, what's good? I know you be busy and shit, but are you effing there? Are you effing
He'll
with?
drop the N bomb, but he won't drop the F
But
bomb.
still, we need to know
Fucking, I can say it. You can't.
if you're trying to get your name in the GKB history book and give you your sting. You like our little bro. Whatever it is, you can bark at us or me anytime. I got mad love for you, bro. Like I told you before, I'll kill any N-word or die for you.
You said you weren't going to do that, dude.
This guy, he's saying, I've been trying to reach you now for 10 days. I made it urgent by telling you you can get dubbed out for not responding, right?
Yes, sir.
Number one rule. Then I told you we're doing a head count here.
Yep.
And I told you Godfather asking about you, right?
Yep.
You need to call Gino.
Yes, sir.
Now he's going into the fact that, hey, I'll die for you. All right?
Sure.
We want to know if you're still down.
Yep.
Okay. That's what superiors in these dangerous gangs do with their underlings? Is that what they do? Say, hey, we want to know if you're still down with us. I mean, please talk to me, please. Is that what that's the hierarchy? Sounds like it's upside down.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, if he was just a regular fella being recruited into GKB, then that would probably not happen. But because he is Melly Demons, then they really want him in there because he comes with fame and money.
Okay. They want him in there, really.
They do.
Okay. All right. Well, let's finish up with that. Okay, let's finish up with that. I would kill an N-word or die for you, Herc. That's how much love we got for you. We would have been this same way on you if you wasn't famous, bro. He's lying there?
Yes.
Okay, right? Because he is chasing after that young man and his fame and
yes,
trying to grab tight to his coattails and they're slipping out of his hands, right?
Correct.
Okay. But trust me, just bark at me like a man. No lost love. SL, forever shine, right, shine bright.
Right.
Okay. This is like a love letter.
Really wants him.
Really wants him to at least text it back.
Yeah, at least that.
Show me at least that respect.
Right.
Homosexual.
Because if you're not respectful, it might get you put on a plate, but I'm begging you to please respect me.
Yeah, so it seems like the Godfather doesn't have that kind of patience. That's why he's talking about plating. And this guy, he has that patience because he needs him.
That was 10:13 at 12:40. Wait 2 days, still nothing.
No, they're not admitting that's
10,
Melly's
15,
phone. No, he's never
10,
he's
12.
never said
He's
this is
getting
Melly's
early
phone. He
and
keeps saying
early.
that
Let's
person,
try
the
you
person
today
who
later.
owns
The
this
break.
phone, the person holding this phone.
And the question, what do you say?
Answer real quick, Kurt.
Answer real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Because we've now gone almost 2 weeks and you can't answer me.
Right.
Don't let me look like a clown up here. Oh my God! What the hell was that? Touche.
Hot mic. What?
Wow. No, that
Who
was
was
the
he
defense
whispering
lawyer.
to?
Probably his co-counsel.
Don't let me look like a clown up here? What?
Wow, that
What's
was
going on?
that was weird.
That was really weird. What
That's
was
a
that?
massive boomer moment.
Oh boy.
And that was a hot mic. Wow. Like the one time they lean into the mic. Wonder what he was talking about. Don't let me look like a clown up here.
I don't know, but that kind of undermines his line of questioning a little bit because it seems like or maybe he's just admonishing his co-counsel for doing something that we can't see. I'm not sure.
That's what I would hope.
Yeah. That didn't sound good though. Yikes.
Yeah, that was all right. Holy
Yeah,
crap.
thanks, kitten. I'm just fooling around.
Huh. Let's see what that was about. Let's listen to that again.
Days later, give it a break. And the question, what do you say?
Answer real quick, Kurt.
Answer real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Because we've now gone almost 2 weeks and you can't answer me.
Right.
Don't let me look like a clown up here. Touche.
Touche.
Yeah, that was touche. That was not too shame.
Page 79.
Weird.
10:15.
$100 says that the guy replied, "You doing that yourself?"
I thought you was my brother, bro. Shake my head.
Okay then.
Seems like it's getting over it.
Seems like. Now, you were the guy who said disrespect gets you put on a plate.
Good.
This is the guy who said number one rule is communicate.
Yep.
There's been a love letter. There's been all this expression of please call me. And now he seems a tad despondent.
Call me maybe.
Okay.
Hey, I just met you, and this is brazy, but
Next day, 10:16. Talk to me like a man, bro.
but here's my
You're
number.
supposed to be
I'm Melly,
bloodless.
maybe.
Just let me know what's going on. That's all.
Right.
Now, this man, this gang member, this man you
Here's
say is
my
a gang
number, so
member,
call me maybe.
is now
That's
doubting
just
whether
wrong.
they're brothers. So the gang member himself, who supposedly tapped him in, he himself is in doubt as to whether this man is in his gang.
I think he's scared he's about to lose his meal ticket.
Well, see, I mean, this is a thing. This, whoever is sending the blue texts has vouched for whoever has the green texts, and like I said, just in the motorcycle world, if you vouch for someone and you say I can bring this person in, I guarantee they're quality people. I guarantee they're here. And then they flake out on you. You catch shit for it too. You can get your ass beat for
Well, that's the
lying
same as
about
in
it.
like in any profession. If you refer somebody for a position, it reflects badly on you.
Yeah, but you're still
That's
not going to get
pretty
taken out
standard.
behind the woodshed and beaten with a 2x4.
Good point. Very, very fair. There are higher stakes involved here.
Yeah. So
Understatement of the century.
yeah.
So how about that? On 10/23, 20 days later. Rise up, her.
So he read all those messages at the same time, it seems.
Like I scrolled down to read more
10:23,
messages.
It was at the same time, so he opened that thread all on the same day. They all read, reviewed at the same time. And as soon as he opened that thread, he sent that message. So yeah, he probably had his phone full of messages and finally eventually went through, or at least through that thread.
Is your phone like my phone that tells you when there's a message to it?
Yeah, I mean, I always have unread messages. I'm really bad at texting.
And is your phone like my phone that tells you not only that there is a message, but who is trying to text you?
Yep.
And is your phone like my phone and it tells you how many texts are building up over this course of time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what you're saying is he took 2 weeks to read them, 20 days actually.
Yep.
And when he did, he said, "Rise up, her."
Oh hell no.
I'm sorry.
Nope. Nope.
Right?
Nope.
He's famous. get away with things.
Okay.
Wrong.
So the rules that you say apply about being disrespectful.
We did have to rip one guy's patch. That was pretty fun. That was fun.
Okay. And the rules that you say apply, or that person said apply about it being a number one rule to stay in touch, don't apply here.
They're not using it correctly, are they? It's evident. They're telling him to do these things and he's not doing them. And they're threatening him and he's not doing it. So, yeah, he wasn't being who he was supposed to be. And that's shown on the messages.
Your answer is he wasn't being who he's supposed to be, and you never considered it's because he's not who you think he is.
What?
He's asking for these documents. When I asked to join the sheriff's office, I asked for an application. I didn't ask for an application from Sunrise PD because I didn't want to join them. Right? He's asking for applications from 2 different G-Shine sets.
No, you did not.
Books of knowledge.
You read absolutely. That is absolutely not true. Knock that shit off.
Someone who doesn't want to be. If I message a G-Shine guy tomorrow on social media, he's not just going to give me his book of knowledge.
It's because he's not clout chasing you. You mentioned clout chasing earlier. What does that mean?
Chasing fame.
No, not funny notes.
You saw
not funny.
In these messages, you went over a few where he was saying, "Hey,
I believe it is
I'm a rapper
chasing.
too, and can I send you my music?"
Yeah.
And I told the Godfather, "Don't put you on a plate because you're going to sign me."
Right.
You saw that?
Yeah.
And
I just about to ask how many
Could you check
biker
those
gangs
out?
it can be in
You saw
South
that?
Korea.
Yeah, they're both trying to use each other.
Well, there's people in.
But who's trying to? Who's trying to use each other?
G-Shine's
We'll talk
trying to
about
use
later.
Melly, Melly's trying to use
But
G-Shine.
there is an angel's
That's how you read
presence.
that.
There is an
That's
outlaw
why
presence.
If not, I wouldn't have made an album cover.
Last I
for,
checked.
G-Shine and putting the G-Shine
Oh,
model.
of course, for international
It was clearly
transit.
G-Shine,
Gotcha.
And now G-Shine clearly wants that.
I mean, people that like are members that are working for
So, like
companies.
when
here.
we were watching Wimbledon and Serena Williams wins and starts crip walking, she's trying to use grips.
And I don't need my ass kicked. So stop.
Sometimes people
How did Serena Williams come into this?
So when it's Justin Timberlake, it's homage.
No, I said Serena Williams is doing the same thing.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, you are correct, Mustang McCracken.
So you testified just now that Anthony Williams was not a part of the gang.
I couldn't determine which gang he would have been a part of. Like I said, there's videos and photographs of him throwing up gang signs, like blood hand signs. And I know early on in the YNW collective, when they were younger kids, YNW went by a neighborhood street gang that happened to wear blood colors and use blood hand signs. So maybe that's where that came from. But I couldn't find a further connection. That's possibly also because he's not alive.
Possibly also because you didn't go through his phone with
His
a
phone
fine
extraction?
with a fine-tooth comb, right?
Yeah, that would be part of it too.
Okay. So when you come and say, "Hey, I could not determine," try that. You told us when we spoke to you on February 17, 2022, that Anthony Williams is a gang member. You told us that, did you not?
I believe based off the little bit that I had, I was remember because when we were going through the depositions, I had just gotten the discovery and I was slowly reading through it. So I kept saying, I don't know for sure just yet. I need to see more of this. I said that many times. I even wrote a report that indicates I haven't finished going through all this. So yeah, at the time, I thought maybe he's a blood victim.
But
so I can't definitively. I cannot say that at the moment.
But on February 17, 2022, when we spoke to you in deposition, you did say so definitively, did you not?
It was apparent. That's what it appeared to be. And I kept digging. I wouldn't want to make that determination at the moment.
Not because you have seen stuff that tells you he's not, but just because you haven't looked through his phone, right?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Well, you see Anthony Williams throwing up hand signs, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see him wearing red.
Yeah.
You see him associating with other people who you claim to be gang members.
Yes.
And you say, but no, he's not a gang member.
So this is why I say that. Because initially, as I'm going through this, I thought, okay, these 4 guys are all together. They're probably all part of the same gang, right? Same blood gang. They're all throwing up bees. They're all wearing red. But then it became apparent that Melly was not in the same set as any of the other guys. So I could not determine whether he was in a different blood set or whether he was still repping 48th Avenue Army Gang, which was their neighborhood street gang name, where they wore camouflage.
Okay, so this guy's just been testifying, and now it boils down to I don't know if he was a blood or not. I don't know which blood. If he was a blood, I don't know which faction he was in. I don't know anything.
Okay. You said he was. You didn't say it appeared anything.
Objection for
Right?
impeachment.
Thank you. Counsel, rephrase your question, sustained.
You said definitive on February 17, 2022, that Anthony Williams.
Objection and file for impeachment.
Which comes out?
Sideboard.
Side bear.
Side bear. Oh, sidebar this time.
I'm going to take that opportunity then, because it is
Have they
now
fixed it?
20 to 1 in the morning, and our client's in the morning, so I'm going to head off.
Thank you for joining us for a bit, Hayden. We appreciate
Not a
it.
problem.
Always lovely
Make sure
to stream
everybody
with you, Hayden.
goes over to Death Row Dundee's site, Aussie Overlord, and subscribe to everything he's done. Well, subscribe to the channel and like everything he's done.
Absolutely. Cheers, guys. Enjoy the
And have a
trial.
good night. We will.
Will do. I'll still be listening. You'll still be putting me to sleep with sweet nothings, but yeah, I'm literally falling asleep at my desk, so I'll
Well,
talk to you
go to
later.
sleep.
Go to sleep, Hayden. We'll see you
All
later.
right. Have sweet dreams. All right. But the judge is yawning. That's not a good thing. Oh, this looks like it's an extended break. Jury is leaving. Are they leaving for? It looks like they're leaving for a grump fest.
Sorry, Judge.
All right.
Just make
With comments made. I just got another message.
perfect time to break.
Well, that's what I want to bring up. How much more do you have?
I think it's going to go past 5. So if we're going to break now, then that's fine.
Well, how about your, I'd like to, I don't know, how much, what kind of redirect you have?
Not very long, Your Honor. So I think I had 6, 7, 8 questions potentially.
So let's just keep going, see where we go. As far as your other witness, whenever they get to the other witness.
Okay. Let me go, you and I will figure out a time when I can bring her back. She's trying to drive out.
Well, should be the best one.
I drive out to Miami almost every day. When I'm just making a comment. I'm sorry. Sorry, Judge.
All right. Thank you, we're recessed. Ms. Cummings, do you rush me? Yes? Give us better.
All right.
Is he there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so a lot of this testimony that you provide.
Hush while this is Law and Cuck's rebroadcast thing here while they do the break. While they're doing the break, read these 2 super chats, and then we'll fast forward. The Border Patrol officer who killed his girlfriend and baby trial started yesterday. You could drop this one like a hot potato. Nope. We already did a Texas border agent killing people trial not too long ago. We're sticking with this one. Thank you, though, Mary. And I think you should stick with this one, too. Because, frankly, I'm more fun than a murdering Texas border agent.
This is true.
I hope. And Volpe Fox. Pat, Jeff, and Bandler. It's a good day so far. Got my summer job this year at Build-A-Bear. Woohoo! Build-A-Side Bear. Cool. You gotta build a Lorax bear. I want a Lorax bear. All right, that's pretty darn cool. Congratulations. Relax and enjoy. And with that, let us skip ahead here. We're getting to the end of the day, and we're about an hour behind the regular trial today.
Not bad. Am I crackling again?
A little bit, but not much at all.
Oh, shoot. I just realized I'm in Chrome instead of Firefox. I don't know how that happened.
Oh, that was bad. Well, bounce out and come on back. What have I done here?
I'm going to do that.
Daryl Brooks. How the fuck did I get into the Daryl Brooks trial? What the shit is that all about? All right, let's go back here. That was weird. All right, now we got to fast forward to where we were.
There was a deposition on April 11th, 2022.
About
At
20
that
minutes
time,
here.
you had another 2 months to review.
Some more evidence.
And that's why we met again, because at that point you had the opportunity to analyze some more information.
Sure.
And do you remember being asked this question and giving this answer?
Okay.
Question. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Anthony Mr. Williams, Anthony Williams, or Christopher Thomas were foot soldiers, Ascaris, or anything higher up? Answer.
Back.
I don't believe Mr. Williams or Mr. Thomas were members of his lineup or his set. You remember that?
If that's what I stated, yes. I mean, I remember having a conversation with you, sir.
And do you remember, I think this was probably Mr. Allison. And do you remember continuing your answer? I have no idea what rank they were in whatever blood set they claimed. I just know they were parts of different blood sets.
That's what it appeared to be.
Okay. Well, so since then, based on the fact that you have not reviewed their phones, you are no longer certain if they were involved if they were gang members, right?
No, the point I'm trying to make, sir, is that I would need to do more research. Like, let's say I was going to trial on something for Mr. Williams to testify that he were a gang member. I wouldn't go forward with the limited evidence that I had reviewed on him. I'd have to do a little more digging. So that's the point I was trying to make.
Okay. But just so we're clear,
sure.
You saw him throwing up gang signs, right?
I believe so.
You saw him in the company of people you are claiming were gang members.
Yes.
You saw him wearing red.
Yeah.
And at least on April 11th of 2022, you said definitively, I just know there were parts of different blood sets.
That's what it appears to be. I like to have a little more than just, one of each thing. So one hand sign, one color. I like to have a lot more.
Okay, so you shouldn't have said what you said on April 7th, 11th, 2022 then.
No, I'm still saying the same thing. He appears to be a blood. I would like to do more research if I would have to go trial something like that. It's just the same thing.
May I approach you on? Yes. I want to show you a copy of what I just read to you.
Yes, sir.
Page 31, April 17th, state, beginning at line 3. I want you to just read to yourself from line 3 through line 7.
Yes. So you just read to me, right?
Yes.
Yes.
You don't see anywhere there where it says it appears to be. You said, I know.
Okay. I'll agree to disagree. Same thing to me. You appear to be an attorney. You are an attorney. It's the same thing. I'll take the appear out.
What?
The state asks you whether or not one blood gang member murdering other blood gang members is something that would have to be sanctioned.
Yes.
Remember that?
I don't remember if that's how it was phrased, but yeah, I remember something to that effect.
One gang member, well, we know disrespecting somebody could get you killed, right?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Not communicating could get you killed. Correct?
You get violated.
False flagging could get you killed.
Sure.
Okay. And killing another gang member without it being sanctioned, could that get you killed?
I'm sure if you killed the wrong gang member, yeah. And
you never reviewed anything anyway where you saw before 10/26/2018 anybody putting Anthony Williams on a plate.
No, sir.
Christopher Thomas on a plate.
No, sir.
Calling them food.
No.
Sanctioning their executions.
No.
And so if Melly engaged in that activity, he himself could be put on a plate. Right?
If he killed someone without it being sanctioned, if he upset the wrong person, I mean, someone from, let's say, Mr. Williams or we're speaking about Mr. Williams, let's say Mr. Williams was part of another set, that set could have an order on Melly. That's very possible. It could exist right now.
Could.
It could, but it's not knowledge I have, so I can't say, yes, there is. Melly's greenlit or he's not greenlit. There's been rumors, but I can't prove that.
And today could actually be Tuesday, but it's Monday, right?
Sure.
You never saw anywhere where you saw 2 instances where you are suggesting to this jury that Melly was sent an oath, right?
Was sent what?
An oath.
Yes.
And they were different in large part, but you said they were essentially the same, right?
I wouldn't say in large part, the wording was slightly off between the two.
Oh. And you never read anywhere where he took an oath, right?
What do you mean?
You never read anywhere where, you know what an oath is?
I understand what an oath is.
For example, somebody becomes elected judge or president,
Yes.
they raise their hand,
I get that.
and they take an oath.
Yes.
You never saw anywhere in any of these communications where any oath was taken by this man, never.
That would have been asked of him in person.
So the answer is no.
No, sir. It's not on the phone.
Okay. Why don't you look back at government's exhibit number 70. At page 31, you address that. Okay.
We're coming close to the end here. I shall return momentarily.
Thanks. Okay. Page 31. You addressed this in your direct testimony. On 10/24/2018, there is this oath that's being sent by Gino.
Yes, sir.
Was Gino the same person that kept saying, please?
No.
That wasn't him?
No, that was her.
That was her. Okay.
Javon Burton.
And he sent this oath on what date?
October 24, 2018 at 12:37 a.m.
Is there a response?
No response.
What day is it opened?
November 18, 2018.
So it's sent 2 days before the incident that's an issue here,
Yes.
and it's opened almost a month later?
Yes, sir.
So this oath that you never saw Melly take, when it was sent to him, then he owned it for a month.
I don't believe that was the first time it was sent to him. That was one of many times it was sent to him. The email, I believe, was sent to him September 18, 2018.
That one, we just looked at.
That one wasn't.
Was not opened for
Correct.
almost a full month.
Right.
Would you describe that as eager?
Eager? It looks to me from looking at Melly's phone or the 9807 phone that he didn't respond to many messages. So it's apparent because it's not just one person saying it, it's multiple people saying it.
Do you deal with many celebrities?
Do I deal with celebrities?
Have you?
Sometimes.
And you're aware of the phenomenon, you're aware of what they call paparazzi?
Yes, sir.
People who chase them around with cameras.
Yes.
And you're aware of what they call fans?
Mhm.
People who chase them around for their attention.
Sorry, I had to pop into the other room and get myself a little piece of Bentubby Bride
And it would be people
Dickman.
trying to reach
Yeah.
It was hard to say.
and there'd be no
Yes.
whoever was on that 9807,
Nice, Jeff.
right?
There was no response.
What are these? You said something about gang convention meetings. What are those?
So I explained it a little bit. I think I remember it was during Direct before that. So most of these games will host like it's like the national day. It's like they're celebrating the birthday, right? This doesn't have to fall on their birthday. So I explained the first one I explained was the 5-9 Brims. It's Blood Set. They host theirs on May 9th because they call it the 5-9 Brims. May 5th is 5-9. So they happen to host theirs. Last one they hosted in Tampa was live streamed, and it goes on May 9th.
And how many of these convention meetings did you see Melly attend?
That was the 5-9 Brims. I haven't seen I don't believe I've seen a GKB one online. I can search for it and see if I can find something, but I haven't seen one personally. And it's not the kind of thing where if you don't show up, you're in trouble. It's a party.
You said among the things that you did in analyzing material to determine whether or not Melly is a gang member was you observed his tattoos.
I looked at his tattoos.
And you saw that he had a Z10 tattoo.
Correct.
Which you said is a Zone 10 tattoo.
Right.
And you found that curious because he's not in Zone 10 gang.
Yeah, so while going through Melly's phone, I saw the video of when he got that tattoo. It appears him and Wisdom Williams, who was a member of Zone 10, each got each other's
zone.
I wouldn't call it, well, Zone 10 is a game with smaller games within it, but so Wisdom Williams got YNW tattooed on him, and then Melly got Zone 10 tattooed on him, kind of like showing allegiance or friendship.
And you said YNW is not a gang.
I wouldn't call him a gang.
The Zone 10 is, you said.
Zone 10, I don't want to get into Zone 10. It's just going to confuse everyone.
Melly's not a member of Zone 10.
Melly's not a member of Zone 10.
There's no, can you think of a way to false flag more than tattooing on your skin?
Not when you did it with a member of that organization.
Okay, that one member.
Yes.
You sent out like a global memo to let every other Zone 10 know when you see it?
Zone 10 isn't a global game. There's a handful of people, and they don't know. No one's going to get upset because that happened. It's not a national game. They're not reporting to a guy in New York. Wisdom Williams was one of the top guys. If Wisdom Williams said, hey, get this tattoo with me, and I'll get this tattoo with you. That sounds like a good idea. We're friends.
You saw when this guy Gino asked Melly if he could get into YNW?
The collective, music collective, yes.
Trying to further his, what he was trying to establish as a music career.
Correct.
Council, can I see sidebar, please?
Sidebar. That may be the end.
So what do you think of how defense is handling this?
I'm not sure what either of them are saying at this point. I know the defense is trying to say, look, he's posing, he's a poser, he's a poser, right? You can't definitively say he was. So, when you said he definitely was, you misspoke. And the witness is he's hedging his bets at this point. I know he's like wearing red, he's throwing gang signs, he's using the talk, he's like throwing the lingo. But I don't know. I need some more information. Doesn't sound like much of an expert. He can't give an opinion on anything yet. So I think the defense is doing a good job of confusing the witness and sort of making him sound like he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I think so too. I've seen a couple of comments in chat where people are saying that they don't think the defense is handling this cross very well, and so I'm just curious, how chat feels about this, because I feel like generally, I think that defense is handling it, but when I see opinions like that, I think maybe the jury is thinking differently.
Well, I guess we kind of have to just wait and see how it goes, because from a lawyerly perspective, I think he's doing a good job, but from a juror's perspective, I don't know.
Just curious. Thank you for your input.
He's doing better than the state. I mean, but that's not saying much.
Yeah. No, we'll see.
I don't know if he's doing particularly well in front of the jury, but I would think he would be doing better than the prosecution. Because again, the prosecution is they're just they can't see the forest for the trees. They're harping on all these little tiny minor details that just bore the jury and don't mean much and just sort of pile on. Like watching them read the word blood from 600 million emails for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I would
they didn't
say
need to do that.
I would say that overall, prosecution has put on a lot of witnesses that don't really seem to be adding to their case significantly or substantially. There is that one piece of evidence that kind of puts him at the scene, and but I'm just still not sure.
Yeah, well,
with the phone and everything.
It looks like we are wrapping up here for the day a little bit. So
all right, we're getting close.
So remember the admonitions 5 o'clock. So don't discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen.
Are we talking to the jury?
Councilman, along with the defendant. Counsel, I should have asked you before, what's the date or time frame of this YouTube video that you displayed in court before?
Good question.
11 months ago. 11 months ago. Prior to my evidence, or after my evidence. There's a good one that I'd like to put. This is YNW Melly and Sons.
11 months ago, Judge.
I'm sorry?
11 months ago.
You know what the date is on? Should it say the date?
All it shows is 245,000 views, and then it says 11 months ago. I guess tonight I could play with it if you wanted me to figure out if it was not that computer savvy.
And Your Honor, let me just say this before you comment. I don't want to marry myself to that. They are set. And so if what the court is, well, let me not anticipate what the court plans to say, but let me just put the state on notice that if somehow the court thinks that one should be time barred for any reason, then we will go hunting for more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Counsel, I'm curious, as to the age of the video, but you're indicating to me, you're representing to me, that this is something that you looked at for the first time last night, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that you will further represent, you didn't know whether it's something you're going to use or not in the trial, what the evidence and how the evidence played out.
That's right.
All right, I was just curious as to the thing.
Thank you.
All right, so tomorrow morning, and when do you anticipate the witness coming in? I guess,
I'm trying to go around to accommodate people's driving schedules and things like that.
let me stop you for 1 second. How much more do you think you have this witness? 25 minutes to an hour, maybe. So you'll be on, let's say, an hour. That's like a maximum, you think?
25 minutes to an hour? That's a long window.
You have in redirect. You said 10, 11 questions? I think you have less than that.
Yeah, it was at 8 or so, depends on what other areas defense goes into.
15, 20 minutes?
I think yes, that's an appropriate
So
estimation.
let's say hour and a half, more of this witness, and then your next witness is going to be the doctor, same doctor who's here today, or?
It could be her, it could be the other one I have to discuss with them this evening as to their schedules.
Do you have the same issue with photographs as to both witnesses?
Yes, sir.
So, and again, I haven't thoroughly read this case, but I've seen cases, several cases before regarding photographs. My understanding of all is it's depending on what the witness needs to explain or illustrate the testimony. So,
Correct.
if she's going to do that, and say she needs this one, and to explain why. I mean, I don't want a lot of duplicates in there if they're not needed, and if less, and I haven't seen the photos, so I don't know how graphic they are, but if they're less graphic photos, the least graphic photos, the one I would suggest we use, but I don't know what's out there. I haven't seen the photographs. I'd like to take a look at those.
Sure, Your Honor, we had done this prior to the deposition of Dr. McDougall and Dr. Sauer. The defense had agreed upon photos, and we had circled them, and they're not just now raising the objection. Again, I can give Your Honor the contact sheets, which will show all the photographs, and then the circled ones are the ones that the state would be intending on using.
Is it noted as to which one the defense is objecting to?
No, that is not noted on there, but we could do that if that would make it easier for Your Honor.
If we could do that, could you just mark off which ones you're objecting to?
Sure. There are 13 injuries to the victim, one victim, and there's 3 injuries to the other victim. So I would imagine that they would need approximately 13, say 20 tops on the victim that has 13 injuries. And on the 3 injuries, no more than 5 to 10 on others. Quite a game.
And you may be right. Typically, it's the doctor's going to say what they need.
Yes, sir. I understand.
And so my thought would be, I'd like to know which ones you're so you're not saying there's specific photographs that you don't want, it's the number, is that correct?
Yes, and I do believe the state is allowed to introduce for demonstrative purposes or to aid the jury some of the injuries and to explain them. I'm not disputing that they should all be replete.
I think that I understand that,
Yes.
but also the state's not intending to show these to the jury as demonstrative. They're intending to introduce them to evidence. That's the way I understand it. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, because they would aid in the jurors in understanding how the ones are infected and things of that nature.
So this is my thought. Any issue with having counsel, just speak with the doctor and trying to pare this number down?
That's fine.
Well, that's
All right, we can skip all this nonsense. Go away. They're just talking about the judge. And while we're doing that, we can bring up today's stream. We're about an hour behind the testimony.
All right, we're catching up.
Right. Oh, dear. So, it's looking rough. We're going back. The dude's still under cross-examination. They said for 25 minutes to an hour, and then a few questions from the prosecution, and then there'll be a new witness on the stand. Huzzah!
Awesome. I'm looking forward to that.
So am I. Apparently some doctor showing pictures, so that'll be good.
Okay, that'll be interesting. If we could see
King
them.
Ginger, with $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Says he couldn't give an opinion on Juvie and Sack Chaser being in the same gang as Melly. He didn't say Melly wasn't in the gang. He said he couldn't, in his earlier testimony in February at a deposition, he said he was definitely in the gang. And now he's saying apparently he was. He wouldn't say definitively. So that's at the end where he said, okay, well, I'll take apparently off. Because he was saying, okay, you're saying that you're changing your testimony because before you said definitively. Today you're saying apparently or seems. So that's the deal. Defense is going to argue that he wasn't in the gang, so it wasn't about him. If he was in the gang and he was this disrespectful, they'd kill him. So they said they were trying to kill him for posing. All these. So basically, the defense is just poking little tiny holes in the state's case. That's what reasonable doubt's all about. You just kind of chop off a few legs, chop it little pieces. The prosecution case.
See, that's what I felt with the way they were doing the cross-examination. I really felt like they were introducing doubt that, perhaps the Bloods just wanted this guy because he is this famous rapper and he could bring, just like a little extra cred. And, I saw that. It wasn't necessarily, eviscerating or gutting his testimony or undermining his expertise, but it did create doubt for me. Personally, I mean, I felt like the text messages that he went through, those exhibits were substantial enough to introduce doubt.
And it boils down to, so what if he was a Blood or not? Did he kill these people? So far, this does not advance the state's case at all. They've wasted 2 days. They need to start tying it into the murders.
I mean, he could have been a Blood. It doesn't necessarily mean he committed this murder.
Yes, I mean, so what? There's people that aren't Bloods that commit murder, and there's Bloods that don't commit murder. So, the state has to start tying this into their case.
So perhaps this cross wasn't really that important because this witness isn't really bringing that much evidence to convince the jury that he definitely did it. Because I don't really see how this guy is like.
If he's not that important, they wouldn't talk to him for 3 days on the stand.
I mean, defense seems to be, doing a pretty good job. But I don't feel like defense is, like really threatened by this guy. The line of questioning doesn't seem to be super intense. Which just, I don't know. It's like, what did you really get from this guy's testimony? Did he convince you that this guy's a murderer? Did he convince you that this guy did it? That he deserves to be, executed?
Uh-huh.
Because I'm not getting it.
Well, who knows? It's,
Maybe I'm just stating the obvious here. But from everything that I heard from this particular witness's testimony, I don't feel like he advanced the state's case significantly enough.
I don't think he advanced it at all.
Yeah.
So, I'm a little less forgiving than you. Seems like some people are having problems sending super chats. Oh.
Weird. But we just got one from
Nicholas. I'm sorry I can't take your money from you. I'd love to do that, but I understand if it doesn't work. No obligation. If you can't, you can't. I appreciate the thought and the offer.
I see one new super chat though.
Nicholas Starr, which one? Oh, yeah.
That one.
Not everybody, just some people can't, for some reason. Nicholas Starr's trial watch, like the girl in Denmark, who they found in 231 pieces. Someone cut a big problem into smaller problems.
Yes, that's a lot of pieces.
Yes, they did, Nicholas. Jim tells us, I thought Sack Chaser was Melly. WTF is going on? No. Sack Chaser is Sack Chaser. Melly is Melly. Sack Chaser is dead, and Melly is on trial for deleting him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sack Chaser is the victim in this case. I don't know what his legal name is.
And Coke Fairies is ultimately, who cares who's what exactly? All that matters if he actually killed said people. This is all BS. Well, it may not be BS, but it is right now because they haven't tied it into the murders yet. They've got to start doing that.
Well, on the face of things, if you are a blood, you might kill people. You might be more likely to kill people and have gang motivations to do that than just a regular dude. So, you know, it is not irrelevant. But the state hasn't really shown very much with this witness.
Nope. And Durna 1804 says, completely burbumstantial base. Exactly.
Well, burbumstantial evidem. Okay,
enough. We're enough. We're going.
We should just watch.
We're
going
to watch today's trial.
Yeah,
yes.
we're taking up a lot of time here.
So now we are starting day 9 today. We're starting with this morning. We are on live now, but we're about an hour behind.
Discussing video.
Thanks to everyone for their super chats.
You reviewed a lot of videos in preparation or as part of your assessment of whether or not Melly is in it, right?
Tina Lewis,
you
throwing the super sticker, the angry
online.
Face. Why are you throwing an angry
Videos
face? You can throw
posted
stickers, I guess. You can't throw super chats.
And his music video. And you would agree that in a lot of music videos, there are a lot of firearms, right?
Yeah, some.
And that's not unique to Melly.
No.
A lot of artists in their videos have a lot of firearms, right?
Yeah.
And we saw yesterday in some of the exchanges.
All right, we have to do this here. We have to clear up Jim Satala and others' misunderstandings. Now, the phone that they're using, they're saying is a collective phone. It's not exclusively the defendant's phone. This is the defense argument. It's the YNW management team. It's their phone. Some people use it sometimes. Other people use it other times. I can't remember who the phone is actually registered to, but you know when you set up your phone, you give your phone a name. You're disagreeing, Chandler?
Oh, no, did I look like I was?
Yes, you were shaking your head back and forth while I was talking.
Oh, don't mind me.
Okay. All right.
I don't know why I did that.
I just thought you were disagreeing with me. I'm like, okay.
No, I'm just listening. That was
Okay.
my listening, posture.
All right. I was confused. I thought I might have been getting something wrong. No, the phone is registered to somebody. And you know, when you first set up your phone, you have to give your phone a name. The name they gave the phone was Sack Chaser. But the prosecution is saying that's just the name they gave it, but the defendant was actually using it. That's why they spent all of this time showing that he was sending messages to his mother. He's sending credit card photos. He's got his selfies on there. He's got all these other things on there. Even though it was registered to somebody else, the name of the phone was to Sack Chaser. It was actually used exclusively, if not primarily, by the defendant. And the defense is saying, no, it wasn't. And that's where we are. Tina Lewis has figured it out. Take my money, Legal Vices. Well, thank you very much, Tina. I appreciate your support. It was hard-earned, and you got it.
Yeah, everybody, I would highly suggest testing out the super chat feature and just seeing if you can super chat our Lorax here. Just test it out. You know, throw 10, 20, just to make sure the system is running okay.
And Vince Clortho, member for 7 months of the Clean and Sober Crew, says rejected chats are usually their bank thinking the charges aren't legit. Yeah, they're too small. You got to send high dollar chats for them. No, just kidding. Don't do that unless you want to. But right now we are at the 3 hour and 9 minute mark. That's time for the second checkup of the like and subscribe poll. We've currently got 668 people here, 613 likes. Thank you for getting 613 likes. Now we need to push on to 700 likes, and make sure you go to Chandler Remington's channel, Remy_legal, and subscribe to her. And give me your subscription too. Because we were 30 away from 37,900. Let's see how we're doing now. We're at 37,872. We're 28 away. We need 28 more subscriptions to get me to 38,900. That's my goal. If you haven't done it, please do it. I would appreciate it. And take our like and subscribe poll, which says, take the like and subscribe, smash the like and subscribe buttons and let me know if you are ready for more text messages. 11% of you said sure, through the power of booze. 21% of you said ready to chill and smoke legally. 21% of you said, yes, I have a cocktail. And 48% of you have said, yes, I'm already dead inside. And Jim Zatala says, you can understand why I'm confused because I assumed if there's a guy named Sack Chaser and a phone that says Sack Chaser, it would be his phone. Yes, well, you're
That
wrong,
is one of
obviously,
the
Jim. Yeah.
that is one of the key issues that is being litigated here in terms of how we determine whose phone it really was, because it is important. The phone places somebody at the scene of the crime. We need to figure out who. And if we can't determine definitively that it is the defendant, then the state should not have the power to execute him. Just saying.
And Alan Walsh, who's been a member for 5 months of the Clean and Sober Crew, said, it's the start of the cashless society, peeps. The banks are deciding what you spend your money on. Mark my words. And Vulpy Fox, newest member, thank you so much for joining the Clean and Sober Crew. Deeply, deeply appreciated. Let me scroll back here and make sure we haven't missed any significant events. Tankrad, we got your stuff there. Right. Cool. Rita Castillo, 4 months member of the Clean and Sober Crew. Thank you so much. We got all right, good. We is caught up. And Alan Walsh, thank you so much for your member chat we just read. And let's catch up to today.
Is where Melly is asking, seems to be like inquiring about the availability of certain firearms.
Yeah, I think if you're talking about that long thread, it was I think that was specific to magazines, not the actual firearms.
Okay, it was magazines.
Gun-related things.
Okay, and some of them were, he asked for clear magazines.
Sure.
And you said that makes some kind of an aesthetic difference, a difference in appearance, not difference in function.
Right.
Right? So if you wanted to use a firearm in a way that it is manufactured to be used, it doesn't matter whether or not you have a clear drum or an opaque drum.
No, I think I explained that it's just a preference thing.
That's right. It's a visual thing.
Yeah, since you can see the bullets, it's just some people want to see that.
Right. And so it wouldn't make a difference in its function, it'll make a difference in how it appears on a video, for example.
Correct.
Okay. You were telling us that you were retained to render an opinion in a case regarding the rapper Drake.
Yeah.
And your opinion was that he was not a gang member.
Correct.
And you listen to Drake songs.
Yeah.
And you hear references to violence in those songs.
Some.
Okay. Right. So the reference to violence in songs by rappers is not unique to Melly.
No.
Right. And it doesn't necessarily mean you're a gang, right?
No, anyone can commit an act of violence.
Okay. We also saw among the several videos, you said you reviewed videos of Mr. Melly that were his music videos?
Yes.
Videos posted of him?
Correct.
And videos he posted?
Right.
Doing all manner of things, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And we saw one yesterday, and before playing it for the jury, Ms. Bradley asked whether or not you were familiar with a rapper named Kevin Gates.
Right.
Are you?
Yeah.
And the lyrics, and then Ms. Bradley played a video, right?
Right.
And in that video, there were Kevin Gates lyrics being recited.
I believe so.
And did you help Ms. Bradley decipher what was being said?
I don't recall. It's been, when was it that we got the post? Or that I got the post, sorry?
I don't know when you got it. I know that it was played for you yesterday.
Right.
Right. And during your testimony, you reviewed it. Right?
Correct.
And Ms. Bradley made some mention of the fact that at the end it says both of them, right?
I'm glad she said that yet.
You agree with that?
I would have to listen to it again. I don't recall now.
Okay. You don't recall what it said?
No, sir, I don't have the song memorized.
Okay, so you're not saying that it says both of them at the end. That was just Ms. Bradley saying that.
I'd like to listen to it so I can answer it correctly.
Okay.
Thanks.
Before we do that, I want to present you. May I approach you on it?
What now?
I would like to present him with what has been marked as a copy of for identification, marked for identification of defendant's exhibit C.
Yes.
Thank you.
Without
And
objection, Your Honor.
Without objection. Okay. Thank you. Let's take a look at that.
Yes, sir.
And you agree with me that those are the lyrics to Kevin Gates' song, 4:30 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to focus your attention on a part of that.
Okay.
Can you read this? It's a little tiny.
It's tiny, but
You think you can?
might be off.
Okay. I'm gonna want to. Where's Gary? I lost Gary. Oh my gosh. Adversary, do I need?
You're going to display this exhibit 3 to the for a seated jury?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Without objection.
Do you want to admit it first?
So you just remember the admonition, this is not something that's in evidence. It's being used as some type of demonstrative exhibit to assist in explaining or illustrating the witness's testimony. The testimony of the witness is the evidence, and how this demonstrative will not be with you back in the jury room during your deliberations unless it's later received evidence. The evidence is the testimony of the witness. All right, I'll proceed.
Thank you.
Got the dreaded USB sound.
Okay.
Here.
Thank you very much. All right. You see the part that I've highlighted there?
Yes, sir.
On Defendant's Exhibit C for identification.
Yes.
No regrets for the shit I did. It also means for the ends I killed. 4:30 a.m. Never say when.
Right.
Okay. I want to play this now for you.
No regrets for the shit I did. That also means for the niggas out. Yeah. 4:30 a.m. Never say when.
Is that identical to you? Okay. Well, actually, not identical. He doesn't say the word kill. He uses a gesture for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't play it again.
No regrets for the shit I did. That also means for the niggas out. Yeah. 4:30 a.m. Never say when.
Okay.
Okay. You heard that?
Yeah, I'm hearing it. Like I said, I can't memorize the lyrics.
No, that's fine.
I just want to see it side by side.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be difficult.
Flip through. No, I know you're not. It's my fault.
See the wrong thing, I'll get it.
We'll want you to do that.
No regrets for the shit I did. That also means for the niggas out. Yeah. 4:30 a.m. Never say when.
Except for leaving out killed and getting something.
Okay. Yesterday, Ms. Riley said, did you hear them say both of them? Yesterday, when she played that.
Yeah, no, now that I'm listening to it, no.
You don't hear that?
No.
Okay. So you didn't help her decipher that before, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. It's identical, except for the gesture in place of the word kill.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So
the defense would like to move in defendant's exhibit C for identification.
I'm not sure what this is relevant to.
No.
It's C, is that right? Identification will be admitted as
Leafy Fifi Foo, I'm waiting to hear the answer to that question myself. Why do they want the jury to hear this?
This seems like something the prosecution would put on.
Get me back to this. Exclusive.
I mean, because it seems like an admission.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about at all.
Okay, so you're telling us you didn't assist the state in coming up with the conclusion that it says both of them at the end?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. All right, we were also speaking yesterday about the fact that Melly was largely unresponsive to many of the overtures that were being made, the attempts to recruit him, right?
He was already recruited, but yeah, what you're saying is he wasn't responding to the people that were messaging him.
Okay.
Within the organizations.
Okay. And I had gone through a list of, or a demonstration of several messages that were not being responded to, right?
Correct.
And I think I had asked you later on in my examination whether that was Gino, and you're like, no, that's not Gino.
Yeah, there was, we went through two different, I think, text threads. One was Gino, one was her.
Okay. Well, let's go through Gino's.
Sure.
Okay. Start with page 30 of Government's Exhibit number 70. It's 70 to 140 pages.
Yeah.
Okay. Pan out there. Visually, as much as we can. What do you want to do? Pan out those 4 pages. That's it. Light on here. Okay. Visually, we can look at the messages reflected in page 30 of State's Exhibit 70, and we can see, first of all, that the person communicating with the 9807 number is Gino. Okay.
Yes.
And at least we can see that there are no responses to any of these messages, right?
Right.
Okay. Well, let's try and go through some of them. And the time, 10/4/2018. Just talked to him. He said that wasn't towards nobody. Okay, he's continuing a conversation from or post that he made before, right?
Right.
And that's at 9:14. Then 2 days later, without a response, at 12:05, it says, I'm on the line with Tall GF. Who's Tall GF in lingo?
Gino's, like the Godfather in that lineup, his name is Stretch. So okay. I assume that's a reference to him being tall.
Oh, right. Okay. I'm on the line with Tall Godfather. He wants to sit down with you and Jay Green. Me, you, Jay Green, and him. See that?
Yes, sir.
And that's on 10/6.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that would be a pretty important meeting because the Godfather wants to sit down, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's on 10/6 at 12:05. 10/6 at 12:05, he reiterates, me, you, him, and Jay Green.
Yes.
No response?
No.
So the next day, 10/7, 4:40, last, when you free?
No response.
No response. That whole day goes by. Next day, 10/8, 12:40, 3:40. To stay in tune is to communicate, bro. If you feel like it's too much, I think is what it's meant to say, for you can line up, let me go from the top. To stay in tune is to communicate, bro. If you feel like it's too much, you can line up elsewhere, but you won't get the perks and respect you get now, the choice. Apparently it's yours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's implied, I guess.
And that was on 10/8. Any response?
No.
Okay.
Wasn't read for several weeks.
Sure.
I'm so sorry.
So we fast forward now to 10/13. So now the Godfather wants to sit down with you, no response. Hey man, you got to communicate, or if it's too much for you, line up elsewhere, right? No response.
Correct.
And then 10/13. That would be 5 days later.
Right.
Just cut a fool off that.
Yes.
Whatever that means. Okay.
Whatever that means. Next.
That's 30. 31. It's Boole. I wish you nothing but the best, and if you need me, I'm here. 10/13, 9/27.
It's bull.
See it?
Yes.
4 days later, 10/17. Speak your mind like a man. Don't have a fool guessing. Gino is not getting frustrated with this lack of response. You agree with that?
I agree. I think it also, like that first message you read, it kind of seems like we're missing some context of conversations that might not be in these threads. I'm just, because some of the stuff doesn't make sense the way you're, it's almost like a continuation of a conversation that already happened.
It might seem that way, but you
There's no way to tell.
Right. So the word you're looking for is you're speculating.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So finally you get the response after all of that on 10/23.
That's weird.
2018. Now it appears that none of these messages were even opened until that day. You agree with that?
Yeah, I think most of them at the same time stamp, 10:30:51.
And the response is beloved.
Right.
Not hold up, man. I missed the Godfather. Right? Wasn't that?
That's why I think we're missing some conversations that were had, not via text message. Because
And you can speculate all day long.
I think it's common sense.
Okay.
But okay, you're right.
Do you have any proof of any of the things that you were speculating to have occurred, sir?
We had a phone extraction. If I go through call logs, there might be something there.
And it might be a Martian that made a call. Okay, all right. So in response to that 10/23/2018, at 10:38, Gina responds on the same day. Hit me when you're free. Got to get another one. Right?
Right.
And then he sends the oath.
Correct.
On 10/24, that's not opened until that 18.
Yeah, I can't see the date.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So no urgency with that either.
Correct.
And it says that same day, he texts him again. There's no response to the oath, right?
Not to these messages, no.
And he texts him, that's the oath. Me and you need to come up with a handle.
Yes.
So he's a gang member and he's in. He doesn't have a handle yet. And he's just now seeing the oath, right?
Not according to the email chain.
Okay.
Received earlier the month before.
Okay.
This would just be the second time we're sending him the oath.
And now we're on to page 32. If we pan out, you'll agree with me. There's no response to anything going on page 32.
Correct.
Okay. First message. 10/24, 12/38. Handles a name for the books.
Yes.
So he's not in the books yet.
We don't know that.
Okay. We know he doesn't have a handle for the books. We know that.
We don't know that according to these text messages.
He just said we need to come up with one.
Right at this point in time.
What are you saying?
Saying 10/24, when he's asking for the handle, they hadn't come up with one yet. We don't know if he has one.
Okay.
He's
And
talking
then
about at that time,
10/24,
dumbass.
at 9:36. So 8 hours goes by. Bust at me when you're free. I need to skyline with you. Right?
Correct.
Call me. I need to talk to you about something.
Yes.
Because eight hours has gone by. Right?
Yes.
10/25, 9:08. Next day, 24 hours later, just about.
There's less than 24 hours
I
before
don't
the
know what
killing.
happened. Let me know what the move is. Right?
Is that so?
10/26. At 12:34. Bro, you good?
Oh, yeah.
10/26 at 5:35:30. We here for you, bro. Just let us know what you need.
After the murder. Yeah.
Yeah. Next day, 10/27, 11:49. Now, 10/26 is the day that Melly's friends, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas, were killed.
Right.
Okay. You see a message? We here for you, bro. Just let us know what you need. See that?
Yes.
Sounds like some form of comforting and condolence to you.
You know, I speculate.
Okay. So next, I went through what you're going through. It hurts, but it's like when you go into the next level, the people you love die. It's so they can protect you better from the sky. See that?
I see that.
Okay. Now, prior to those communications, was there any communication at all where you saw where Melly was complaining to Gino or anybody else or Gino or Stretch? His name? Stretch. Where he's complaining to Gino or Stretch about Anthony Williams?
No, sir.
Do you see anywhere where he's complaining about Christopher Thomas?
To those two members?
Yes.
No.
Do you see anywhere where they're putting them on a plate for him or anyone else?
Not on those messages.
Okay.
Well, whatever the state is trying to prove, I think he's doing a good job of undermining it.
On page 35, you said
I agree.
one of the words that was used. Let's look at page 35. See a message there, the last one from the 9807 number, whoever had it, Melly or not.
Yes, this one.
It says on the homies.
Yes.
See that?
Yes, sir.
And you said that's another indication because homies is a term that Buzz used.
I also explained it's just also a term that just people use in general.
I got
It's not just Bloods, it's all gang members.
Okay.
It's in reference to that's my big homie, that's my little homie.
I mean, my Jewish cousins
That's
also use
the
homie to refer to each other. So,
Like I said,
like, hey, homie,
you just
how's
say
it going?
he's my homie, and if you're just talking to your friends, it doesn't mean anything.
Okay, so you have homies.
Sure.
Okay, I have homies.
Yeah,
okay.
I hope so.
All right. Well, that was my theory from yesterday, Jim, and I don't see a reason to steer from that yet.
Let's go now to page 47.
He's posing so they frame him up.
Now remember, these guys are trying to recruit, right? They're trying to recruit, or you say he has already been recruited.
It'd be even better if you could prove there's a
It appears
benefit to that for
because
them.
they sent them the documents for the next step up.
Okay. So I think you used the term clout chasing. I didn't use that term. You used that term, right?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me if this would be the type of thing you would refer to as clout chasing. On page 47. Post me for my belated birthday, Herc. I'm only asking because I got hella hoes last time you posted me.
Yeah, I testified to that already.
I know you did.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm asking you, is that the type of stuff
Yes.
that you are referring to?
Yes, sir.
As clout chasing?
Yes.
Okay.
And Valhalla waits member for 8 months for the clean and sober
Let's go
crew
to
says
page
Vices
48.
and Chandler are my homies. You're our homie too, Valhalla.
Hey, homie, what up? Nice to see you in chat. I'm just gonna call everybody my homies now. Flux is my homie.
Well, that's not a topic.
Jessica Reloaded is my homie. Got a lot of homies. You're my homie, Jeff.
Thanks.
And this comes in on January 6, 2019, 3 months to the day after the incident at issue in this case.
Yes.
Okay. On another note, one of them Pyru ends reached out to me saying something about some shit. See that?
Yes, sir.
Response: I was so disrespectful, they probably won't be calling me back. See that?
Yes.
Response: got you, beloved.
That's weird. Weird words.
Well, what they hollering about? It was quite a lot, accusing you of something that are punishable by death, also stating that Shine family is nothing more than a chess game in the palm of Little Ford's hand. Then he has another message. I myself found that amusing. The reach of the G-Shine hand is far-reaching, but being that you are really Shine, that's something you are not going to have to witness, for mothers and kids are not off limits when disrespecting Shine. Right?
Yes.
Okay. We've already established that this failure to respond to Gino and Herc was disrespectful. We established that yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay. And mothers and kids are not off limits when you disrespect them.
That's what they're saying.
Presumably your boys wouldn't be off limit either.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
And it wouldn't make sense to kill the golden goose.
No.
Okay, this is what I was thinking yesterday.
Brilliant.
Now we saw yesterday where Gino had suggested that it would be a good look for him to get some change for everybody. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. We're now looking at page 51. See that second to last message there?
Yes.
What happened to the chains?
Never got, I guess.
No response. And he's like, never mind. Right?
Right.
So he didn't get the chains.
Made some
He was
promises he
looking
didn't keep. Didn't do his
Go to
ad, didn't do the
52.
thing, was posing.
And it seems like Melly is trying to assure him that it'll come, but it hasn't. He says, all that's coming, big bro. Be patient. I'm fresh out. I'm going to have everything handled around March. I ain't seen my mama yet. I'm only one man. Right?
Right.
Right.
Answer. I believe you, bro. What about my post? I remember he asked for a post for his birthday.
I remember.
Okay. I believe you, bro. So he's not getting the chains. The post is free. I believe you, bro. What about my post? Nigga? Bet me okay, what about my post? Seems like a period is supposed to be there. An N-word bet me 100. Should I just go ahead and pay him? In other words, somebody bet him $100 that he wasn't going to get the post. Should I just pay the guy, man? What about my post? Right?
Yes.
That's how you interpret it too?
Are we talking about a piercing post, or are we talking about something else, I wonder?
I mean,
I don't know.
while the state had you up here when you were interpreting messages, you seem to have a level of certainty in all your assessments. Now you're a little bit equivocating.
A little argumentative, yeah. A little testifying there. But good question. Unhear that one, bitches.
He's pushing it, but I like it. He's just kind of pointing out.
Next page,
Now you're
53.
changing your tone a little.
Here comes another ask. 150, 45, and 128. This is all after the fact, right?
Correct.
By months, right?
Yes.
Hey, for real. Hey, for real though, I need to borrow 10 bands. I'll give you back 15. Remember that?
Yep.
Okay. Remember you told Melly, line up onto me because we got all this money and we're well-resourced and we got all of that, right?
Right.
I need to borrow 10 bands. I'll give you back 15.
Right.
Okay. Did you get a response?
Nope.
Okay. And he says, and you went over this on direct, if I don't pay you back, you can have my stain and my life. Right?
Yes, sir.
Let me 10 grand and you can kill me if I don't pay you back.
Right.
Okay. No response. For sure.
Yes.
And then 128, 219 at 1027. It's my job to bother you, little bro.
That's weird. I feel like the for
Next day,
show
almost 24 hours later,
is a
I'm
response
trying
to
to show
something.
you something. Response. Yo. See that?
Great response, yo. David bringing the conspiracy
Let's go to page
theories.
59.
Melly killed Sack Chaser because he was smashing his mom. Melly didn't feel get off, but he did do it.
Page 59.
Fuck innocent until proven guilty. We black. Bringing the conspiracy, Melly.
Top. on 9/13.
But I will say,
now we're back to her.
Melly's mom,
right?
She was looking
The fourth
fit.
incident. Yes. Yo, bro. Do
You may be onto it, David.
Rondo? He disrespecting the hood.
This is why I love chat. Y'all come up with the craziest
When?
conspiracy theories.
And then
hey,
Melly responds.
Jada Pinkett Smith was smashing her son's bestie. So
young boy,
that's
he fought my brother Sack. Right. So now Melly is talking just a month earlier that he fought Young Boy is another rapper.
Yes.
And that he fought Young Boy because Young Boy was fighting his brother, Sack.
Kind of interesting to refer to Sack when your name is Sack Chaser.
Mm-hmm.
Just
he says he fought Young Boy, and that Young Boy fought his brother Sack.
Okay, so now they've time worked back to a month before the
I don't know if
killing.
he's defending his honor or if he was just involved in a 2-on-1 fight or a 1-2 fight. Like, it's not there. You're asking me to speculate again. Anytime I do, you say I can't. So,
Do you
there's
have to
Sack
speculate on
and
the
Sack
fact
Chaser.
that he's calling Sack his brother?
so right there.
Oh, are those two different dudes?
I don't think so. I'm just confused.
Because if you have one named Sack and the other one named Sack Chaser, that is very...
That would be confusing.
That's skirting the no homo line in
Now
terms
let's
of
just
their
go
allegiance.
to, this is her, and this is page 60. At the bottom.
That's very homosexual.
9/15/2018, 2:10:05. What time does show start tomorrow so I can know when to push up? No response. About half an hour later, just bark at me when you free her. See that?
See that.
Okay.
Bark at the moon. Bark at the Herc.
2061. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Hashtag entanglements. Sidebarring across the USA.
Mike's right there.
What the fuck was that?
Being reminded the mic's right behind you. Stop mumbling.
I'm being reminded too.
Mwahaha.
Where were
Evil
we?
plans and
I
stuff.
think we're at page 61.
Oh god, that was a bad look.
Highway 61. Great song.
Page 61. First message. Yo, I don't mean to keep hitting you up, bro, but what time do you want me boom up there? I don't know.
Come up there.
place
Come up there.
What time it starts. Right?
Right.
So this was
We
this
are
is
learning
9:15
how to speak
at
blood,
12:30.
apparently.
Yeah, Chandler, homosexual.
And
Y'all
we
never
had
heard that
seen
before?
that 2:10 a.m.
It's hilarious.
when he
Homosexual.
starts
Nope.
asking. He asked him to bark at him at 2:47.
So really
That's
smash your
wrong.
Now
homies.
at 12:30
For all you know, I coined it. I didn't, but
p.m. He's saying, yo, I don't mean to keep hitting you up,
I
bro.
introduced
But
it.
what time do you want me boom up there? I don't know the place or the time it starts. Right?
Sure.
Melly responds to that one. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready now, her. Most likely around 1 a.m. Right?
Right.
Response. Where is it located at again? Where is it located at again? No response. 7 minutes later. Venue. No response. And then about 3 hours later at 3:33 p.m. Yo, bro. Bro. I get down there around 8 or 9. Where you want to link at? See that?
See.
Okay. So he found out some kind of way where it is.
Exactly what I was saying before. They're communicating outside of text messages.
I'll give you that.
Thank you.
No. Well, there you are speculating that they're communicating. If somebody's having a show, would Melly be the only person on planet Earth that knows where the show is?
No.
Okay. So when you say that they're communicating, that's where the speculation is.
When there's a photograph of them together, that means they linked up. So they must have communicated.
I know, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about him finding out where the venue is. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
He could have found the venue out any which way, but at some point they had to have communicated for them to get together and take photographs.
Okay. Page 62. says, UFW the perks hurt. If so, I'll grade you some. What does it say? What does that mean?
FW? Fuck with? He's asking if he fucks with Percocets.
Okay. So you fuck with Percocets hurt? If so, I'll grade you some. Bring some.
Yeah.
Answer. I don't do no drugs hurt. What does he say right after that?
Bring some though. My Crips.
His
What?
who's?
Crips.
Not his bloods?
What?
Okay. He can't, he's not even supposed to use a C there, right? Okay. And not only does he use a C, he refers to his buddies as his Crips. Did that happen? Yes or no?
Rips?
Okay.
Rips.
Wow.
What? What? I'm very confused.
He's using that as very strong evidence that he's not a member of the Bloods, because he's
Whoa.
talking about his Crips.
His Crip, my Crip, what? Okay, that's
Yeah.
weird. That is really weird. Like, I feel like that goes against a lot of the code, and I'm very confused.
Yeah. So that's the defense's argument. He's not
In
a
a-
Blood because
in
he's
a
got
very
Crips,
elaborate
and
way.
he's not using the gang lingo. He's actually saying the word Crips.
I mean, he used
yeah.
the letter C, first of all. This is bizarre. Okay.
Just the prosecution's saying he's a Blood. He's saying here he's talking about his Crips, not his Blood. So clearly the prosecution's wrong.
Yeah. I was not expecting that. Wow.
Yeah, well,
Mind
neither was
blown.
the expert apparently.
Ooh. Let's see what he says about that.
We just said, yeah, he said it. That happened. Was that before the murders? I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, it was 1 month and 10 days before the murder. This is murders. This is...
That is utterly weird. Hi. Hi. Hey, wifey. I feel like that meme of the lady doing math in her head and just nothing is computing.
What are you missing?
Okay. Page 71.
What are you missing, Chandler?
I'm just missing how anybody could refer to my Crips when they are supposed to be a member of the Bloods. It is very
That's the defense. The defense is saying they're not Bloods.
It's a big problem. It's a really big
Not for the
problem.
defense. Not for the defense.
No, not for the defense, but for the prosecution.
That's why the
it is a
defense
big
brought it up,
problem.
and that's why the prosecution didn't bring it up, and the defense did.
That's kind of a bombshell.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear the state explain that one.
Well, they've got their redirect. We'll see if they mention it.
Ooh, okay.
Start. This is her. I'm going to be totally honest with you, bro. I had Gino, because everybody is professing to be of higher rank than the other. Herc is professing to be of higher rank than Gino, right? Or no?
No, he said he had Gino bend the rules.
Okay. So actually, he's not, strike that, I was wrong there. He actually petitioned Gino to bend the rules on behalf of Melly, right? I'm going to be totally honest with you, bro. I had Gino kind of bend the rules for you because I happen to be a huge fan of your music. But Gino's going to fall back for you, and I will deal with you until I feel like you're ready for Gino's presence. Right?
Yes.
So Herc is saying, look, I'm going to handle you and kind of bring you along because you're not ready to stand before Gino, right?
Right.
Okay. This Gino the same guy that he was ignoring time and time and time again? That guy?
Yes.
Okay. And the Godfather, who was waiting for him for a meeting, is over Gino and her, right?
Yes.
Okay. When he feels like you're ready, then you will be granted total access and acceptance. Until then, the Godfather will never acknowledge you. So he's not even acknowledged by the Godfather yet.
Right.
It seems like he's not acknowledging the
We still
Godfather to
don't
me.
know. We still don't know you, but we see that you love the hood. Okay, he's saying we see you love blood, but we don't even know you, bro. Right? Okay. So we accept you with open arms. You gotta always communicate, bro. You family now. It's one of the 23 rules. I'm responsible for you, so we gotta make sure everything is on point. And you gotta work on your lingo. We will talk more when we push up Saturday. Right?
Right.
Okay, did I read that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds like he's not measuring up.
Nope.
Page 79.
This is good.
You
like
went
a
through
slow
this in your
burn.
testimony as well yesterday with the state. There is a text at 10/26/2018 at 12:42:30. And the question is, yo, is this true? Right?
Right.
Day of the murders, sorry, right?
Yes.
And Kirk is asking Melly if it's true what he's seeing on social media. What we saw was a post about Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas being killed.
Right.
Okay. And then he says, that's at 10/26, 12:42. Then at 10/26, 5:57:10. Damn, bro, I'm sorry for your loss. I know shit hard for you right now, but keep your head up. Yo, keep your head up, you. I wish I could have been there to guide you. If it's anything you need, bro, let me know. Don't hesitate to bark at me. Love you, bro. 110%. See that?
Yes, sir.
And you testified in your depo that you didn't see that as condolences. What you're saying is he was saying, I was hoping I would be there to guide you in killing people. That's how you interpret that.
Yeah, I'm gonna speculate again. Or do you want me to just give you my professional opinion?
Well,
because
kind of the same thing, isn't it?
The way games operate, I can tell you why this makes sense.
All right, make it make sense.
When
Don't let him answer.
How are you distinguishing your speculation from your professional opinion?
Exactly, they're the
You're the one
same thing.
distinguishing it, sir.
Pardon me?
You're the one distinguishing it. I'm trying to get it out.
No, you
your-
said,
your
do you want my
professional
opinion
opinion
or do you
is
want
your
me to speculate? You said that.
My expert opinion about gang testimony, about gang knowledge, is what I can testify to.
And that's only as good as this expertise that you profess to have.
Objection argument.
See? Okay. But your interpretation of that communication was that he's saying, I wish I was there to guide you on how to do this, right?
Right. Because my grandfather died. No one called me and said, I wish I could have guided you. He said, I send my condolences. I hope you're okay. I wish I could guide you. Guide you how?
Hasn't Herc been trying to guide him the whole time in growing up, being a man, being a blood? Did you say that? Did you
Such
see
a
that?
read.
Yes, you saw that.
Okay. And you are basing your professional opinion on the anecdotal example of what somebody said to you when your grandfather died.
Not just my grandfather, sir.
He's making this guy look stupid without questioning his qualifications and credibility. I like this.
Yeah, he's carrying
All
some
right,
holes in
let's
his
look at
professional
page
opinion.
83. We're panning out. A whole bunch of texts
I'm enjoying this strategy.
from
I
her
think
that
it's
weren't responded to,
done
right?
very well.
Right.
Okay, see that there from her. First one is 11/1/2018, 9:40:52. Bet, just checking up on you. And SL, what does SL mean?
Shine love.
Shine love. All I know, say 100%. And then we have on 11/4. This again is now we're after the incident now, right? 11/4 is after the incident issue in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. Good show, Herc. You had me turn. Be safe on the road to fool. I don't know what that means. Shine love. Then 4 days later, yo, bro, hit me when you're free. Got to give you some food. Are you suggesting that is him saying I got to give you somebody to kill?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then at 11:37 same day, send me, bro, IG, and I'm sending the food now. Make sure you check it out. And 11:08, 12:58.
Food is definitely code for
more or
something.
less East Side banging blood.
That's for a murder.
Living, stand
You
on
serve them up on a
ground,
platter. They're food.
Loyalty for cause, old
I hit on them.
Shine family.
Yeah, but the witness is saying that's not what it means.
Therefore, it's platinum, gold, platinum, 001, G's up even when my mind, body, and soul depart forever, expanding mind, height, line, black.
Okay.
Yes, that would be the food he was referring to, the knowledge.
So the knowledge that he's
is
sending
food.
him is this word salad right here, right?
Knowledge.
Yeah.
Food for thought.
And then it says, got a new scrap I want to show you. And then at page 84, it's bust at me when you free. At 11:11 at 12:33, and then 11:17. I'm sorry, 11:13 at 11:17. 2 days later, add me back, you ugly ass. What do you interpret that?
You can allow me to?
How asked you?
Yeah. That sounds like he didn't accept his friend request.
Sounds like what?
He didn't accept his friend request.
And he's saying, add me back.
Yes.
Okay. Let me move on to the next page, 85. He says at the top, hit me BSAP. That's ASAP, right?
Correct.
Okay, hit me ASAP. And he sends that at 8:20 on 11:18. And at 8:20, he gets a return.
Just putting
You
bees
gave him an
everywhere.
ASAP or BSAP response.
Yeah, so give him 2 minutes.
Already 2 minutes. Okay. And then Herc says, bet. And he says, hit me when you're free. Nothing major. And what does this Y001 mean again?
001 means blood love.
Okay.
So they just use it in their language. Throw up blood love.
Okay.
Smell your blood, you put 001 inside of it. It's just how they incorporate the
Oh, I
signs
see
and
what's
symbols
going on
into their
here.
writing.
Okay.
I sent you a beat. Tell me what you think about it. I was hoping you can put a hook on it if you like.
Oh, good. We got a long
That
break
one
here coming up in just a
let me
minute.
know what you think, right? And you discussed that yesterday.
That's interesting.
And a beat is
At least to me.
a music track. And a hook is a rap or some lyrics.
Yeah, verse.
Looks like they've already broken for lunch, so we got about an hour left.
A beat, and he wanted to put a hook on.
Sure.
Okay. This would be some self-serving effort.
Can we
to
pause
try
for a
and
second?
Advance his own.
I can. Would you like me to? Okay, what?
I'm just okay. I apologize for interrupting. Defense is
Never.
he's already kind of saying this, but it sounds like this guy is giving deferential treatment to Melly, allegedly, if Melly's the one who's texting, because he wants to start his own music career and he wants Melly to help him out. I mean, that's very interesting. Could maybe break some rules for him or shift some things
Yeah.
around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
I agree.
Okay.
You
It's
know
an
who
obvious
got the
observation.
drink for a no. But you know who got the drink for a good number, whatever that means.
Don't know what that means. No opinions
I
on
don't know
that.
what that means.
It's all confusing. It's like there's Gen Z lingo, and then there's like we're all getting a linguistics lesson, and I
Yeah,
feel like I'm
yeah.
getting like 60% of it. I don't know about everybody else, but it's English, but it's not. It's confusing. I'm trying. I'm learning. We're all learning together.
I don't want to learn, but I have to.
It's music career. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got the beat. We got the beat. We got the beat. No, the hook is a little catch at the end that brings you back to the main verse again. Those of you that were wondering in chat, the hook isn't the chorus. The hook would come after the chorus, which brings you back to the next verse.
Page 93. That exchange starts on 10:25.
Why is Jeff boomering out?
04:09. What's it looking like?
Why am I boomering out?
11:25.
I have no idea.
At 12:10, he
I don't
responds,
either.
everything 05 day, they on the road now, right?
Right.
Okay. And then on
Whatever,
11:25 at 2013, bet it up. Shine right, shine bright, shine love, bro. Right? According to what you say SL means, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then 3 days later at 10:03, boy, I see your ugly ass on TV representing, right?
Right.
Okay. And then 2 days later at 10:57, Y001, rise up, her. See that?
I see it.
And then on 12:05, this is now 5 days later, 12:02. Dan, what's up, blood?
Definitely
You beefing or something?
coomering.
I know you view me barking at you. I just be trying to check up on you. That's one of the 31 rules of an and rarely care about you, bro. Cause that fake rocking, we don't roll like that, bro. No, in this 5 dub, we straight up with each other cause we gonna die about this GSF shit. You heard?
Okay, there we go. They just flat out called him
Let me know
a
what's
fake and a
up.
fraud.
Right?
I thought there
So
were 21.
he's just getting no response. He's like, bro, beefing or something? What's up? Right? Okay.
Yeah, no.
There's a large number of rules.
So we don't know what calls were or were not made, but we know at least on this occasion, the communication was sufficiently lacking for him to be like,
Yeah,
bro,
apparently
beefing?
it grew from
You are
23
not
to
barking
31.
back?
Right.
Okay. And now page 94, top of the page, you get the response. Bro, did you really just we beefing? Looks like it's meant to say, bro, did you really just say we beefing? Right? Okay. And there's a status sent, whatever that is. And his response is from her, of course we're not beefing, bro, but you got to do better on your communication with your 5 dub. That's part of getting your stain together. Oops, can't see that. All right?
See it.
All right. His response, her, nigga dead busy. Then he says,
You're funny.
Flight to flight, don't even see my mama text on God, right?
Right.
So he's saying that
He really loves his
my
mom. It's
phone,
so sweet.
I don't even see my mom's text coming, let alone yours.
Right.
Okay. And his response is, and I smell that, bro. I think you covered this yesterday. And I smell that, bro, but this GSF shit is a real, or are real?
Real right.
Real right. Well, hold on, don't the R come before the real? Real right is R real?
They're doing the double R because double R stands for real right. It's just more like when they put the 001 inside the blood. It's just
Okay, so that means real right. Okay. And I smell that, bro, but this GSF shit is a real right mob, regardless of how busy you are, how busy we all get. We always got to make sure we find time to check up on bros, even trouble.
Yeah, they're just calling him flat out
And he's
here.
a big artist like you. It's nothing personal. We're not saying we want all your time. Just text and let us know you're good. That's all, bro. You say your brothers, but you be showing us different. We rarely got real love for you, her, 110%, right?
Right.
So he's saying, look, man, I hear you.
You're just not towing the line.
He's not living up to the standards. Over and over again, you get these texts where, you know, he's being called out for not living up. Which shows me that he is kind of a poser. He's not doing all the stuff. He's not falling in line.
Yep. He's
He
a
hasn't
poser.
proved himself. He has not proven himself, and that's kind of important.
That is correct. All right, we are, let's see, 1 hour. When did they go to lunch? Looks like they're just kind of wandering around now. So we may only have about 30 minutes left or so. We'll have to see.
All right.
Ooh, her lipstick is not a good color. I mean, I have zero fashion sense, and I know her lipstick is not a good color today.
Oh, I didn't see.
Let me help you out there.
Oh, no. That's not working for her. Especially not... I think if you wear a dark color suit...
It's very vampiric.
You should have a lighter color lip. I'm learning about how to dress for court eventually by watching these female attorneys make mistakes. I'm always going to bring a hairbrush with me, that's for sure.
Oh, we do have Flux. Vibes. Oh, we already read Vibes and Bandler.
Well, it's a very sweet
the best
super chat.
homies.
Yo, homie.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, thanks, Flux. I wish there was a gang that started with F so we could ignore them and call you Lux.
I don't do gang signs, I just blow kisses at my homies.
Yeah.
So,
It's the same thing.
yeah.
But they're doing beloved.
Big love, yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Ron. All right, we're gonna wrap it up. Been led to believe I should have provided pillows.
Please wrap it up. That'd be great.
Putting everybody to sleep. All right, appreciate it. 97. Start at the top where it says here interview from the 9807 number, the event, and out of 10. Can you read that? Probably not.
Yeah, I see, sir.
DL, let me know. Well, have it when you finish. Just bark at me. It's mandatory. At 12:15, 3:36. No apparent response. 5:10 on 12:15. Be back in the meeting waiting on you. At 12:20, 5 days later. I'm Melvin. How long you gonna be in Atlanta?
I'm Melvin.
And then at 12:21, 5:28. Hit me when you get time, bro. And then there's this one. 12:23 at 2:01. Me and Gino came up with an agreement. We trying to be in YNW Melly now. How you feel about that? See that?
Yep.
Okay. So, they're trying to be in the music.
God dang! A big bolt of lightning just hit the mountain right outside my window. Holy crap!
Or they recruited him, as you say.
Yeah, they're two separate entities.
That was pretty cool. Most excitement I've had all night.
Did I? I tried to get them straight. Now I messed it right back up.
Dude, stop talking into the microphone, for God's sake.
Okay, there's a few more things I want to show you. Here at 1:03.
Uh-oh, it's a big long text. They're going to tell him to go get fucked.
Goon. It starts with, yo, twin, right?
Yes.
And the response was, bet twin, Phoebe, right?
Correct.
And what were you telling us twin means?
Just slang used between Keyshawn members. So like saying bro or dude or any term of endearment.
Okay. And you're aware that Anthony Williams is saved as twin.
There is some Kevin Gates lyrics, assuming that was Kevin Gates, but no videos of gang sign tutorials.
Okay.
It could have. That was bright. Ah.
All right.
The dogs have migrated.
Jumping. We're almost done. At 1:08 and 1:09. At 9/7, 2018, at 4:36:37, Goon says, "Damn, niggas had you out here all types of laws. The history of the hood important to know. I'm gonna send it. Make sure you get right on."
We lost Chandler. Bro. She abandoned us.
Answer. I know who the founder is, but I'm saying you ain't send it. Julius B. Sonny. See that?
See it.
And then we go over, he's saying the founder is Julius B. Sonny, right?
Correct.
Chandler has returned.
109.
Sorry about that. Glitched out.
Can you read it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Missed you.
Okay, but you know Julius B. Sonny is not a person, right?
He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's saying the founder is somebody who's not even a person. right?
Okay.
Looking at 114 and 115 for just a couple of references here. Right at the top, the 98.
You can hear the dog snoring. Can you hear the dog snoring?
Yes,
Okay.
a little. It's not bad. Just kind of ambient background noise.
It's really loud for me, so I turned the microphone on them. All right. Anyway.
07. Right, it says just ran into boob on her.
What?
I think there should be a comment here, like that period we missed on the other one. Just ran into boob
Just
on.
ran into boobs on Herc? Yeah.
Boobon?
Boobon's the name of Broward County nitrate gangster blood member.
Okay.
On Robbins.
But he's not saying he's boob on her?
Boobon? I don't know.
No, he's a nitrate.
Tutankhamun?
Okay.
Bubonic
Because the
plague
person he's
Herc?
talking to on page
It's an odd name.
115 says, oh, I thought you said he was Herc. Right? So at least whoever Goon is thought he was saying Bubon is Herc.
We're fucking, I don't know what they're talking about.
It's talking to a new guy named Goon.
Jeff did a Joker laugh.
Must have missed that one.
I must have missed it too.
Almost there.
Neither of them. They're too fat and lazy, and Yoda doesn't care. Yoda's too busy holding the universe together with the power of his mind.
Well, one of them is more likely than the other to come out with a yogurt cup on his head, right? I think we missed that earlier.
Yeah, it was great. He had like 2-pint yogurt thing stuck to his face.
You know what?
I laughed.
We are there.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Boom.
Thank you.
Is that everything?
Some redirect.
All right.
Detective Polo, do you make your determination as to whether or not someone is a gang member based on just one factor?
No.
What do you base it on?
Multitude of factors, and I like to get more corroboration than just, like I said, in the case of Mr. Williams, where I had limited information. I don't want to come to court and make that determination.
And in terms of, is Mr. Williams on trial today?
He's a guy.
And when a person becomes a member of a gang, is it a lifetime membership?
Depends on the gang.
Okay.
Depends on circumstances. Depends on the person. Sometimes they're allowed to be put on the shelf and, stay out or not be an active member.
Okay, so you mentioned put on the shelf. That's the term you haven't used before. What does that mean?
Just a term to state that the person's not actively involved in the gang's activities, not necessarily just the criminal portion of it, but the gang activities. They might not be going meetings and stuff like that.
Okay. You also used the term meal ticket. Is that something that has a particular connotation in regards to gangs?
Yeah, so I think it's been going on for as long as I can think.
Courtroom construction.
Gangs have always used rappers, and rappers have always used gangs to promote each other. Gangs use rappers because rappers bring in money, fame, things of that sort. Women, as we saw in the text messages, and the rappers use.
That's why Scientologists like stars.
So they can get into certain venues because they might not be allowed to certain venues, as we saw in some of the texts, unless they have that support.
So you mentioned that they use each other.
Yes.
How is that reflected in the messages, in your opinion, based on what you've seen?
Well, it appears that maybe Melly wasn't reciprocating as much as they were asking him to, but they were asking him to, right? Give me chains, get me to the show, post me on social media. Minor asks, some minor asks. So asking for $10,000 maybe might not be a minor ask.
See you, Phoebe. We're going to be leaving here in about 30 minutes ourselves.
Okay. And is there
Just turn the dog down.
Gratitude or give when the gang wants something?
Yeah, so I mean, especially if you have fame and they're trying to use that fame.
Fame, I want to live forever.
They don't want to lose you. This is evidence with other rappers who claim gang affiliations and who've been on trial for gang.
Okay, and State 70 counsel made a big deal about the lack of responses that he perceives in this.
Yes.
In terms of on page 47, there is no response from January 3rd to January 25th. Are there circumstances in which a person's not allowed to have possession of a cell phone without going into what those circumstances are?
Yeah, I didn't want to mention it.
Okay.
So I'm just going to strongly imply he was in jail.
So you mentioned as well that the messages don't show phone calls.
No, phone calls, FaceTimes, Instagram FaceTime, Facebook FaceTime.
And so in terms of the state would like to publish at this point part of state 64, showing defense counsel. Yes, did you want to your computer? Thank you.
Thank you for asking.
We are totally protected here. Redundancies upon redundancies. Looks like an ultrasound picture there on the right.
Like an alien fetus of some
Like
sort.
an ultrasound and a stovetop dial over there.
Something like Ridley Scott-esque for like a prequel to Alien. Is that guy H.R. Geiger?
So Detective Polo publishing
Apparently a gay Satanist according to Steve Dosney.
64, the extraction of the phone from the 9807 phone number.
I had to be there.
And this is one of the 10,963 images that are contained on this phone. What is this showing?
Missed FaceTime calls, messages received, more FaceTime calls.
Specifically, is there a missed FaceTime call from Gino?
Gino's there.
And is that one of the numbers in the contacts that we just went over?
That is, yeah, that's one of the text threads that we were.
And there are messages from Gino. Are there messages from Gino on January 2nd?
I believe so. I would have to double check.
Well, all this is doing is showing he wasn't answering the phone or FaceTime or messages. How is this helping you, prosecutor? Excuse me.
Yeah, I'd like to know what they're doing with this.
For
I'm
example,
not sure.
page 47, Gino, January 2nd, 2019.
I mean, it goes more to what the defense is saying, that he wasn't fulfilling his obligations. He wasn't communicating.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't see how it helps the state at
So
all.
Detective Polo, is there evidence to support that there's other types of communication other than what's reflected in just those messages?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the extraction report and things like that, is it able to recover all deleted messages?
Not all of it.
In any of those messages that we went through, or in any of the other messages you reviewed on this phone, does the defendant ever say, stop?
No, does the complete opposite. Sends his email and says, feed me, send me more knowledge. I want these documents, basically. So.
Does the individual with the 9807 phone ever say, leave me alone?
No, I believe the only altercation of that sort was with Goon when he decided to not fall under that lineup.
So counsel asked you if the phone tells you when messages and things are received and who they're from.
Right.
Approximately how many emails are unread on this phone?
2072.
And how many text messages or iMessages are unread on this phone at this point?
195.
The phone has and shows that the defendant, or whoever was using the phone, I should say, went sought out the email from Jaquan Burton and opened it up.
Yes.
You mentioned as well, and there was a lot of things about that, the majority of the messages aren't from October 26th of 2018. You would agree with that?
Right.
Did you notice any change in spelling or word choice before, during, and after?
No, language was consistent throughout.
How the hell would you know
Counsel
that?
asked you and brought up to your attention a message
Because all
where
illiterate.
Mr. Rickens, or the 9807 phone number, says that he has friends that are Crips. Could you
Is he a
explain what
linguist?
that
Here we go.
So I went into this during my direct, I believe, where we're talking about gang history, blood gang history, where Bloods were created in West Coast California to fight Crips. That's why there's derogatory terms between the two sides. But there's been multiple rappers, multiple reformed gang members who have come out and have squashed these beefs, right? They've come out and they've united the community. And although they still use these terms with each other, like anyone would if they're upset with someone else and you know that person's affiliation with something. Right now, there is no ongoing gang war between Crips and Bloods. There might be specific ones in certain cities where maybe one city is occupied by both Crips and Bloods and they're fighting for territory, but that could also be with blood on blood violence. There's plenty of cities in Broward County where there's 6 or 7 different blood sets all fighting for the same territory, and there's no allegiance toward each other because you belong to your set. Your set's going to fight the other set because it's about you, your collective, your group making money, not everyone else's. So the whole Crip versus Blood thing, historically, yes, that was a thing. Crips versus Bloods, Crips versus Latin Kings, Crips versus Bloods versus Latin Kings. UBN was created for protection against Latin Kings. The UBN now falls under People Nation. People Nation has the Latin Kings under it. So Latin Kings and the Bloods are now allies. So gangs evolve, allegiances evolve, wars happen, same way countries are sometimes at peace and then sometimes countries are at war. It's the same thing. It's no different. These are just organizations motivated by money, and they're going to do what they can to make this money.
And you said in one of the statements defense asked you about that was read, you are family now.
Right.
What does that mean to you as an expert in gangs?
They're calling him family. It means he's been accepted as a member. And on top of that, the emails show that not only was he brought in as a member, as a foot soldier, at the low level, he was then bumped up to the next step in the G-Shine lineup, the G-Shine ranking system to the Ascari level. So that's one step above. That means he must have, or he did, not must have, he did, because they're not just going to promote him to Ascari, because that would have taken approval from the top, right? Some guy at the bottom is not going to be like, hey, you're an Ascari now. You can just start giving out ranks. You can't get someone stain unless you're the guy that's hanging out that stain. So he obviously was given the thumbs up to at least one step.
Huh?
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Good, because I didn't understand the last several.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're going to step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
So your next witness is?
Dr. McDougall?
For the judge jury, I need a minute with the attorneys. Please do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence of the research and speak about it.
All right, now real quick here. See, I didn't buy that whole he can have Crip friends because they're not fighting each other. If they're not allowed to use C's, or they have to change all the C's to B's, and they have to do all this shit, that means we don't take kindly to using anything Crip related. But yet he gets to have Crip friends. I don't buy that at all.
Yeah,
that was just weird.
This guy's supposed to be an expert, really, and that's what he's saying. I mean, just growing up in Los Angeles, I know that that's not a thing. If you have little children in Beverly Hills who are not allowed to wear blue or red bandanas, because God forbid a gang member should think that, oh, that kid is a part of, the rival gang and I'm going to shoot them up. Maybe that was hysteria on the part of the principal at my school, but still, that's an absurd statement. Having friends in another gang? Are you kidding me? I mean, that's
let alone selling them drugs.
It's like common sense. How stupid does he think the jury is? I don't think the jury's buying that. It's ridiculous.
I wouldn't.
That's totally ridiculous. God, this cop is a joke.
He's a super secret ninja undercover agent. Don't belittle him.
Why can't we see his face now? I don't understand.
Well, he still gets to have. I mean, we don't. They're not doing this for our benefit.
Yeah.
It's for the court. The people that need to see are seeing.
Whatever.
They don't care about us.
This is a ridiculous testimony. I think defense did excellently, though.
Flux says, I still hesitate to wear a color bandana because growing up just outside LA, all the moms were scared.
It was a thing. It was totally a thing. Thank you, Flux.
Yeah.
Another SoCal.
When I go to LA, everything I wear is black or green. Because I'm not dumb either. Yeah, I did. I used to hang on Wilshire Boulevard.
Oh, yeah, really?
I had some friends on Wilshire. We used to hang at the In-N-Out Burger and go shopping at Washington's.
I mean, Wilshire is it's a big boulevard. It kind of...
South Central.
Wilshire.
Yeah.
All right. I see you.
Yeah, that was back in the wild and carefree days. that was pre Rodney King. So
Yeah. Yeah, different time. Very
That was before Reginald Denny and Roof Koreans.
salad days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what he wants to talk to the attorneys about. Research and smoked his security. All right, what could that possibly mean? I love these. I love the closed captions sometimes. He just smoked his security.
No, they're pretty funny.
Oh, and Joe Biden's a kid. It actually does come down to sets. The old Crip and Blood thing is old. It can literally come down to apartment. Yeah. Thank you, Joe Biden. ... for the super chat.
Place the jury stepped out. Counsel made one with the defendant. Can you
Joe
bring
Biden.
Dr. McDougal in, please?
Is a violin fiddler. Didn't know he was a musician.
I don't understand how she can testify other than identified by.
How do Angels and Dodgers fans deal with the color rules? Well, they're sports teams. You know, you get a pass.
There's
You
grudge
wear
and
them to the
respect.
game.
I'm a Dodgers fan, so.
Lame.
I figured this was the same issue
Pardon?
we talked about previously. The state would disagree with that the images have been shown.
Wait, what? I disagree with us at them because I've been shown to be Batman.
Wow.
Yeah, Judge
That's
isn't buying
something.
that shit either.
Nope. Nope.
I've been shown to be Batman. He's like, uh-huh. I'm Batman.
Batman
Go
did
ahead.
it. Batman was the one who committed the murders. It's case closed. Free the defendant.
That's the I don't believe you're Batman face.
Would be objecting to her referring to any of the individuals other than the case number. So there's no legal argument.
I figured this was the same issue we talked about previously. The state would disagree with that the images have been shown of the victims that would identify them and that that has been established by other evidence. In fact, Detective Polo just identified the victims during his testimony.
Detective
Anthony
Hollow.
Williams and Christopher Thomas. There was no objection to that, and it was able to make that identification.
Thank you. Anything else?
No,
Just bring the doctor in.
Sure.
Okay. Trying to get some document of some sort. Yeah. Ah,
Another side bear.
another side bear.
Multiple photographs.
Oh, we got another witness. Thought they were going to lunch.
We're putting under oath now.
With another mask on. Cool. Not.
Jesus. Okay, at least it's only. Just look at the way she's walking, and all hunched over with her hair in a ponytail, walking with a purpose. She looks like, good fucking hell. It's 2020 though, for God's sake.
Well, you never know. Maybe she has some, predisposition to dying from COVID or something. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
probably not, though.
Yeah, she's probably just a weird freak.
Hmm.
All right.
Or maybe she has Ebola and she's trying not to be, rude. I don't know. Anyway, let's see what she has to say.
She looks like Carrie's mother with a mask.
Oh my God, it's Piper Laurie. They're all gonna laugh at you. She does look like Piper Laurie. That's really funny.
If she starts talking about dirty pillows, I'm leaving.
Well, they were talking about pillows earlier. Like, everybody needs to get some pillows so we can get... Interesting. Okay. I love Carrie. Carrie's been, like, one of my favorite horror movies since I was, like, 7.
Yeah, if we start talking about dirty pillows, I'm just out. That's all.
Yeah, no, let's not.
That's the only reason I watch Carrie every couple of years. I just want to see the dirty pillows scene.
Reasonable. Appreciate that. Totally appreciate that. You know me.
All right, let's...
Wig.
And it's Dougall.
Thank you.
What?
Doctor, we're outside the presence of the jury, but the defendant is present along with the attorney. And he insisted.
That is the most ill-fitting fucking mask I've ever seen in my life.
It's open at the sides.
Doctor, we're outside.
Oh, she's a doctor. Fuck her. Seriously. And I'm a Korean citizen. Well, not a Korean citizen. I'm a resident of Korea where mask culture has always been a thing. You get a cold, you put your mask on. That's just kind of, this is the way it's always been since I've been here and well before, 35 years ago. It's always been inconsiderate. Like, I don't want to spread my cold to you. That's one thing. But to be a doctor and sitting there with the most ill-fitting mask ever, and then pinching your nose bridge to make sure you get the little foldy thing so it gives you a tight seal on your nose. Meanwhile, you're like blowing out at the gills like some fucking carp.
I mean, fair point. But she might be the kind of doctor like with a PhD. I don't know what kind of doctor she is. You know, like
she's
maybe
probably
she's
a forensic person.
She
Yeah,
might be. We'll see. She'll probably explain that.
We're putting in the roof now.
But yeah, it's get an N95 or something. It's gonna fit you.
My name is Rebecca McDougal, and it's Dougall.
Thank you. Doctor, we're outside the presence of the jury, but the defendant is present along with the attorney and the assistant state attorney, and we're trying to find out if there's an objection to some photographs that the state defense will use at the time of trial. We're not trying to find out whether or not
she's weird.
The photographs that are in question. Basically, you need to illustrate or explain your testimony and whether or not there are duplicates.
Does she have some sort of big filter thing going on down there?
I don't know. It looks weird.
See, there's like a big shape down here. Like she's got like a filter or some weird shit going. And she's all twitchy. Ooh, I don't like her already. She's distasteful. She's unsavory.
As long as we can hear what her testimony is, I feel like it's gonna muffle her voice, which is gonna be frustrating because audio is always just bad, and you know.
See, I paused to see if Kimberly Moriarty says she's wearing two masks. I paused at first to see if she was wearing two masks because I was going to lose my shit. And like I said, I'm from a culture here in Korea that wears masks. I don't care about mask wearers. But when you just like are a weird twitchy fuck with dual masks and things, that freaks me out. Anyway, yeah, she's just weird and twitchy, and that's not how masks work anyway. How is anyway, all right?
It's hard to ignore, but we'll try.
Yeah. There's something in that mask. See how it's hanging down
looks like
really
a filter.
far.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. It's odd.
She's probably got like a whole fucking painter's mask underneath this thing somehow. Because I mean that's hanging. There's some weight in that thing.
Very distracted. If I was a juror, I'd be very distracted by that.
Oh, I'm just distracted by the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, you haven't seen Amadeus. He sort of looks like Salieri in Amadeus. But anyway.
It's just two witnesses, one after the other, wearing distracting masks. Like,
well, at least unfortunately, we have to see this one. Plus, all of the weird twitchy things she's doing. All right,
yeah,
that's enough. All right, let's get through this shit.
Yeah.
Your testimony and whether or not there are duplicates in there that you may not need, and basically, if there's multiple photographs suggesting the same thing to delete.
Yes, the jury gets to take notes.
What I understand the defendant wants, defense counsel wants to also use at least.
That's what I'm thinking.
Pollution photographs, and also I understand there's some of the pictures are external and some are internal, and whether or not you need all the photographs and to explain or illustrate your testimony. That's really what I'm trying to find out. So.
I'm Dr. McDougal.
Yeah, Dr. McDougal.
I'm here to testify.
Your deposition that was circled at that time. And in terms of Ms. Smith, be so kind, the number on this, there were 136 photos in total, and this is taken at the time of autopsy, and so we're just seeking to use 28 of them.
And those 28 photographs have been identified, and that's what the doctor is looking at now?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the circles first.
So if they have a tab on them, those are ones in which defense is objecting. If they have a sticky note on them.
Oh, people still wear masks outside here in Korea.
She just keeps touching it. It's like really bothered.
Your Honor, while the doctor's reviewing those, case order related to defense. I have copies to Your Honor. Henderson v. State 463 7th 2nd 196.
Getting Williams in the state, yes.
Yes, so I provided Henderson to Mr. Howard, who had left earlier. And so specifically on there, it says, those whose work products are murdered human beings should expect to be confronted by photographs of their accomplishments.
And in the other case that the state cited, which is Williams v. State, found at 77 3rd 726, the court said, where photographs are relevant, the trial court must determine whether the gruesomeness of the portrayal is so inflammatory as to create an undue prejudice in the minds of the jurors.
Our mask creates an undue prejudice in my mind.
From a fair and impassioned consideration of evidence.
Agreed.
When less graphic photos are available to illustrate the same point, the relevancy standard by no means constitutes a carte blanche for the admission of the gruesome
Carte blanche
photos.
for the
Of course. Yellow
There's
dust has
no
been a
question
thing
that
since the Gobi Desert's been around.
Victims in this case died of
They've worn masks since well before I got here in 1988.
Was fatal on each one of the alleged victims.
Yoda's just out.
In fact, this doctor will testify, I believe, that this is a rather unusual case in that she could determine which shot occurred first in both of the victims, and they were the fatal shot in both of the victims. Therefore, the introduction of all these other photographs are irrelevant, prejudicial, and we would object to them.
Thank you. So, Doctor, my question, I guess, is the photographs were presented to you. They've been marked. How they've been marked, Madam?
So defense counsel has placed a sticky note on any that he is objecting to of the 28 that have been selected. Triple C for identification.
All right. So, if
you want to do them one at a time,
that's what I'd like to do, because if you could show the photograph and.
May I approach?
Yes, you may. Doctor, you're not concerned or intimidated if the attorney.
Of course not. No, I'd rather them see it here so I don't have to show it. Just take 6.
See, even the judge knows she's a special snowflake. This is the very first time I've ever heard a judge go, you're not intimidated if the lawyers come close to you, are you? He knows she's a special, weird, goofy fucking snowflake.
And he's protecting her in that sense because that seems prejudicial.
He's being respectful, Chandler.
Okay.
See, she's obviously a weird goofball, and he doesn't want her to have a panic attack and freak out on the stand.
All right. Got nothing.
The jury's not there. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Let's see what Twitchy McDougal has to say.
That's fine.
So this first picture of the sticky note actually is the face shot with heat number, the MD case number that is unique to this case. So what this does is it shows that this number will be in every single photo. Therefore, I think it's needed.
Thank you. And is there any duplicates of that photo showing the case number?
Every photo will have this case number.
Understood.
But this is the face of the decedent. That's how we identify him, and that's what this photo is for.
Thank you.
So this next series of photographs are the clean hand photographs. We take these photographs to document whether there are any injuries to the hands. Were they in a scuffle? Is there any hemorrhaging, contusions? If that's a line of questioning, then I need these photos to show that.
And so Dr. McDougal, you said clean hand. You could explain to His Honor.
I can. So in the course of a suspicious case, when we take photographs, we do what's called overall photographs initially. So those are usually bloody hands, right? Bloody defects, bloody body. When we clean them up, we take a second round of photographs that are clean.
Maybe, or she's a
So
kook.
these photographs
Occam's
are clean
razor, Robert
photographs.
Lawrence. Occam's
I don't
razor.
see any blood on any of these photographs.
May I inquire as to how many photographs?
Once the doctor says.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so these are the clean photographs of the hands. So,
Are you done, Doctor?
I am.
Yes, you have.
How many photographs of the two hands are in that file?
So there's a front and back. So there's one front, one palm, and a side to show every piece of each hand to show that there's no injuries.
My question is how many photos in total of the hands are?
So there are 6 photographs, one of the palmar surface of each hand, one of the other surface of each hand, and one of the side of each hand.
And there's no injuries on the hands?
That's correct.
We would object that it's duplicitous and it has no relevance.
Thank you. That objection is noticed overruled. No photographs are, when you say clean photographs, there's no blood, there's no gruesomeness or anything like that associated with those photographs, counsel. So the objection notice overruled.
Did Your Honor rule as to the face establishing
So
pattern?
ruled. I understand that the purpose of it. It's not a gruesome photograph.
So these next two photographs are of the same wound. The difference is one is an orientation shot, which is this one, and then one is a close-up. If you show just the close-up so I can talk about the characteristics of that wound, there's no way for me to show where it is on the body. I can say where it is, but I can't show it. So if you want an orientation shot so you can show where it is, and then a closer shot so I can explain the characteristics of the wound, then I would say both pictures are needed.
And is that what you're suggesting, doctor, that you to show the orientation as well as a close-up of the injury, that you need those pictures to illustrate that?
I do.
Thank you. What's next?
So, there's three. You can take one out.
Sure.
I don't need all three.
And so, Doctor, which would be the best one to remove from that set? Thank you.
So, thank you.
I haven't said a word.
I know, I'm just fast. So,
I understand those aren't objected to. There's no sticker on it, correct? Am I correct, counsel?
There's a sticker on one in the left hand, I believe.
so I would argue you can take one of these out because both of them I can see.
How long
You
is
see
this
the feet
going to
on the
go
left-hand
on?
side, so
You're telling me you don't need both?
I don't need, no, sir.
So just eliminate.
And in terms of the better the one with the scale or without?
With.
It looks like about 10 minutes or so.
Just sticker.
Yeah, there's stickers, so I don't know there's an objection.
Not terrible.
Same argument.
Yeah.
Here, two pictures of D. One is an orientation shot, so it shows you where on the body this exit wound is. The second is a close-up, so you can describe the characteristics of the wound.
And are you telling me, doctor, that you need both photographs to illustrate or explain your testimony?
I would prefer both, because you can tell in the close-up that this looks like a laceration, which is consistent with an exit wound. I can explain it from this one, but you can't really see it.
Is the court allowing both of those photographs in?
She's saying she needs to explain the testimony. Yes, that's the way I understand it.
I believe she said you could explain it on either one of the photographs.
I can explain that it's a laceration on each one in order for everyone involved to be able to see why it's a laceration instead of, yeah, that's a laceration over there. I think they're needed.
Thank you. Objection notes overruled. Again, these photographs show depict an injury externally. It's not internal. I don't know that they're so gruesome as to inflame the jury, something along these lines.
I did, so the court knows, put a sticker on all of the internal injuries, I believe, you're looking at right now, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm standing at a distance from you because you were not in that 10-day grace period.
I'm not.
So I'm gonna move a little further away.
That's
She had COVID.
So, normally, Judge, I would say that internal photographs are not needed.
Okay.
The reason that
So
these photographs are important.
she's wearing
in
the
this
mask because she
particular
had
case
COVID and
is
she's
that
not in the
first
10-day
shot
grace
was
period,
the
whatever
back
that
of the
means.
neck. When you look at
And he's just like, all right,
the
fuck off, I'm
underside
out of
the
here.
skin around that injury, there's hemorrhage, which means I can tell you that he was alive when that shot was fired.
People still get COVID, apparently. Weird.
First shot went to the shoulder. The second
Yeah,
shot that went through the heart and the left lung. The organs prove that there was no heartbeat when those shots were inflicted. So if anybody is trying to say that one shot came, he was alive when that shot was shot, and the other two were after he passed away.
Wow, did you see the closed captions?
Oh, I did.
With a lot of when that schmuck spot was shot. Wow.
Was
Rude.
shot, and the other two were after he passed away sometime later. The only way to show that with the photos is to show you that in the lung, in the heart, where the projectile from the shoulder was retrieved, that there's absolutely no hemorrhage around any of those organs or wounds. Can you do it with just the lung picture?
Hey, baby,
Do
you
you need
want to
every
see a
single one of
hemorrhaging
them?
organ?
I mean, the heart, absolutely no hemorrhage. Your heart's got all the blood's right there. If you're alive and it's beating, it's gonna bleed. So,
Alive and kicking.
Sure, I'm trying to understand, doctor, whether or not you need these pictures to illustrate the testimony and whether you need all of them.
if I want to show you that there's hemorrhage here, and he was alive and that's why there's hemorrhage, and there's nothing on this lung, so he's dead when that shot's fired, then I need these photographs. Can we parse it down to half of them? I mean, if you want to show that there's no hemorrhage in the heart, the pathway of that bullet is the same projectile. You could show one.
So would be removing perhaps the lung photo?
I think the lung is probably the best photo of all of them because there's no hemorrhage there. I think you need the one that shows that there was a beating heart when the bullet went through the head, and at least one
Shot to the head.
I would argue, right? I would suggest whatever the word
Melly,
is.
you give love.
This photograph is the projectile from the right back. No hemorrhage around it where we get it out. So that's the third shot. So one of these and one of the second shot and one of the first shot to show the difference in this is a beating heart, these are not. If that's something that
beating heart
needs to be shown in photographs. And how I came to that conclusion. I'm done.
We are not contesting that the first shot was the fatal shot.
She's rather assertive.
The other two shots, which he is referring to, are from the internal examination to verify that. We're not contesting that at all. Those are very gruesome photographs, have nothing to do with because the victim in this group is dead already. So unless we're contesting that, there's no reason other than to prejudice this jury of the gruesomeness of this autopsy.
So another, going back to those photographs, to illustrate or explain your testimony, my question is, all of these photographs, these are the photographs that I look at that are somewhat gruesome.
I agree.
And so my thought is, if there's a way you can pare down those photographs, show the what you're trying to get across, which shot was a fatal shot and how to establish that. I don't have a problem with that. In fact, I appreciate that. But my thought is, really, if you're the witness, you know what you need to explain your testimony.
My blood runs
so I need to know that.
So your Honor,
Memory has
it's not
just
about
been
which
so.
shot
My
is the
angel
shot.
is the
I mean, we have people shot
centerfold.
20 times, whatever, all the time. If it is, all at the same time, around the same time, within, a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, every single one of those gunshot wounds is gonna have hemorrhage. Okay, so it's not that he shot in the head, his heart stops immediately, and, the other two shots come within seconds, and those have no hemorrhage. I can't tell you what the time frame is between the headshot and the other shots, but it's a significant amount of time so that he's passed away, there's no circulation, then these shots come. So it's not 10 shots, the first shot was to the head, so it killed him, and the other 9 were a minute later, and none of those have hemorrhage. So that's why this is unique, in that we can say which the first shot is. So I think you can take some of these out, but if the line of questioning is going to be, and I don't know what it is, right? But if it's going to be, was it, seconds later that the second, third shot came, or was it minutes later? You have to be able to show that there's no hemorrhage.
Can I ask a question, Doctor, regarding those photographs, the internal photographs? Correct, they're all internal?
Yes, sir.
And any of those are duplications?
They're not duplications in pictures, but I can show it with less photographs because it's the same wound pattern.
That's fine, so if you can show it with and explain it with less photographs, that's what I would appreciate.
May I inquire one other question?
Sure.
You can't tell if it was seconds or minutes later, correct?
It's not seconds.
How do you know that?
Because I've done hundreds of gunshot wound cases where they're shot multiple times and they all have hemorrhage.
In those cases, you have not been able to determine which is the first shot, second shot, and third shot, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in other words, this is an unusual case wherein you can tell what the first shot is. And in fact, I think you testified this is like 1 in a million.
Well, it's like 3. I think I've had 3 in 12, 13 years where I can tell which shot came first because the dramatic difference in the characteristics of the first gunshot wound and the second and third. It's not seconds. Okay, it's some time, but I can't tell you what that time is.
It could be 10 seconds, it
It's
could
not
be 5
seconds.
minutes,
Could be 5 minutes, could be 30 minutes.
and it also could be less than that.
I don't know that I say less than that.
And what are you basing that on?
Excuse me, Counsel. I assume you proposed her a long time ago. You proposed this witness, correct?
Yes.
All right, so we're talking about photographs, not about the other issue. My job here is to determine whether photographs are too gruesome. And my thought is that these photographs, the internal ones, are and do have
we're right at the end here.
qualities that man say is gruesome. However, we're trying to limit those. I don't think it's so prejudicial or so gruesome as to create any type of prejudice in the mind of the autopsy photographs trying to explain the motive death. So in any event, Doctor, if you could, are you satisfied which one?
It's the Jay Giles band.
I mean, the attorneys can jump on here as well. These are three different, well, these are all the same shot, so this is probably it's a lung.
That's the one you want?
And so to show, okay, and so it's clear for the record that
That's the one you want.
removed from the body. It's not encased in any sort of
Feeling songy at the end of the show here.
fatty tissue that's internal. And so in terms of the lung shot and the heart shot, are those from the same wound path?
Correct. So all of these 4 photographs are from the same wound path. So this is gunshot wound 3, this is gunshot wound 1, and this is gunshot wound 2.
Okay, so you would be fine taking out these 3, the photo of the heart with the trajectory run through it, the photo of the ribs post removal of the sternum, and the photo of the lungs still in place in the
That's the
heart.
heart.
Yeah, I figured it out.
It might be all, actually it's the heart and
So those 3 would take out. Okay. And you would just need the other 3 to explain the differences.
correct.
All right, so those photographs that Dr. handing to you that have been excluded, how many in number are there?
They've been excluded. 1, 2,
Blah, blah, blah.
5. So that brings down to
Numbering evidence. Fast forward a little bit here, and while that's doing that, Timothy Schultz says, "Plug it up, Jeff." And Tina Lewis bringing the $10 super chat. I'm glad you fixed your issue. She could have gave her testimony on Zoom, so either have her remove her mask or disqualify her as a witness, violation of your right to face your accuser. Yeah, I mean, she's just authenticating pictures and shit, and she had something, so yeah. This to me is a little different than what the undercover super secret ninja cop was
Statement of
doing.
objection with standing objection. So there's no objection to a standing objection, but I just like somehow those ones with the yellow tab that the defense was objecting to be noted.
Sure. I'm happy. That's a snippet of the idea of numbering them, and I can refer to them by the number, so that there's a question on that.
On a side note,
Can I suggest we let the jury start their lunch before we do this?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam State, your witness, what do you want to do?
I have no.
I've already been here 2 hours. That's another.
You want to start, Doctor? Is that the
No, it's fine. Jury's more important.
Can I do this? Let me just find out if the jury wants to maybe another few minutes. Can I just have my bailiff go in and see if take a poll with them, see if they want to have lunch or break?
Even the jury has a poll to take.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you
Right.
tell them what the next witness is?
I'm not gonna tell them.
And it looks like that's it. They're taking a lunch break. So boom.
Parties like mass shooting.
We are at the end of today. All right, let's get rid of the cuck cage here. Chandler's off making a phone call. Maybe she'll get back before we wind the stream down. They're currently on their lunch break. So that's where we bow out for the day. That's how we're doing this. We're doing the previous day's afternoon and the current day's morning sessions, and then we catch up on the weekends. So that's why we're shutting this down now. If you're just joining us and aren't aware of that fact, let me get rid of the cuck cage here from the poor innocent puppy didn't do anything. There we go. Bring me and Strawberry gonna have a little conversation here. All right. So what's the big takeaway from today? I think it's a day for the defense. I think the defense. Hey, welcome back, Chandler. I think it was a good day for the defense. I think they showed that he may not have been as gangy as the prosecution wants us to believe he was gangy.
Or at least not as devoted to the Bloods as we originally thought.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
He's not as gangy as we thought he was, and that what was the other? There was one other takeaway. What was it? He wasn't into the gangs as people thought he was, and something else from that witness. Can't remember what it was. That's how many really important things we got out of today.
Yeah.
That he wasn't as gangy as we thought he was.
Did I miss anything crucial from the doctor? Were they just qualifying her and going over her
No,
exhibits?
they're just going over the pictures.
Okay.
Yeah. Assigning numbers and whatnot.
And whatnot, yes. All right.
Oh, what was that other thing? You mentioned 2 takeaways. One.
Oh, well, the thing with the Crips, that was significant.
Yeah, well, that would go to the he's not as gangy as they thought he was.
Okay.
And, yeah. There's something else I was going to say that sort of stuck out about the testimony. But overall, I think the defense did the better job.
I agree. I think it was slow and deliberate, patient, but he really kind of tore holes in that witness's testimony, and I liked his strategy.
And more importantly, the state has not proven that he had anything to do with this.
True.
There's not one thing that happened that noticeably moved us towards one goal opposed to the other.
Yeah, and considering the fact that this is a death penalty case, I think that it's really important that the state puts on a strong case, and they have not done so.
Oh, no, they don't. They certainly haven't. I mean, they're way too involved. And there was 2 hours of reading the word blood, all this other gang stuff, and you could have done the same thing with a third of it. Like I said earlier on, they had a guy testify about broken glass for an hour and basically said, I can't draw any conclusions. We had gunshot guy who spent 3.5 hours testifying about what a gun is. And at the end of the day said, well, now I can't really say, what weapon it was, who fired it, or what kind of rounds they used. So they're just not doing a good job. Unless they're going to be some big, unless it's like a big shrimp net or something where it's laid out really, really wide, and then they just masterfully spring the trap at the end of the trawl line or something. I don't know. We'll just have to see. But it's 2 a.m. That seems like a good time to go to sleep. You've still got to start your day, a handler.
I do.
Oh wait, you're back. We put Strawberry back down there. Yeah.
Well, we're getting through it, and put Hayden to
That
sleep,
we are.
but
And I guess what are we looking at? Tomorrow, Wednesday, more of this. Thursday, we need to do an hour or so of OJ before so we don't get too rusty with OJ.
I would love to. That sounds wonderful.
Yeah,
I'm starting to miss OJ with this trial, and like OJ's better. It's
Yeah.
like even with Goldberg sometimes.
Yeah, so we'll do some OJ Simpson on Thursday for an hour. Then we'll do this Friday. Most likely, there won't be anything going on Friday. I've got tons of things to do, and a bunch of party on Friday, 2 parties on Saturday, 1 on Sunday. It's the ramp up to the birthday. Everybody wants individual parties. So.
Oh, you're so popular! Happy almost birthday.
Oh no, there's just like 4 people that want to have parties and they don't know each other. So.
All right, whatever it is.
If I
Sounds like
do
a fun
something Friday, it'll be incredibly late just for a pop in. And a Saturday morning, like I said, I've got this party, 2 parties Saturday afternoons. Saturday morning, my time, so it'll be Friday night, early Friday night. We'll be doing the thing with MLS Law, you and me and Solomon Anderson talking about Zachariah Anderson's case and an update
That'll
on that.
be awesome.
And then after that, I will be on Jessica Reloaded stream where we'll be talking about Am I the Asshole? And we'll just be making fun of people for a couple of hours. And then I'll have a bunch of parties to go to for the weekend. So that's it. Well, I don't know. We'll just have to play Friday by ear, but definitely we'll do this tomorrow. And then we'll do OJ and this on Thursday.
Sounds excellent.
Flux, Danny on direct, and we need to schedule an unexplained stream probably next week or something. We'll see. And then stay tuned because next Friday, the 7th, is my birthday stream, and then the 14th will be F-It Friday for July. So, gonna double dip the grift. All right, everybody. Chandler, what do you got to say for yourself as we wrap this up?
I'm the handler Remington, and you can follow me at Remy_legal. Always happy to join. Jeff, Legal Advice is always a pleasure. Everybody like and subscribe. Make sure you're still subscribed. And just continue to come and visit us and watch Jeff's content because it's awesome.
Well, dang. You grift yourself. You grifted me.
I mean, I'm not that
Everybody,
big of
go
a
over to
grifter.
Remy_legal and subscribe to Chandler Remington. That's her on all platforms. The
you could do
same
that.
ID, so
You could
she's
totally
very
do
easy
that.
to find. So do that. Watch her stuff. Like all the videos, and subscribe to both of us. At the end of the day, here, I know we didn't get the number I wanted. I wanted 37,900 We got 37,873.
All right. I know we can do better than that. Let's keep going. Let's keep
27.
subscribing.
Yeah, we're not keeping going. I'm going to sleep.
No, not now. Not now. I mean, this week. Go to bed.
Yeah.
You're going to go to bed.
Yep. Alrighty then. Everybody, have a great night. Make sure you subscribe to Chandler. She's awesome. She does some good stuff. She does some fun stuff. She's good to have around.
I would be honored.
She's good people.
Thank you. You're good people.
And mods, thank you so much for being here. Lots of mods here today. We always love the mods. The mod squad and the Vice squad. We're the best. Thank you again to the chat, because the Vice squad chat is the best chat on YouTube.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your generosity. Everybody have an amazing...
Are we still live? Did Jeff leave?
No! Hit that stupid button with my thumb again. Stupid fucking mouse. I've got to change this. All right.
Okay. That was interesting.
Getting around with my mouse here, which I should never do.
You know, I totally did that on my first stream.
Yeah. Well, I know you just abandoned it.
You did, but I came back.
Well, I mean, I've got like these two buttons on the side of my mouse. One does last screen, one does the previous screen, and so I accidentally clicked the previous screen button with my thumb.
Well, thank you for returning
Yeah.
so that I didn't have to sit here and try and figure out what to do.
Yeah, dance for us. But yeah, I was trying to click on another thing so I could set us up to be redirected to whoever happens. Oh, we got one more subscriber. Woohoo! We're 26 away from 37,900.
We'll get there.
So everybody that hasn't subscribed, please do that. We are going to redirect to somebody here in a minute once I see who is on, who is available, and who is doing what. All right, go to the studio, customization, redirect. We are going to redirect to MLS Law Show.
Awesome.
See, this is the problem with dual streaming. We've got MLS and Nicholas streaming exactly the same thing together.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know which one to send us to. So,
Well, I love both of them equally. So.
well, they're watching the Jodi Arias trial.
Mhm.
There's MLS Law Show, and there's Nicholas Starov. I'm just going to end the show, and y'all can go wherever you get sent.
Sounds
So if
good.
you want to go to Nicholas Starov. If you want to go to MLS Law Show, go to MLS Law Show. If you want to go to Lawyer You Know, he is also on. He's reacting to the Koberger judge doing something. That's kind of it. So we'll just wrap it up here. We don't have time for a poll. They're viewing each other, so just whichever one you want to go to and say Legal Vices sent ya. So everybody take care. Have an awesome night or day or morning or afternoon, whatever, wherever you are. And I will see you same bat time, same bat channel tomorrow. Take care, everybody. And whatever you do, make sure you enjoy Chandler Remington's page, my page, and your Legal Vices. Bye.